I'm 37 years old, by the way. Alrighty, guys. Welcome to today's video. We're going to be reviewing Dr. Khalil Opening versus Jake the Muslim Metaphysician. For those who aren't familiar, they had an epic debate a little over 2 weeks ago. Some interesting things happened around the time of the debate. One in particular was the debate title was changed from the Athari Creed versus Islamic philosophy to Athari Creed versus Ismaili Neoplatonism. And you'll kind of see why that change happened in the video. But the only thing I can confirm is that both debaters were not in agreement to that. My guest, as you guys know him from Vin and Sori. Vin, how are you?
Good. Kind of busy. Jumping in a couple of business ventures, so I've been really kind of out of pocket for a while. But it's good to see you, buddy. You and I have talked before. I mean, we've got a series at some point, Why I Can Never Be a Muslim, that we're going to complete at some point. But somebody else actually recommended this debate to me, and then you and I started talking about stuff, and then you recommended it to me, so it's like, okay, I got to look at it. To be honest with you, on the Christian and Muslim side, I've kind of been, maybe disillusioned is too much of a word, but the WWE-ification of the apologetic stuff has been a bit of a turn off. You know, people trying to slam each other and doing all types of crazy things in ad hominem. So the first, hour of this debate was pretty refreshing because Jake spoke with a bunch of passion and a bunch of, a lot of source quoting. And then at the time, I didn't know that Dr. Khalil was a doctor. And I didn't know that he was Harvard trained. So I think when we watch this, if all of us, whether or not you like unless the rest of you are out there doing a bunch of debates with literally the most intelligent people on the planet, we shouldn't comment too much as far as anybody's performance. But at the same time, these are obviously issues that we as Christians are going to be. We obviously have an interest in this discussion, talking about the simplicity of God, the nature of God, especially God in his prime. So the first half of the debate was great. There are other parts of the debate and the second half that were very, very frustrating to me as a viewer. And I don't blame Jake or Dr. Khalil for that. I will tell you who I blame as the discussion goes on. Okay, having said that, James, do you have anything else?
Nope, nothing to get started. I'm just working on trying to share this in the community tab and a few other places right now.
Okay.
So we're good to start the video whenever you want.
Okay, cool. Now, obviously, guys, the debate is 2 hours, 27 minutes, and 2 seconds long. So obviously, we're not going to be able to go through every minute detail of the debate. Obviously, strike for this where our video gets blocked. We already have contingencies for that as well. There is a danger of that happening, and all I would say about that is that folks who generally believe that they did a very good job would obviously want the most possible people to see it. So you can make your own inference about why folks are running into issues with copyright. Okay. Is there anything else that I missed introductory-wise, James, on this?
No, I mean, I think you covered the big things. You mentioned that both guys had an amazing kind of first half of the beginning of the debate. Jake, like always, in everything I see him in, he's thought out, he's calculated. His opening statement was fantastic. My only thing was I didn't think that it hit the arguments that Dr. Khalil was presenting, and I think that may have been why the debate title was changed. But other than that, I think you set it up nicely.
Okay. So again, guys, it's 2 hours and 27 minutes long, so we're not going to do every jot and tittle, but here we go. By the way, what is the name of this channel, bro? Just so we can give them the credit.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, absolutely. It's Thought Adventure Podcast. As Vin said, we will not be reproducing the full debate in its entirety for you, but we'll be reviewing some chunks of it. But go check out the full debate on the Thought Adventure Podcast.
Yeah. And happy
I'll
fourth.
actually,
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll actually go back and I'll put the link in the description, so then people can just click and hyper over.
Exactly. You guys will be able to see the debate in entirety. Hi, Boki. All right, let's go. You guys don't want to hear us talk anymore. Come on, Mr. Video. Help me out, buddy. All right, there we go. Let me... Look at that. Surprise, surprise. We got technical difficulties already. Hold on, guys. Hold on, James. Hold on. Let's try this again. It's a rather large file, guys, so... obviously, there are some issues there, but we will get to it soon, inshallah. I think we got it. I wish I was here earlier with Muslim apologists. He's gonna shout out to Godless Girl, whoever that is. This file is really large, so our device is having a hard time, or maybe it's a qadr of Allah. Maybe God doesn't want us to watch this video. I'm just messing, guys. I'm just messing. I do have smaller versions of this, but I wanted to play certain things in their entirety, so this is very, very inconvenient. If you're a praying person, just shoot up a quick prayer that we can get this thing to work, huh? Let's try this again. Tawheed. Shout out to Chris Claus who made it. Alright, Tawheed versus the Athari Creed. There's Jake. Maybe just needs a couple minutes to upload. While we're doing that, James, tell me real quick the first part that you're going to go to. The video is going to come up soon, but just tell me your perspectives on the debate overall. I think you're on mute, Jake. I mean James.
You call me Jake. That's all good. So
that's
I
an
think
honor,
the
sir.
Part of the debate, and the part that I'll probably comment on more, is the question and answer section with Khalil and Donnie and Jake. That was probably my favorite part. Early on, maybe there might be some things that interest me that I might comment on, but that's probably where I just thought all the meat and potatoes were, where they were actually going back and forth. And now there was some gems, like in Jake's opening statement when he laid out that he's not saying it's an appeal to mystery, but that he does not know. And so it was kind of like a weird dichotomy, because I felt like at some times he was running hard to mystery, but then at other times he was just like, all we're going to do is say what God says, and we're not going to affirm anything else, which I find interesting that a lot of Christians hold that position too when it comes to God. They just affirm what God says and they don't add anything.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting exchange considering Jake's body of work. But yeah, I agree with you. Listen, James, let me try to restart Ecamm, because it's really important that we play this video.
That's all good. Yeah, we can do that.
All right, just everybody be patient. It's coming right back. Hey, I think we're back. I think we're in business. Call me again. I think we're still here, guys. James, call me. Or let me call James. I think we solved the problem. James, call back.
Please leave your message.
see. Let me give James that link. Oh boy, we are a bunch of boomers in this thing, huh? No disrespect to the boomers. I'm just saying. All right, let me give James the link again. James, here's the link. It looks like we're still live, still have the same people here, so that's good. And then there's James. James is joining, and to the right. And I think we got it now, brother. Brother man, can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm just going to skip this part, guys. We got a lot of work to do.
Where we are going to be seeing Jake Brancatella and Khalil Hamdani debate their positions or their creedal positions. And then we'll get right into it. So, yep. So, give me 1 second.
That's my buddy Abdul Rahman, who's one of my favorite Muslims of all time. Shout out to Abdul Rahman. He is, am I right, James, that Abdul Rahman was one of the moderators?
Yep. I haven't talked to Abdul in months, but when his live went down and then it shared a beer commercial in the middle of it, I called him to let him know, like, hey, check those ads. And also, hey, I'm watching this debate, on the edge of my seat in the stream ended. That 30-second delay in the middle.
Yeah.
I think it was because they had to kill the live chat.
Okay. All right. Yeah, speaking of which, please keep it respectful in the chat, guys, please. Because, again, let's be respectful. You're on mute. Go ahead, James.
I just set the phone down so I can enjoy the brat while you're playing this.
All right. That's right. I forgot. We already had that discussion.
So, this intro is just a formality.
In Sunni and Shia Islam was awarded the best PhD.
As far as always been, you just.
There we go. All right, so here's Jake.
Guys,
when I move it moves with the
to the best.
We seek to have our beliefs and creedal affirmations in line with what the Prophet ﷺ has taught and what he has brought and taught to his companions, and what the righteous from the earliest generations affirmed and taught as well. This is quite simple, straightforward, and easy to understand. However, in order to understand the creed, you must be familiar with the text of the Quran and the Sunnah. So, let's take a look at some examples. Starting with, to understand Tawheed, let's start with Surah Ikhlas. In the Quran, chapter 112, verses 1.
Tawheed is just the doctrine of Islamic monotheism. Okay? That's Tawheed. So it appears that Jake, I'm not sure if this is true. I gotta tell you guys, I always say this. If I wasn't a Christian, I would be a Muslim. And if I was a Muslim, I would be a Salafist. So I came into this debate believing that Salafist was the strongest form of Islam, that it was the purest form of Islam, and that it was the Islam closest to Muhammad's Sahab, his companions. That the Islam that the Salafists are practicing, and they basically get their line from this guy named Ibn Taymiyyah. That was my perspective going into this debate. So I was biased toward Jake's side of this discussion because in my very limited understanding of Islam, that's what I believed. Of course, by the end of this debate, not so much. By the end of this debate, there are some serious questions. So I think what Jake is going to say is that Dr. Khalil's form of Islam is heretical or not, or creates multiple gods, or is a violation of Tawheed. James, do you know if Jake would agree with what I just said, his intention was, or his perspective is on that?
Sorry. I thought we'd have a solid minute deep my brat. I think he would. I think he was trying to not necessarily go after Islamic philosophy, but trying to show the dividing line between Islamic philosophy and Ismaili. I just don't know. I don't know if he would agree with you fully, but I think he would definitely agree with you partially, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Yep. Yep. And guys, let me know if my sound is coming in okay. Hopefully, this adjusted it. We continue.
To 4. Qul huwallahu ahad. Say, He Allah is one. Allahu samad. Allah is the one who depends on nothing, but everything depends on Him. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. He begets not, nor is He begotten. Walam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. And there is none equivalent to Him. So Allah is one, independent, does not beget, nor is He begotten, and there is none equivalent to Him. But that's not all. Allah is the one without any partners, children, or anything else that you can think of, as He has not in need of anyone or anything. Again, in the Quran, chapter 59, verses 22 to 24, He is Allah, other than whom there is no deity, knower of the unseen and the witness. He is the entirely merciful.
Okay. No disrespect to the Quran or Jake, but this is a extended passage from the Quran where Jake is establishing the doctrine of Tawheed, which I believe that Jake and Dr. Khalil would eventually, hopefully we can, God willing, have a conversation with Dr. Khalil himself on this topic, not necessarily debate, but based on some of the things he said, obviously as a Christian, it's very interesting. So hopefully we can make that happen. Okay, so after he quotes this extended passage from the Quran, he then goes to his points.
At the same time, we are not anti-reason. We believe that reason is a gift from that He created Adam alayhi salam with His own hands and that He is above the throne. However, this does not mean that we believe Allah has physical limbs, nor do we say that He is encompassed by space.
Okay, this is a very important part of this discussion. He says, Allah does not possess physical body parts, nor is He encompassed by space. This is what Jake said in the opening statement, which obviously as a Christian, we agree with. God in His prime does not have a physical body. As Jesus said in John chapter 4, God is spirit. We have passages in the Old Testament that are called theophanies or appearances of God. But our theologians, both Jewish and Christian, have generally looked at those as projections or manifestations, etc., of God communicating to His created beings in such a way as they can understand Him, because His primary source is ineffable, indescribable, etc., which explains why in the Gospel of John, even though the Old Testament is replete with theophanies or appearances of God, you hear the gospel writers say no one has ever seen God. And I think what he's referring to, obviously, is God in His prime essence. No one has ever seen. So what you're seeing in the Old Testament, these are pictures. So when you see Daniel 7, the Ancient of Days, he's got this big train and et cetera, et cetera. We do not look at these things as physical. We don't believe that God in His primary essence is on an actual throne and all the rest of it. So as this was going on, I said, yeah, okay, cool. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously we believe this, Christians, etc. I didn't know where the point of contention was. James, I'm rambling here. If you want to jump on, go for it.
No, I mean, you're doing good. I think you're adding a lot of good background information. I think you're doing good. I'll jump in periodically, but no, you're doing well.
Okay. All right. So so far, so good from the big homie Jake. We continue. If I could just hit the play button here, and we're off.
We affirm these texts on their apparent meanings, and that it is obligatory to believe in them, not seeking to reject them without making ta'wil or seeking false interpretations, while at the same time not likening Allah to His creation. At the same time, we are not anti-reason. We believe that reason is a gift from Allah to mankind, and that using it properly is praiseworthy. We do not believe that the texts of the Quran and the Sunnah can or do contradict reason. However, we are highly skeptical of metaphysical principles that are alien to the Quran and Sunnah, or even contradict them, and at times are used to construct theologies that are not in agreement with the text. On the other hand, reason can be employed as an apologetic tool in defense of the Quran and Sunnah. This includes rational argumentation for the existence of God that is derived from the text itself. We can speak more about these issues in detail later if need be. I will now.
Did you notice some circularity there in his argument? And when I first watched this, and I'm hearing it back again too, he's talking about not necessarily reason and logic leading him to the Quran and Sunnah from his perspective, but that he marries them with the Quran and Sunnah, so that if his reason or logic were to ever conflict with the Quran and Sunnah, he would reject that. So I don't know that he's given proper justification in that statement. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is actually one of the things that I tried to pull out in that discussion, but for whatever reason, we weren't really able to have an extended discussion. So Colossians says that Christ is for us wisdom from God. And then, of course, you've got the logos language used of Christ in John chapter 1. So there's a lot of particularly New Testament, N.T. Wright would say that Paul, for example, was influenced by Plato, et cetera, et cetera. For us, reason comes through the first mind, which is God. And so our ability to reason itself, even the concept of reason from a Christian worldview, is something that we believe is divinely communicated from God to us. We don't believe that reason is something that is some sort of gas or something independent from the divine being. Simultaneous to that, though, as Christians, we believe that God has communicated, he has collated what we would call salvific wisdom or philosophy in his word. And so we would say that all of our philosophy, all of our reasoning runs through the grid of scripture. And I believe that for most Muslims, especially from my vantage point, Sunni Salafists, that both of us would find points of agreement there. It is circular in the sense that everybody's grounding presupposition is circular, right? If you ask somebody why, and you say because, eventually at root, whatever your presupposition is, it's going to be circular, I would contend. One of the tricks I usually do is I say validate the laws of logic without using logic. You can't, and so there you see a circularity. The problem that, from my vantage point, is when I review a lot of the things that Jake says, it's almost as if reason is something out there that you can use to measure the validity of competing theological beliefs, which is not, from my understanding, a Salafist position. That reason and ultimate knowledge of ultimate reality comes from wahi, or divine revelation, not from a human being's. It's not like Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's not like he was contemplating monotheism and then came down with a philosophy of Islam. What happened to Muhammad was a moment of wahi, and the angel comes down and says, read. So I understand it's kind of circular, but I would say as a Christian, I think that syllogism is probably the same thing I would say about our epistemology, particularly epistemology relative to God and salvation and the rest of it. But go ahead. We can disagree on that point as well, Jim, if you want.
No. I'm more so looking at, because if you see Jake talk to Christians, it's always reason, logic, logic.
Right.
He never says you need reason, logic, hadith, and sunnah.
Right.
And if your reason and logic disagrees with hadith and sunnah, so it's like within his creed he has all this, but in order to critique Christianity, he leaves that portion to the side and just says reason and logic, you need reason and logic. But like you were saying, the Christian also relies on God and also relies on scripture. And so that was my main kind of point of contention.
Yeah, I agree. I was very surprised right at the opening because, like I said, if you're familiar with Jake, and please don't be offended, Jake's disciples, please don't be offended at this, brothers. But It's all kind of the same thing. I remember I was watching Sam Shamoon talk to one of these folks, and Sam was like, yes, I'll defend the Trinity from the Bible. And this person said, no, you have to do it philosophically. And Sam goes, why would I do that? We got the Trinity from biblical revelation. Why would I use philosophy to do that? And the person basically said, hey, if you can't man up and defend your position without the Bible, then forget about it. So that is a major disconnect to me for sure. But now when he's talking to this guy who's Harvard educated, he's being extremely picayune with his definitions. Did you get that same feeling? Was that what you were saying?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was getting it too. Like it just because just of how he already critiques the Trinity, and then to see him seem to fall into a lot of the stuff that he's criticizing Trinitarians for in this debate.
Yeah, there was one particular phrase that you and I talked about last night that was pretty incredible. We're going to talk about that in a second. We continue.
I'll turn to my opponent's position and present three main arguments against it. My first argument is meant to establish an internal inconsistency, both in Khalil's methodology and specific theological positions. He is claiming to defend Islamic philosophy in the debate title and adopts the methodology of the philosophers in several key positions that they hold to. However, he is simultaneously claiming to defend Ismaili Neoplatonism, conceived of by such figures as Abu Yaqub as-Sijistani and Nasr al-Khusraw. The problem is that the methodology and position of the philosophers, such as Ibn Sina, is diametrically opposed to that of classical Ismaili theology. My examples are aimed at demonstrating this fact with the intention of exhorting Khalil to take a stand on these key issues as to absolve himself from these contradictions. If he cannot do so, he will fail to defend his position in this debate, as his position currently constructed is contradictory. First example, can the existence of God be proven through reason alone? Khalil says yes, and he will probably give some form of the contingency argument in his opening statement to support this. However, his classical Ismaili texts say that God cannot be proven by the intellect alone. For example, Nasruddin at-Tusi states in his text Paradise of Submission, and I quote, "As for proving the existence of God Almighty, human beings cannot establish such a proof, because he, the Exalted One, is in reality the founder of all established things. Anyone, including Khalil, who says he can prove his existence, therefore claims to have comprehended the reality of the identity of the transcendent being. But such comprehension by created beings is a supreme form of absurdity. And since comprehension of him is impossible, the proof which they wish to establish is equally impossible." Close quote. The famous Hijab, or proof of the Imam, Nasr al-Khusraw, states in his text Between Reason and Revelation, and I quote, the true doctrine of oneness lies in interpretation of the book and the sacred law, not in some dark interior of the community, as this group claims and as we find in their pronouncements. For this reason, the emissary of God called people to God's oneness by God's command, not by the command of the intellect. They accept religion as a matter of individual opinion so that they may practice speculation. Thus God says, "Say, it is revealed to me that your God is one God. Are you going to surrender?" Close quote. Notice that knowledge of God.
Okay, so this is, if I'm right, an Ismaili philosopher saying this, and Jake is saying, hey man, your own philosophers are saying that you cannot prove God via the intellect alone. Is that right?
Yep, and at the same time, it seemed like he was also indicating that they arrive at knowledge of who God is from God's word. But
right.
A few minutes before, he indicated that there was reason and understanding. So somehow he's trying to mirror the two in a way that it's almost like double talk. Like he wants to maintain reason and understanding, but he also doesn't want to offend the people from his camp who would not use reason and understanding when it comes to understanding Allah. Like Muslim, by definition, and how they use it is to submit. So
right.
There'd be no reason, no logic. And so I think he's trying to mirror what he did to reach Islam with the view that he believes is Islam. And
right.
I think he's running into problems.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm just not sure if this is something that Jake is saying that he believes, or if he's saying that Khalil is just being inconsistent with his own, thought tradition. You see what I'm saying? Like, does Jake believe this, that God is not known through the intellect? I'm not sure. That's kind of some of the problems I had with this debate with Jake. I understood where Khalil was at 100%. I wasn't particularly certain where Jake was really on anything by the end of this debate.
He's been quoted before as saying that reason and logic lead you to Allah. But in this debate, he just ties the two together, reason and logic, and the Quran and Sunnah, like they're one and the same and they're indistinguishable.
Yeah.
You're right. That's where the problem is. Are you saying, like, because Dr. Khalil's position is that reason and logic led him to God.
Yeah.
Not necessarily Quran and Sunnah. And Jake's position is reason and logic and Quran and Sunnah led me to God. But if my reason and logic conflicts with the Quran and Sunnah, I need to be suspect of my reason and logic.
Which is essentially a reformed epistemology, right? I mean, in Romans 1, you have natural theology, although they knew God, that the powers of God is demonstrated by the things that are seen. So everybody knows God from that sense. But that you're a sinner and that Christ died for your sins on the cross and rose from the dead on the third day is what we call special revelation, which we believe is necessary, is revelation necessary. And so that's essentially a Christian epistemology. Okay. So again, more agreement with Jake.
By his command, not by reason. Well-respected scholar Wilfred Madlong, in his article entitled The Prophetic Chain and the God Beyond Being, states, and I quote, "Characteristically, Ismaili theology did not attempt to offer a proof of God, that first concern of any rational theology. A rational proof of what is beyond reason and being was evidently futile. Nor was there any need for it, for God, Abu Yaqub affirmed, is more certain than everything certain. This was a certainty which becomes evident to the human mind only by revelation," close quote. So, is Khalil an Ismaili that rejects the position of the scholars he is claiming to defend, or has he in fact left his religion to follow Ibn Sina?
Okay, that part I don't understand. I do know that Khalil quotes Ibn Sina a lot, but I'm not sure what the relationship is between being an authentic Ismaili and a follower of that other guy.
And
go
from
ahead.
my understanding, Dr. Khalil has never said that he promised to defend that or that he was defending that particular scholar. So I'm not sure. So it's two ways. Like, you can take a scholar and you can agree with some things they say.
Sure.
You can reject other things they say. And I think in this particular debate, Jake wanted him to defend what the other scholar says. And then in the same sense, Dr. Khalil was trying to get Jake to admit whether or not he would represent those other scholars as having similar views.
Okay. That clears that. Maybe Jake had that confused then.
Is God the necessary being? Classical Ismaili texts say no. But Khalil says...
Okay, this right here is interesting. So the Ismailis, which is Dr. Khalil an Ismaili? Is that how he sounds?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yep.
They deny, I don't know much about the Ismailis. The Ismailis deny that God is a necessary being?
From my conversations with Dr. Khalil, I would say no.
See, this is where I ran into...
Don't believe.
This is where I ran into some issues, right? Because Jake is saying the classic Ismaili texts say no, and then he says, Khalil says yes. When I look at Khalil's credentials, it seems that the man is a doctor at Harvard University. It seems to me that he would be familiar with the source text in this situation. So if I was looking at Khalil's work, knowing the level of education that he had, like if it was me And I could understand Jake saying the classic Ismailis say X and Vince says Y. I get that. But if it was me and I was debating Khalil, I would assume that if there is an apparent disagreement, that I am interpreting it wrong, right? Just because of how of the credentials that Khalil has. And so when they were doing the cross-examination, I didn't see any. When Jake was cross-examining Khalil, we'll get to it in a second. I didn't see any struggle on Khalil's part to reconcile these two, quote, apparent contradictions. Go ahead, Jin.
No, I'm in agreement. I think we can keep going.
Yes. Nasr al-Khusraw in Knowledge and Liberation states, and I quote, under it, there are the necessary existent, which is the universal intellect, not God, and the contingent existent, that is the universal soul, which is under the intellect, close quote. So, the necessary being is clearly identified as the universal intellect. Commenting on this passage in an Ismaili publication, Parvez Morwedge says, and I quote, nor is he, Khusraw, a follower of Ibn Sina, for whom God is the necessary existent, whereas Nasr places God above the necessary existent.
Whoa, I think, unless that's somebody trolling us, that's Dr. Khalil himself? Jake was trying to present Ismailism as an anti-rational theogony, and that I cannot use reason and logic to prove God's reality. Yeah, that's what I got from it.
That is
him?
Dr. Khalil, because I gave him the mod badge so he could post a link when I interviewed him a month ago. He's still got the mod badge, so that is Khalil.
Dr. Khalil, will you commit to an interview with James and I, or even just myself in the future, in the near future? Can you commit to that, seeing as how we have you on camera now? That would be great. All right, we continue.
Nasr al-Khusraw presents two remarkable ontological doctrines in this work. One is a radical development of the Neoplatonic idea that existence cannot be attributed to God, and that unlike the Avicennan tradition, the necessary existent is the universal intellect, and not the ultimate being analogous to the God of monotheism.
Okay, so that was fascinating, just at the curiosity level. Existence cannot be attributed to God. One is a radical development of the Neoplatonic idea that existence, I guess that's hasti in Arabic, cannot be attributed to God. That's interesting. Were you surprised when you heard that, just as a point of curiosity, or did you already pretty much understand that?
I wasn't surprised because I'm trying to think of who it is in particular. He's a Reformed teacher, a pastor, and he goes into a big, long dissertation about how technically God would not exist as in how we exist. And so he broke down the root word. And so I've heard the argument before. My issue with an atheist going up and saying God doesn't exist is that you're going to cause a lot of problems, because most people don't use it like that.
There was a sort of, Jake jumped on something. I thought it was misguided. We'll get to it in a second. But I understood where Dr. Khalil was going, and as Sparrow is saying, this is very interesting. Indeed, sis, indeed, and we're just at the beginning. That's why I say, look, we all got to give kudos to Jake for engaging, truly a David and Goliath situation from my view. We continue.
Close quote. Ash-Shahrastani, in his text dedicated to refuting Ibn Sina, states, and I quote, the method of demonstration for Ibn Sina and whoever follows him, including Khalil, comes apart because division does not apply to the equivocal. On the other hand, the procedure of the prophets, upon them be peace, is in accordance with what we will report. So we say, the Creator, exalted as he, is too well known for his existence to be pointed to by anything. And the recognition of him, exalted as he, is true innate predisposition, fitra, close quote. Once again, is God the necessary being proven by the contingency argument as conceived of by Ibn Sina, or is he beyond the necessary being and only known through the fitra or the imam as the Ismailis claim? Khalil needs to decide whether...
Go ahead, James.
I just remembered the name of the Christian who did this, and people might recognize him when I say his name. R.C. Sproul. He
Yep.
was one who did a big, long mini-series kind of connecting the existence. But yeah, Christians, please don't go telling everyday people that God does not exist, because you would not be using it properly.
Yeah, and I said that's really important to point out, because, like I said, there's going to be a point where I think Jake got tripped up on something and he was like following it and wouldn't let it go. Yeah, but we'll get to that in a second.
Not he is an Ismaili in this debate, or a follower of the philosophers, in order to even have a chance in this debate, because as it stands, his position is contradictory. Is creation a necessary consequence of God's essence, or is it a free act of God? Classical Ismaili texts say that it is a free act of God, and Khalil says that it is necessary. As-Sijistani in the 15th
Okay, this part right here is Jake uses this as a... Okay, we have it here. Shout out to Dr. Khalil. We have secured an interview with the doctor. He did say it, and I just put it up on the screen, so there's no way for him to back out. So eventually, we're gonna get an interview with the good doctor. MashaAllah. Okay.
He was on here a month ago too. He's very, like, when he commits to an interview, he'll definitely follow through.
How do you get all these famous people on your show, Jimbo? I've been doing this longer than you.
The same way I got you on, I asked very, very politely, and I have a face only a mother can love.
Okay. Does God have free will? This is a very, very important point. This I think was one of the major mistakes that Jake made, and he kind of wouldn't let it go. So when you say, does God have a free will, it appears to me that Jake is assuming libertarianism, right? So you've got the libertarian free will, and then you've got compatibilist free will. Libertarian is basically the majority report. Whether you're a theist or not, when people say free will, most of the times they're assuming libertarianism, which is the ability to act or act otherwise. You're there's a left road, there's a right road, and you have the libertarian free will to choose either way. Another way to look at the will is called this understanding of compatibilism. Namely, that you make choices in accordance with your nature, and that those choices are free so long as the primary compulsion is internal and not external. So, for example, I love butter pecan ice cream. That's an internal motivation, and so because of that, I buy ice cream. It's a free choice in the sense that nobody externally is compelling me, but I don't have the quote free will to fly, because it's outside of my nature. This becomes very important when you're discussing God. So, for example, in the Christian Bible, it says, by many convincing proof, God who cannot lie. And then you have in 1 Timothy where it specifically says God cannot deny himself. Does that mean that God isn't free? When you, as a Christian, enter into eternity, you will never be able to sin again. I don't know what the Islamic harmatology is. I don't know if you're able to sin in Jannah. I'm assuming you can't. But as a Christian, when I go to Jannah, I will never be able to sin again. Does that make me less free? From a Christian worldview, we would say no, because freedom is to be able to live as you were originally intended to live by God, right? Which is outside of sin. So I think this is a mistake. When Jake says, does God have free will? He's speaking from a libertarian perspective. It seems to me that Dr. Khalil's version of free will still works from a compatibilist perspective. Dr. Khalil didn't draw out the various theories of the will. I think that was probably maybe a mistake, or maybe there's another reason he did that. Again, when you're criticizing somebody who's Harvard educated, you should have some self-doubt, right? But until we get to that part, though, I think this is very, very important to understand. It appears that Jake is arguing for libertarianism, so much so that later on he ends up essentially implying or directly saying that if you don't believe that Allah has libertarian free will, then you're violating Tawheed. Which I'm not particularly certain how that follows, but I thought that was a strategic error on my part when I was interpreting this. Jake brought in Shahrastani, another scholar I didn't commit to defending, even though he's Ismaili and follows his own take on Ismaili theology. Yeah, I mean, there was a sort of, yeah, we'll get to that. But I think that's an important distinction to really lay out. The difference between libertarian free will and compatibilist free will. Both of those have genuine freedom, and it appears to me that I think that was a major stumbling point for Jake. James, did you have anything?
Nope, we can keep pressing through. I'll try to jump in, but I know this debate was like 2 hours, and
Gotcha.
you said you don't want to be here till 3 a.m.
I don't mind. It's just I'm trying to be gracious to the audience. Did you see the same thing when the will discussion was happening? The difference between compatibilism and libertarianism there?
Yeah, I was confused with what he was trying to do. I just don't know what he was trying to land there. I mean, what do you think his main objection was there?
Yeah, I think he's arguing that if God doesn't have free will in the libertarian sense, that he's somehow not ultimately divine because that would place limits on God. Of course, as a Christian, that doesn't bother us. Our God cannot lie. Our God cannot deny himself because it is it's completely external to his nature, and it's so far removed from his nature. I would ask Jake, is it even possible for Allah to tell us to worship other gods? Like Al-At, Al-Uzza, and Manat? Is it possible that God would even choose to do such a thing? Is that anywhere in God's nature that he would send down wahi directly from himself to tell us to worship other beings? I presume Jake would say no, that would be impossible for God to do. So does that then limit God's, quote, freedom? So anyway, I thought that was a mistake. We continue.
Spring titled, and I quote, that asking why God created the world is impossible and absurd, states, the rule has been handed down to us that it is impossible and absurd to inquire into the reason of something, the very manner of whose being is incomprehensible. However, it is generally agreed that no one has ever understood the manner by which the Maker brought the universe into being. Although some scholars did insist that how the Maker brought it into being is by command, they did not understand the manner of that command itself. But since their views are in agreement that the comprehension of the manner by which the universe has its being is outside the realm of possibility, inquiring into the reason of its existence is even more absurd and even further beyond inference. Perhaps the reason of it lies within the question of its manner, and thus understanding the reason is difficult because its manner is hidden, close quote. Madlone confirms this in the same article cited earlier when he states, and I quote, more significantly, however, these changes reflected the volitional nature, the liberty of the act of creation as conceived in the Holy Quran.
Hey, is everybody hearing the debate okay? Sanan says that they're having a hard time hearing the debate. I maxed it out as much as I could, so hopefully that'll fix it for everyone.
Let me mute, I'll go back, and if for some reason I can't hear it on my end, I'll let you know.
Okay.
And an Islamic tradition, in contrast to the emanational doctrine of the philosophers. With the same motive, Ismaili theology expressly denied, against the philosophic tradition, that God is the first cause. The basic error of Ibn Sina and his followers in this question is that they view the world as an emanation from God, which is necessitated by his essence, or that. Thus, they describe God in relation to the universe primarily as its necessitator. The world then appears as an accidental, unintentional consequence of his essence. God is, however, in relation to the world, primarily its giver of existence, not of necessity, and revealed scripture describes his acting towards it with terms like option, ikhtiyar, will, irada, creation, khalq, command, amr, and reign, mulk. Close quote. So, once again, is Khalil following the necessitarianism of Ibn Sina and the philosophers, or the view that creation is a free act of God, as the Ismailis claim? Khalil needs to get himself out of this contradictory position to even have a chance in this debate. Is the God of the philosophers in Mu'tazila the same God of Ismaili theology? It is clear that they aren't, but Khalil tries to make it seem like their notion of divine simplicity is the same, even though it clearly isn't. Nasr al-Khusra states, and I quote, to posit one essence with 6 different attributes is not true tawheed. Quite the opposite. It is to posit a multiplicity. Nor can it be true tawhid to ascribe creaturely qualities to God. On the contrary, that is anthropomorphism. This group never sees anything better than themselves and indeed fancy themselves to be God. That is extreme error. Close quote. Khalil.
Yeah, again, I think the criticism of Ibn and using this guy is a mistake if Khalil doesn't base his philosophical, presuppositions and conclusions. If he doesn't rely heavily on that guy, then I think that would be a mistake.
Himself in a published academic article commenting on this passage.
Go ahead.
I do know before the debate that they gave different scholarly works to each other, like different people that the other person could read that would represent their view. And so I think that's why Dr. Khalil got confused, because he didn't think Jake was using the sources that Jake sent him. So I don't know if maybe the point of contention is that they felt like maybe that they weren't representing each other's views, or I don't know. I find it awkward that you would send somebody sources to say this is my view, but I guess it's not a bad idea. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that maybe played into a bit of that?
It appears to me, the more I've watched this debate a couple times, it just appears to me that he had a thought in his head or an understanding, and then he went with it, and the nuances along the way that are very, very important, he missed, and because of that, it left him open, particularly in the cross-ex portion. These issues are really complex, and if you miss on a nuanced point, like for example, somebody says Ismailis assert that the necessary being is a universal intellect, right? True. But then Dr. Khalil says, yes, but the intellect isn't necessary in itself. It's just a modal necessity. So that right there again is a very nuanced view of something that if you don't get down and you just go with plank one, you're going to open yourself up to all kinds of trouble in the cross-ex section, because in cross-ex is where you get to say you missed this nuance, which leads to this logical problem, et cetera, et cetera. That's what it looks like to me.
States, and I quote, Nasser concludes his critique of the Mu'tazilites by accusing them of the very anthropomorphism that they sought to avoid. Khalil himself admits that Nasr al-Khusraw views the position of those who believe God has multiple attributes identical to his essence as shirk, which includes the Mu'tazila and his so-called philosopher friends. In fact, Nasruddin At-Tusi says the philosophers are fuel for hell in his work Contemplation in Action. He states, and I quote, firstly, as the philosophers have explained, absolute certainty cannot be achieved by reasoning from effect to cause.
See, this is one of the issues that I had. Jake wanted to pin me to authors and sources I never committed to for the debate. James, wouldn't Khalil himself be a primary source if he's a Daji? I mean, in order to get his doctorate, he would have had to have written a dissertation, right? I mean, you and I need to use sources, et cetera, but this guy is the source. So I think this is a mistake. Why not just go after Khalil, say, hey, you wrote this in your dissertation, this is wrong. You wrote that in your dissertation, that's wrong. I thought it was a mistake to go after these sources because the guy himself is the source, right? Like, it's not an argument from authority to say that because you're debating that guy. So he's got literature out there that you can interact with directly. Go ahead, James.
I do know that both individuals had a lot of time to prep. Jake, I know, had a debate prep team, and so they were shifting through some of Dr. Khalil's writings. You would have thought, like you said, that they would have pulled things that were more tied to him because he is an academic instead of going this other direction. So I agree with you.
Yeah. when I discovered that Khalil was a Harvard, I mean, Abdul Rahman said it at the beginning, so I should have been paying attention. But when I discovered that, holy smokes!
But since the highest of state of knowledge for the speculative rationalist is to know cause from effect, no rationalist can come to know God. Surely you and that which you worship apart from God are fuel for hell. You shall go down to it. Such is the ultimate stage the rationalist reaches in his quest for perfection. Close quote. So, has Khalil left the Ismaili faith and is now following the methodology and theology of the philosophers? Or is he going to condemn the philosophers and say that they are anthropomorphists that cannot know God and are fuel for hell? These are questions that need answers to. Khalil's view, and my second argument, is that Khalil's God is not the God of the Quran. Khalil does not believe that Allah is the direct creator of the heavens and the earth.
Now this is where my mouth opened. I said, "What?" And then when Dr. Khalil gave his opening statement, my jaw hit the absolute floor. This is an entire segment of Islam that I really hadn't paid much attention to be honest with you. But holy smokes, go ahead, Jim.
Nope, I'm just checking out the live chat and managing it.
Okay.
Good.
He does not believe that Allah is all-knowing, all-powerful, and perfect. In fact, his books state that to ascribe such names and attributes to God is shirk and anthropomorphism. Nasruddin Tusi.
Shirk means to assign partners with Allah, which is like the primary sin, right? That's actually shirk. It would be the opposite of Tawheed, basically, for the purposes of this debate, I think.
He describes the Ismaili God as, and I quote, "He cannot be attributed with cause or effect, existence or non-existence, temporality or eternity, necessity or contingency, nor any of the other kinds of opposition. He is beyond any attribute by which something could be qualified, whether it be non-existent or existent, negative or positive, relative or absolute, verbal or in meaning. He is beyond all this and also beyond the beyond and so forth."
Yeah, I think, again, this gets kind of ridden on by Jake, and I thought it was a mistake as well. What I got from what they were saying was he's beyond any attribute by which somebody could be qualified. So even if you say exist, for example, God is the fountain and its source of existence. So you can't even say that God exists in that sense. Because there's only one being that, quote, exists the way that God exists. And we don't really have a name for that. So that's what I was getting from those quotes and that principle. And if you're talking about God in his primary essence, then I agree with that. I think that nobody could have a problem with that understanding of God. Go ahead, James. You look like you wanted to say something.
Nope, I'm just nodding along.
Nasr al-Khusraw claims it is polytheism to ascribe knowledge and power to Allah when he states, and I quote, "It is wrong to ascribe the opposites of such attributes, such as knowledge and power, to him. Glory be to him. He is exalted on the grounds that these two are creaturely qualities. The so-called theologians of this community have plunged into grievous error in their inquiry, in ascribing their own fine qualities to God and in declaring him devoid of their bad qualities. And for this very reason, they have fallen into polytheism." Close quote. So anyone in the audience, if you're listening, who thinks that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or God, is all-knowing and all-powerful is a polytheist, according to Khalil and Ismaili theology. Khalil would like us to believe that when Allah tells us in the Quran that he is all-knowing, all-powerful, and the creator of all things, us Muslims have just simply always misunderstood these verses. My third and final argument is that Khalil's concept of God contradicts reason. His God cannot be known and therefore cannot be worshipped. Remember that the Ismailis cannot prove their God exists. This is because they believe God does not exist and is beyond reason. Paul Walker, in his book on the Ismaili Hujjah al-Kermani, describes the problem as such, and I quote, "Languages cannot signify God as he really is, since the signifier must have a referent that exists and can be known. God, however, is unknown. One cannot signify with language or with abstractions in the mind something that is unknown. Therefore, one simply cannot speak about God.
If you're talking about God in his prime essence, if you're talking about emanations of God or God in his attempt to reveal himself to his created beings, I don't see a contradiction there necessarily.
Close quote. So listen closely. Every single time that Khalil opens his mouth to speak about God in this debate, I will remind him of the fact that nothing he says actually refers to God at all. This debate is already over, folks. Khalil should simply leave his mic on mute, as he cannot even speak about God whatsoever. Paul Walker again states, and I quote, "Those who have proposed such an absolute view of God, as for example to say with the Neoplatonists that he is beyond both knowledge and being, have been regarded almost necessarily as mystics, at least in theology. Indeed, it has been hard to discover a rational and non-mystical yet religiously satisfying explanation for such a paradox as human worship of an unknown God. It should be clear that As-Sijistani offers no new method for knowing the unknowable God. He never really concerned himself with a demonstration of how he knows the unknown God to exist. This problem, which really has no logical solution, of course, was for him secondary." Close quote. So, Khalil's God does not exist, cannot be known, and cannot be worshipped. On this basis alone, his position doesn't even get off the ground and really shouldn't even be considered. So, Khalil needs to explain.
Yeah, I just think one of the things I tell people is that if something is too good to be true, it probably is. Like this idea that there's this group of people with this apparently long intellectual history, and something as basic as the grounding presupposition of your view makes it impossible to speak about God or theology, etc. But they've written.
I gotta let the dog out real quick, but I'll be right back.
Cool. They've written tons of material for, I'm assuming, hundreds of years about God. Obviously, then they have found a way a third way to deal with the quote contradiction. So, like, if something is too good to be true, it generally is. So that's kind of anyway. But if you look at the title, as Dr. Khalil is pointing out, the title itself is An Ismaili Answer to the Problem of Worshipping the Unknowable Neoplatonic God. So right there, if you look at the title itself, the person writing believes he has found a way to satisfactorily reconcile the paradox. So I understand how tempting it is to jump on a logical problem that you think people can't get out of. But I think if you have a long-standing tradition with some of the smartest people on the planet holding to that tradition, that simple logical pretzel probably has a bit of extra curves that you didn't think through. So if I'm looking at the name of this work right here, it's odd. It implies some sort of philosophical solution. So I don't know.
Clear that As-Sijistani offers no new method for knowing the unknowable God. He never really concerned himself with a demonstration of how he knows the unknown God to exist. This problem, which really has no logical solution, of course, was for him secondary. Close quote. So, Khalil's God does not exist, cannot be known, and cannot be.
Again, and Dr. Khalil just said it. If you mean libertarian will, then yes, but I don't hold to libertarian divine will. Exactly. Now, I will say, even though the good doctor is here, I really wish you would have drawn out the distinction between the libertarian and compatibilist understandings of the will, because Jake, and even in the post-debate discussions, the few that I've seen, is still pounding this point. And I'm not sure if Jake is familiar with compatibilism versus libertarianism, or if you have a modified compatibilist view, Dr. Khalil. But to me, that was probably one of the major misses of this discussion on Jake's part. But so this part of the opening statement I thought was a little bit shaky. upon the fourth. This is the fifth time I'm looking at this debate now.
Worshipped. On this basis alone, his position doesn't even get off the ground and really shouldn't even be considered. So, Khalil needs to explain to us whether or not he is still an Ismaili or has he apostatized in favor of the creed of the philosophers. Secondly, he needs to explain to us why we should reject the plain reading of the Quran and the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the creator, all-knowing and all-powerful. Lastly, Khalil must explain to us how we can know and worship an unintelligible God beyond existence and intellect. Khalil believes that Allah is not the creator of the world. He is not all-powerful. He is not all-knowing. He is not perfect. He is not all-wise. And that he only has the ability to perform one action. Imagine that. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala only has the ability to perform one action. He couldn't do anything else, even if he wanted to. Instead,
That was an interesting idea, that Allah only does one action, which if I'm memorizing Khalil's statement right, it's the pen, which would be the intellect. Was the first and only action of Allah, but then the pen then does all the other creating. So in one sense, because God is one, his actions are singular, which flow from his nature, which I thought, as the first time hearing it, seemed a bit convoluted to me and seemed to be almost childish in its simplicity. While at the same time, when I look at the theological history of Christianity, it became a lot more adult. Let me say it that way. Very, very interesting. But yeah, I mean, this right here is a rhetorical device. Is Khalil still an Ismaili? Is he apostatized from his faith? I'd say that's one of Jake's strengths, and that's rhetoric is important. Especially if you go to the to the Greeks and such, there was entire classes on being a rhetorician and things of that nature. It's very, very important. I found this part to just be, a lot of it was just Jake, using strong rhetoric here. Has he apostatized from his faith? Yada yada yada. I don't think that Jake really believed that, but I thought it was an attempt at some good rhetoric there, and whatever. I don't think many people took that very seriously, but shout out to the homie.
I actually think that Jake believes it. I don't think it was debate rhetoric.
Really?
I've seen him outside of the debate, seen him in periodic places like Clubhouse. He definitely believes that not only is Dr. Khalil a heretic from Islam, but a heretic from his version of Islam. And he doesn't believe that Dr. Khalil is consistent. He's also had a series where he's been addressing Dr. Khalil. I think I've watched number 5, the 5th video today, and it's just all dissecting and hammering him. Part of the issue between the two is that Dr. Khalil believes in divine simplicity, similar to us Christians that hold to divine simplicity. Jake does not. Jake's God has to be has to have complex action, meaning that he can't just have one action. He believes that God has to have more than one action.
Yeah, I just find it very hard to believe that he would believe that he knew enough about Ismaili theology to essentially say that he's an apostate from that theology. Like, he's an expert. I don't know. Okay, well, I mean, I'll take your word for it. I just couldn't conceive of Jake really thinking that he would know enough about that theology to say that. But I'll take your word for it,
It's interesting that you say that, because maybe you might not know this yet, but Jake was a Quran-only Muslim for like 7 years. And then he was convinced a couple of years ago, before the pandemic, that Sunni Islam was the true Islam. And so most of his studies have been attacking the Sunnah, and there's only one Sunnah, and it's from the Quran. And it's only been a couple of years now that he's been embracing, defending his view of what Islam is now, and its current conception. So I agree with you. I don't know what made him think in the debate that he was qualified to critique Dr. Khalil on his view, because Jake has a comment he says a lot. You'll see it on videos. He says, I have a lane and I stay in my lane. And I like that, because if you're knowledgeable in something, you keep going down what you're knowledgeable in. In this case, I think that Jake has spent way more time critiquing the Trinity, church fathers, and he has not spent enough time critiquing his own theology. And so when he gets asked these tough questions, he just hasn't had much time to ponder them yet.
Yeah, that makes sense. Dr. Khalil, would you say that your understanding of the divine will is a compatibilist understanding? I know you reject libertarianism, as do I. But would you be comfortable calling it compatibilist? We continue.
Attributes all of the beautiful names and attributes to two other eternal beings, known as the universal intellect and the universal soul.
This was mind-boggling to me. Two other beings. Now, I will let Khalil himself talk about it. Dr. Khalil, my apologies. But it is fascinating. I mean, you've got God in his prime, the intellect, and then the soul. And then Christians have God in his prime, Father, and then you've got the Son, who's the Logos, which would be the mind, and then you've got the Holy Spirit, which is, we call the internal, easily could be described as the soul of God. So you've got a sort of trinity there, Dr. Khalil, and when we do the interview, that is obviously something we want to talk about. Okay, so Khalil is, so he is a compatibilist. Yeah, so I've got that confirmed. So I just think Jake, when it comes to divine will, and we're going to see, this is one of the major problems that he had, and he never really was able to amend it. In debates, sometimes, like, we have a presupposition of what somebody believes, and that's why it's really important to take notes during the rebuttal period. The rebuttal period is not necessarily there for you to make an argument. The rebuttal period is for you to learn the nuance of your opponent. It's not really for you to make an argument. It's for you to understand the nuance. And so it doesn't seem to me that Jake made any adjustments considering the rebuttal of Dr. Khalil. We'll see that in a second. And that's where things really, 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 really went off the rails. So some of this is, people are saying, oh, he was unprepared, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But a lot of this to me is in the debate itself, you've got to listen to your opponent. I had a debate one time about a particular political topic, and the person did do very well. When I rewatched the video, I had my notepad out during during rebuttal. When I was doing my rebuttal, he was playing with his cat. So when it was cross-ex time, he got, it didn't go well. So that's just any debater, if you, have aspirations for this, like, you got to listen to your opponent during the cross-ex. You have to, because if you don't, you're missing out on a lot of important information, and you've got to adjust. My closing statements are almost never as I've written them. Never. I leave about 20% of my closing statements to be open to change because of that principle. All right, we continue. That's just a little bonus for you guys on debating.
And get this, they aren't even mentioned in the Quran. Simply and straightforwardly, this is not Islam. بل نقذف بالحق على الباطل فيدمغه فإذا هو زاهق ولكم الويل مما تصفون. Thank you very much. And I look.
All right, that's some good Arabic from Brother Jake there. Good job, Jake. Well done.
Forward to hearing from Khalil.
Okay, thank you, Jake, for that opening. So right now, Khalil, are you ready? Jake, can you, Khalil, you're muted.
All right, I'm going to skip this.
And Abdurrahman, if you could go to...
We want to just... Here we go.
Takfired me out of my own community, which is an interesting move to make.
Cannot be known.
Hold on. I want to get... One thing about this Khalil guy... This Khalil guy is pretty funny, actually. I generally I come to debates very, very serious, but I was a little bit disarmed by this Khalil guy because he's kind of funny. If you listen to what he says.
Mute as well, please.
Yeah.
How is my audio too now, Vin? I had to switch.
You sound good, bro.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma
You sound good.
salli ala Muhammadin wa ala Muhammad. Thank you to Jake and our host for inviting me. To be honest, I'm not a debater. I'm an academic intellectual historian. But for this occasion, I've made an exception because my opponent has a habit of misconstruing and takfiring any Muslim who holds to certain beliefs, including many Sunnis, Twelvers, Ismailis, Sufis, and Falasifa.
Okay, so to takfir somebody is essentially to say you're a heretic, you're outside of the fold of Islam. That's what it means to takfir somebody. So Jake essentially takfired the doctor from his own group, from his own Ismaili group. He takfired him. So that is true.
Now he's takfired me out of my own community, which is an interesting move to make.
Go ahead, James.
And one thought with that too, I'll be quick, is so a lot of Muslims believe that like lay Muslims, like lay Shia Muslims who don't know any better, are still Muslim. They just haven't been presented with the right information that their view is wrong, or that they're looking at the wrong hadith. But when you are in a position where they are declaring that you know better and you are doing this, they're outright, like you said, putting you outside of the fold of Islam, which means that your life could be in danger. So it is definitely not a good thing.
Good Lord. Okay. That's pretty heavy.
So today I will defend the Tawheed of Islamic philosophy, including the Tawheed of the Ismaili tradition, and my defense will include a critique of Jake's Athari beliefs, without takfiring the Atharis out of Islam. Now, Tawheed means that God is absolutely one.
When I saw this picture, hey, Jimbo. When I saw this picture, I was like, oh no. This guy is on a completely different level. I was like, oh no. This is the first thing that made me say this cross-examination is going to get bloody. Just if you look at this screenshot, guys, this presentation right here, as a matter of fact, I would love it if the good doctor still has this presentation. If you could send me that deck, vidandstory@gmail.com, that would be really appreciated. But because I honestly, for my own, and plus since I've got you to commit to an interview, I want to be able to study this to learn this. Because like I said, when I first started out, I was sort of Salafist. Islam is the Islam. It's capital I Islam. If I ever became a Muslim, I'd be a Salafist. So I don't know much about this stuff, but once I saw this, I started. I wouldn't say nervous because I wasn't the one in the debate, but it was one of those things in the movies where the music changes and you know that it's about to get bloody. Did you have any thoughts, Jimbo?
No, I mean I agree. His presentation was just magnificent. It had, I like the charts. I like how he went the 10 arguments, which I know later on you'll hear Jake get upset about that. But each one of the arguments was many. Now, granted, they were big arguments, but like you were saying, when you do a debate, typically you take notes. So if I'm in a conversation with somebody and they say I have 10 points, I cringe a bit. But if they say I have 10 points, I get a pen and paper out and I write down a note about what each one of the point is. So then I can at least give like a quick 30-second response to each point. And then at least I've addressed them. But I don't think that Jake made an effort to do this in this particular debate. I think, as you'll see later on, he kept trying to go back to debate Dr. Khalil's main position.
Yeah, I agree.
And not the one he came to defend, which was Islamic philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was Dr. Khalil's first actual moderated official debate, I think. And generally, you want to stay away from what's called the shotgun thing, where you have so many points. I think Jake would have been able to land that complaint convincingly. In my view, if Jake would have seriously took down 2 out of the 10 points, I would have said, listen, it's a time debate. 10 issues is way too much for him to have to defend, but he solidly took care of 2 of those. And so that gives me the impression he'd be able to take care of the other 8. The problem is, as we'll see from my view, Jake didn't take down one of them. Or the attempt to take down any of the 10 seemed to be lackadaisical. It seemed that he had a plan and that he was not going to react to what the doc was saying. He was just going to go with what his plan was, and his plan did not obviously include these 10 points that we're about to see in a second.
And absolutely unique. God is the independent, necessary reality. He is unique, eternal, timeless, and the creator of everything that is other than him. I will show that Islamic philosophy fully upholds this view of Tawheed, while the Athari creed utterly fails at Tawheed.
Okay, so now in his opening statement, he just said that God was a necessary being. God is the independent, necessary reality. Probably he's switching out the term reality for being because he's trying to deal with the ineffable nature of God. But that right there, he's saying it's necessary being, which was one of Jake's major points. Now, it's important to keep in mind, this is not Dr. Khalil responding to Jake. This is Dr. Khalil's opening statement. So your opening statement is already pre-written, and it's not generally a reaction to what the previous person said. It's how you're going to open up the show. So again, I felt like this was a weakness in Jake's argumentation. Was he denied that these folks believe that God is a necessary being, and then here we are on page 2 of the opening statement, and then we've got God as the independent necessary being or necessary reality.
Now, in Islamic philosophy, Ismailis included, we maintain that Allah is absolutely one, simple, without any parts or multiple aspects within him, and that he is timeless and immaterial, and that God has no similarity to his creation. And God is the creator of everything through a created hierarchy of intermediaries, beginning with the first creation of Allah, known as the first intellect, the pen, or the Nur of Muhammad.
So the Nur of Muhammad is very interesting to me. I heard Yasser Qadi. He was talking about the attributes of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he was saying Muhammad means the praised one, etc., etc. And then he went on this little tangent and said, we don't worship the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We don't worship him. He's like, you have some strange people who say that he's the light of Allah, the light of creation, or whatever. And so that went in my brain and out, and it came back to me when I saw this. The first intellect, the first creation, the pen, which would be, he calls that the light of Muhammad. And then you've got the universal soul, the second creation, which is the tablet, which then goes and produces everything. This is very, very similar to some of the intertestamental Jewish stuff where you have got the Sefirot, I think is how you pronounce it in Judaism, where God or Yahweh does these emanations to his lesser beings so that they can relate to him, because God in his prime is completely incomprehensible, including to seraphim, cherubim, and the rest of the angelic hosts, and then obviously down to human beings. And so you have these emanations of God, and all throughout the intertestamental literature, that then gets combined with certain people and all this, and then you've got this strange character named Metatron and all the rest of it. But the point is, as I understand it in Judaism, God in his prime is completely unknowable, and so he basically emanates himself in a, quote, lesser form, or creates these things that are kind of like him in lesser form to then go out and create and populate the earth. In Aryan theology and Christianity, okay, so this is one of the things that my Muslim friends miss a lot. They think that Aryans were monotheists in the way that traditional Salafists are monotheists. But in reality, Aryanism is almost identical to this in their theology. In Aryanism, you have God the Father, and then you have Christ, who is the first creation of God the Father, and then Christ then creates the whole world, etc., etc. So in John chapter 1, the Arians say, of course, yeah, Jesus made everything. Without him, all things are made, blah, blah, blah. But that's because he created Jesus first, and then Jesus did the rest of the creating. My mouth completely dropped wide open when I saw this. I couldn't believe this. Now, Trinitarians don't believe that the first intellect, or what we would call the light of Muhammad, or in a Christian version, Christ, we don't believe that there was a point in time. But what I see here is it says eternally creates. One of the conversations I desperately want to have with the doctor is this Nur Muhammad, the first, the pen, is it personal? Is it a personal principle that has intellect, will, etc.? Or are these kind of like automatons that come out and then do God's will? Go ahead, James.
So the pen is also called, in some cases, the first intellect, because the pen interacts with Allah. And so the hadith says Allah created the pen, and the pen asked Allah what he should write. And I believe Allah said, everything that has happened and everything that will happen. So there is that communication between them.
Yeah, but is the pen sentient?
I believe it's, I would call it intelligent. I don't know what Jake would say, but if it's responding to Allah and asking Allah questions, I don't know that you can avoid an intelligence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you have things like Muhammad, he's preaching on this. They made a I forgot what they call a pulpit for him, and the rock that he used to stand on began to cry. And then Muhammad goes over and whispers to it, and then the rock stops crying. They said, "Ya Rasulullah, what'd you say to the rock?" And he said, "Well, the rock was crying because it missed me, but I told him that he would be able to hang out with me in Jannah, so that calmed down the rock." My point is, I don't know if that's animism or if that is a particular moment when Allah gave this rock the ability to speak. I see what you're saying. I just want to know, because for me, if I was a Salafist reading this, or just a quote regular Muslim, and I saw this, I would have serious problems. I would say this is Arianism. Aside from the second intellect. We don't have that feature in Arianism, but you definitely have this in Arianism, where God creates this first intellect, which we would call the logos, and then by that he then creates everything else. And you could even make a Trinitarian argument here, because he says eternally creates, and I'm not sure what the difference is between eternal generation and eternal creation. If it happened from all eternity, does the share the actual ontology of Allah himself or itself? I'm not sure. So that's a question. So stay tuned for part 2, dear listener, where we get to put the good doctor in the hot seat. But this right here, my jaw dropped. I was completely blown away. I told my wife, I'm like, you have got to see this. I can't believe this. And the doctor is saying that there's evidence that Kabbalah took from Islamic thought. That is fascinating to me. So that's a discussion I want to have, but we should continue.
And then through the second creation of Allah, known as the universal soul, the second intellect, or the guarded tablet. And through the mediation of the first creation and the second creation, Allah creates and sustains our universe. Thus, Islamic philosophy maintains that Allah is absolutely one, absolutely unique, and absolutely dissimilar to his creation. On the other hand, my Athari opponent Jake does not affirm pure Tawheed. He believes that Allah contains multiple distinct entitative attributes that are not identical to himself.
Okay, please pay close attention to this. This was one of the my jaw hit the floor a couple times. This is going to come up again in CrossX. This is a very, very important part of this discussion, and this is when my Salafism began to get a little bit shaky. I'm not going to lie to you.
So in the Athari view, Allah is composed of numerous uncreated finite entities like you see on this circle pie chart diagram. Furthermore, the Atharis believe that Allah has attributes that do resemble...
So 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 fingers, a couple eyes. This is very challenging, because if you remember in Jake's opening statement, Jake said that Allah doesn't have physical attributes or something like that. But then, but at the same time, you've got hands and all the rest of it. So what was your thought? Were you surprised at this, or did you already know this, Jake? James, because you're familiar with Jake's theology.
Theology has changed a bit. Like, I didn't really get to hear a lot of the things that came out in this video from him, because he was very, very like oversimplified. Like, Allah is one. Actually, if you would have asked me a year and a half ago, I would have told you that I thought Jake thought the hands, the face, that all these things were metaphorical.
Right.
I never thought that Jake would say
right
that it's literal, or that they would say, like, there's a whole entire study, and like there's lots of writings on what does it mean for something to be a literal hand in Islam. And so it's like, I see this thing where it's like, now there's two definitions of literal. Later on in the debate, we'll get to two definitions of depends. And I think that it's the same thing that he's doing to try to explain what the text is revealing from him, but then he turns around and critiques the Trinitarian Christian for saying, hey, I believe my God is one being and three persons, which don't have the same definition, and so cannot derive a contradiction on face value.
Okay, so here's one of the things we're talking about for the uninitiated. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Then the Almighty, this is the Day of Judgment. Then the Almighty would come to them in a shape. Okay, Jake said that God wasn't physical or anything like that, right? And also that God wasn't in space. He wasn't spatial, right? That there was no spatio-temporal limitation of God. That's what Jake said. But here, this is in Sahih al-Bukhari. Abu Sa'id says that the Almighty will come in a shape other than one which we saw the first time. What's interesting is, when God leads the children of Israel in Exodus, when he's telling them not to make any images for idolatry, he says, look, when I brought you up out of the land, you saw no shape, you saw no form. Okay, so God is saying, I was with you and I was shapeless and I was formless, which goes along with the with what Dr. Khalil is saying. But here, what we're hearing in Sahih Hadith is that Allah shows up in a shape. He will say, I am your Lord. They'll say, you're not our Lord. So they're having a conversation. This person looks to be, they're seeing God in his essence, and they're having an argument with this individual saying, you're not our Lord, and none will speak to him but the prophets. And then it will be said to them, do you know any sign by which you can recognize him? They will say the shin, so Allah will uncover his shin. Okay? Now, up until recently, every time I read that hadith, I said, okay, there's some spiritual, metaphorical, the shin is some spiritual reality that we don't understand, so we're using it as a, but the Salafists are saying, no, that's a shin. He literally has a shin. Now, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be whatever, but there are Salafists that say God literally has a shin. I saw a YouTube channel in which one of the folks in Jake's crew, again, please don't be angry at me, but one of Jake's disciples did say that Allah has a hand, but that Allah has hands in a way that you don't understand the hand, which I don't understand what that means. If he has a hand and we can understand it as a hand, then there has to be some sort of correlation between what we think a hand is and what Allah thinks a hand is. Otherwise, the hadith would say that Allah has a qulubiya. And you'd say, what's a qulubiya? And then God would say, well, I'll tell you when you get there, because you won't know it. But that's not what he said. What he said was, he's got a shin. Well, there's a reference point for me as a human being to what a shin is. Now, I don't really know what the doctor has to say about that. I'm assuming he's going to say that the shin is a some sort of spiritual reality or something like that. Or I don't know if he accepts Bukhari and all the rest of them.
I think he's going to say that it's metaphorical. I think that would be Dr. Khalil's position, but he's in the chat and he can let us know that. Also, if any of you know the Muslim metaphysician, he's welcome to comment in the live chat and give us real-time feedback if he happens to be by. If I do a review on somebody or we do that, you definitely don't block them from the channel. You want them to be able to interact and give you real-time feedback. But you're right about
and please,
that.
please be respectful to everybody, by the way. Go ahead.
Yes. But you're right. When you're talking about what does it mean for Allah to have a shin or a foot or a hand? These are descriptions that God gave us, according to Jake, to explain something. But why would Allah say he has hands if there wasn't some kind of reference to human hands? Not saying you have to compare us to God, but wouldn't there be some similarity, something that you can ground in with literal?
Well, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I said, like, that's why I said, like, if God said, I will show you my glubi, and we all say, what is that? And God says, I will explain it to you when you get to the day of judgment. Fine, right? But that's not what he said. He said, I'll give you my shin. Well, if it's not I'm sure if God has a shin, it's completely different from any shin that you and I would have. But a shin is still a reference point. It still means something. And so if God is communicating that to us, he's using something that we have as a reference point. So you can't say it's completely unlike a shin. You can't say that. All right, we continue.
His creation in some respect. He exists within time. He has 2 hands, 2 feet, fingers. He's above a throne. He comes down every night. He even appears in human form. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, the Athari creed will fail to register as Tawheed. Now, Islamic philosophy is a broad tradition known inside Islam as Hikmah, known in the West as Islamic Neoplatonism. And in the worldview of Islamic philosophy, Allah, who is absolutely simple and eternal, creates and sustains everything through the first intellect, the first creation. Now, this particular worldview is widespread in the history of Islam across Sunni and Shia traditions. Despite all their other differences, you have a big tent of Muslims who believe in this Neoplatonic worldview. These include Sunnis in the Ibn Sina tradition, Persian Sufis like Ghazali and Rumi, the Ibn Arabi tradition, South Asian Sunnis. There are even some Hanbali Sunnis that believe in this Neoplatonic worldview. So this is not an exclusively Ismaili thing, despite what my opponent says. The greatest Islamic metaphysicians held to a Neoplatonic worldview of reality. Meanwhile, the Athari creed that Jake is defending is actually the most anti-rational and the most anti-metaphysical creed in the very history of Islam.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect that after this discussion, Jake will probably modify this Athari or Salafist position, because I'm not certain that there's any way to get out of the problems that arose during the cross-ex. So I was reading somewhere where I was reading on Twitter, and there was one guy said, this is why you're not supposed to do debates on this topic, is what the Salafists. So there is a Salafist stream of thought that says we should never do debates. I'm not saying all Salafists think that, but that is absolutely there. And so the people that believe that in Salafism are going to use this and say this is why we shouldn't do debates. But there's a lot of folks here in this. I don't recognize any of these names, but I think what Doc is trying to do here is to basically say, listen, man, it's not like I'm some fringe weirdo. Okay, you've got people from Sunni Shia philosophers, etc., Persians, Sufis. This is not some weird thing in a corner. Although, is this right, James, that the Sunni tradition, was it the Ijma? I don't think I'm pronouncing that right. Haven't they pronounced that Khalil's theology is heretical, or am I wrong on that?
Khalil Allah or Khalil Indani.
Yeah, would he be accepted in mainstream Islam, or was this heretical in mainstream Sunni Islam, as far as like a fatwa or something like that?
So, from my understanding, what describes themselves as mainstream Sunni Islam is what Jake has, the creed that he's defending, and they would actually consider Khalil Allah outside of the fold of Islam for some of his positions,
Khalil
and they
Adnani,
would
you mean?
Khalil Allah and Khalil Indani. I
Wait,
was just answering both at the same time. Yeah, both would be considered outside of the fold of Islam, meaning that they're not holding positions that are classic to that creed. So they're in a way they're either inventing, in some cases, something new that's
wait,
different.
Khalil Allah? Are we talking about the same Khalil Allah?
Yes, both Khalil Andani and Khalil Allah would both be defined as being outside of the fold of Islam from these guys in the strict interpretation. The problem, though, is
Okay.
that when they do that, then you look at things that Jake believes, and Jake doesn't fit every single one of those lines either. So I would say we would have to say that Jake would be outside of the fold of Islam technically too. And that was part of one of the things that Dr. Khalil kept saying in this video, is it's not good that we just keep saying you're not a Muslim, you're not a Muslim.
Right. Yeah, the takfiri stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Now, my opponent has said, for example, that if you hold to this Neoplatonism that I've described, that you're not a Sunni. He said that. Now, this is patently false. It doesn't even pass the test of history. Let me give you guys one example of how widespread Islamic Neoplatonism is. We have a text called Hidayat al-Hikmah by Al-Athari. This text teaches that Allah is absolutely simple. He has no parts or real attributes, and that Allah is the creator of an eternal first intellect and 10 other intellects. Now, this text, Hidayat al-Hikmah, was taught across the Islamic madrasa system in the Ottoman, Safavid, Qajar, Mughal empires for the past 700 years. And
wow, this is mind-boggling to me. Well, did this blow you away, or did you already know this? This blew me away.
I did not already know that. The thing that's interesting is I have learned so much more from talking with Khalil Andani and other Arabic speakers and people who have left Islam than I have in over a year of being in a private chat with other Muslims. And so I think that it's like there's this the screen that's put up that everybody's in agreement. There's this unique harmony. But when you go to look at the actual Muslim texts, you actually see a huge, rich tradition of diverse issues.
I agree.
Now, some of them killed each other over these issues. I'm not sugarcoating that, but there was great divides.
Yeah,
I think that's where I'll leave that one.
Unbelievable. They're actual Sunni scholars that published commentaries on this stuff and super commentaries. That's mind-boggling to me. And I don't really... Did Jake really deal with this particular slide? I don't remember him dealing with this slide exactly. But...
I don't recall him doing it. Now, here's the thing. I liked Dr. Khalil's arguments. The issue, though, too, with giving Jake 10 arguments is not that that's like the machine gun tactic, because we already recognize that Jake's not going to be able to handle all those, and nobody could like just address 10 arguments fully. But it also, by giving Jake too many arguments, it gives him a chance to not have to address certain arguments.
That's true.
And then he can pick and choose which ones he interacts with or which ones he doesn't.
That's very true.
That's why I think he only interacted with maybe one or two.
And again, interact and actually deal with and deconstruct are not the same thing. And I think, guys, I'm gonna play all of Jake's cross-ex stuff because I don't want people to jump on us and say whatever. But we're gonna give Jake actually the lion's share of the talking points here and skip some Dr. Adnani stuff. But I completely agree with that. I think, especially after this situation, if these two ever cross paths again, which I doubt very highly Jake would agree to, if the doctor kept it to 2 or 3 points and just left it there and forced him to deal with those exactly direct as best you can, because we'll see in the cross-examination that, well, we'll just get there. You guys will see.
100 Muslim scholars, Sunni and Shia, wrote commentaries on this text.
I'll say this real quick, Vin, too. I don't look to see Jake ever do a debate on this particular subject again. This caused so many issues. Like, I'm reading on Twitter where there are Muslims upset with Jake. There's other Muslims wanting Jake to not debate it, like the quote that you had. And I think that it'll be a very, very long time before we get to see this, which is kind of unfortunate, because I don't, like, if you look online, you will not find, I think, another formalized debate like this where you have two Muslims digging this deep into theology in the English-speaking square. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I think if you're an Ismaili or whatever Dr. Adnani is, they're going to say those debates don't happen because it's going to end up like this for the Salafists, right? That's what they're going to say. Okay, we continue.
When Jake has said that if you have these Neoplatonic beliefs, you're a kafir and a mushrik, I want Jake to tell us whether he thinks that madrasas for...
A mushrik is a person who practices shirk or practices polytheism. And Jake has identified, Allah, the pen, and the tablet. He specifically looked at the pen and the tablet as two other gods on top of Allah. And so he's basically accusing him of polytheism. And so because of that, he would then be a mushrik, which, again, if I was a Muslim and I heard what Dr. Adnani said for the first time, that is exactly what I would say. I would be completely blown away that they were Sunni and Shia scholars. Well, not so much blown away by the Shia because I'm biased towards Sunni. I would be blown away that there were any Sunni scholars that not only believe this, but published in public written works defending this stuff. That would blow me away. And honestly, if I went into a debate not knowing this, when it got to my point, I would say, well, I didn't know that, and so I don't really see a reason to continue the debate. But I think, unfortunately, it appears to me that it looks to me like Jake has the identity of being this internet, sheikh, or this internet Mahdi figure that's celebrated all over the place, and you're on shows and all this. I think he's absorbed some of that into his own value system. And so, again, the brand of apologetics that Jake and his crew does is, to me, WWE. Like, I listen to a lot of the early biographies of Muhammad and the first Sahab, and the mannerisms that Muhammad had. Of course, he went to jihad, killed people. We know that. But as far as like the mannerisms of a person, Muhammad had these excellent manners, and there was a real primer on beautifying the deen, the religion, with how you talk to people. And I think, that crew right now, they're experiencing, what the Christians called God's discipline, where you treated people like this. Now it's on the other. Now the shoe is on the other foot, and I'm praying for you, Jake. That aside from all this nonsense, that you would just, at the end of the day, devotion to God is devotion to God. And sometimes we get caught up in all this, internet celebrityism, and we start to miss the ultimate point. So my prayer in this whole situation for Jake would be that he would just look, dig into the beauty of your religion for the sake of your religion. He got thrust into the limelight, and there's other people that get thrust into the limelight way too early. And so anyway, we continue. That's just my concern. We go ahead.
700 years we're teaching kufr to Muslims, and whether 200 Muslim scholars have been writing commentaries on kufr and shirk for the past 700 years. Now, in this opening statement, I will offer 10 arguments to show that the Tawheed of Islamic philosophy, Ismailis included, is established by reason and revelation, while the Athari creed is surely not. My first 5 arguments will target the logical incoherence and anthropomorphism of the Athari Hanbali creed, and my next 5 arguments will show the truth of the position of Islamic philosophy, which entails the falsity of the Athari creed. Now, what are our criteria for true Tawheed? Firstly, the correct Tawheed must be proven rationally, and it must be logically coherent and metaphysically coherent. So it has to be demonstrated. It cannot just be asserted. Second,
That's fascinating. It cannot violate the laws of logic. Which laws of logic? That's interesting, considering Jake's other positions on certain topics. We continue.
True Tawheed must be consistent with the correct understanding of the Holy Quran and Sunnah. The correct understanding, which is not the same as a personal understanding from Jake or the Salaf or whoever it is. Because the Prophet, per Sunni and Shia sources, said that the Book of God, the correct understanding of the Quran, is only with his family, the Ahlul Bayt. Argument 1. The Hanbali Athari creed forbids philosophical and logical arguments. It's completely forbidden. We have a contemporary Hanbali authority, Sheikh Yusuf bin Sadiq, who has said that logical proofs is prohibited and kalam is prohibited in the Hanbali madhab, which the Athari creed comes from. Ahmad ibn Hanbal has said that...
Okay, here's what I was talking about. And this got reflected on Twitter. By a lot of Sunnis who were not happy with Jake. So, this line, one should not dispute with anyone, nor engage in formal debate, nor learn the art of argument. Verily, kalam regarding predestination, the sight of God in the afterlife, the Quran, and other topics of the traditions is rejected and forbidden. Whoever does it, even if his kalam should agree with the Sunnah, it is not of the people of the Sunnah until he rejects arguments and surrenders. It was very interesting to me. I had a discussion with the homie, and right before we went live, I said, hey, you said XYZ thing about the Quran and the Bible, and I have questions about the Quran and the Bible, and he refused to answer those questions. He refused. He refused to engage them, even though 2 or 3 days prior, he was engaging other Christians on the topic of Quran and specific text in the Bible. As a matter of fact, he brought up, I think it was 1 Corinthians 3 or 5. For us, there is one God the Father and then one Lord Jesus Christ or whatever. And he brought that up to other Christians or whatever. And so I made reference to that before he went live. He's like, no, we're not going to talk about that. So I still think to some degree, Jake follows this this principle to a degree, but at the same time, his brand, the brand of apologetics that these guys have built, is almost exclusively philosophical. So that's strange.
Islam is rejected and forbidden. That means you cannot use reason to prove the existence of God, and you cannot use reason to attack anybody else. So Jake, by just coming to a debate, has violated the Athari creed, and if he really follows the Athari creed, he should withdraw from the debate right now. So if you are a true blue Athari, you should refrain from any sort of arguments that you're bringing in the debate, because by making any argument against anyone else's position, the Athari has refuted themselves, and you should just back out of the debate and withdraw immediately. Argument 2, Ahmed ibn Hanbal.
Well, again, to James's point, this is probably the reason why you're not going to see a lot of these debates in the future, and I think that that's probably a good thing, because, like I said, there's the external exercise of religion, which obviously the public has a part in, but there's that internal side of religion where obviously it doesn't look like Jake has had the opportunity to just experience that, and that's a beautiful thing. Obviously, I'm a Christian, but I still think that there are a lot of really truthful, beautiful things about this religion that he's missing out on. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of more debates where Jake actually engages this directly, but yeah.
Imam of the Hanbali Athari Creed is a known anthropomorphist. We know this because we have the creeds of Ahmed from Hanbali sources. In this creed, he says that Allah has 2 feet, that Allah laughs, he has fingers, he comes down from the heaven, he puts his foot in the fire. All of these statements from Ahmed, including that God has a loin, come from Sunni hadith that the Atharis have to take.
Yo, the womb got up and grabbed the loin of Al-Rahman. Bukhari 480:30, Musnad Ahmed. James, I'm gonna go research that because I've got to see that for myself. No disrespect to the doctor. You take over while I try to find this hadith, okay? I just want to verify that this hadith is authentic because that was a mind-blowing moment for me, and I should have had it researched before. Go ahead, James.
In the apparent meaning, and Ahmed himself says we take all the hadith according to the apparent meaning. Well, guess what? The apparent meaning of all of these hadith and creedal statements results in a Zeus-like God, which quite frankly is deeply disturbing. I don't know how anybody...
Yeah, I can hear you.
This is why I'm just going to talk to the audience for a moment real quick and then let it go back while you're looking for that.
Yeah, but just real quick, this is why I said that the doctor was funny, right? Like, he's got Zeus up there. Like, this is a really serious topic, but he's got Zeus up there with the bow. All right, go ahead, James. Go ahead.
Just some channel business. Like and subscribe if you enjoy this. Ben has kindly agreed to do a couple more videos with me coming up on why we are not Muslim and just kind of explaining to you our perspective. This one was wanting to dive into the critique of the video and on it. Also, like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. Unsubscribe if you don't, although I'm not supposed to tell you that. And Ben, are you ready, or do you want to play the audio again?
Well, I was just pointing out, like, how funny, like, he's like, this is a Zeus-like God, whatever. All right, so I'm gonna put up Sahih al-Bukhari 4830, okay? Because, like I tell people all the time, if you see something crazy, make sure you verify that as much as you possibly can, because holy smokes. But go ahead. Go ahead, man. You're good.
The video. No, you're good. Go ahead and run the audio for the video. We'll listen to a little bit more of this argumentation.
Okay. Let's hit play.
He thinks this passes for Tawheed. And this is not just my opinion. The academic Dr. Wesley Williams has said that Ahmed ibn Hanbal was an anthropomorphist, and he believed that the divine does have human-like features that I've put on the slide. Now, let me give you an example of how crass this anthropomorphism is. You have a hadith that the Hanbalis were famous for narrating, and believing in hadith is part of the Athari creed. So this hadith, the Prophet allegedly says that he saw Allah in the form of a young man with curly hair. This is what the hadith says. And the Hanbalis believe in this hadith, and the Atharis have to affirm this hadith. Here are the receipts. Ahmed ibn Hanbal, according to multiple witnesses, validated this hadith as true. The Hanbali authorities like Qadi Abu Yala, Daraqutni said the hadith is true. Even Ibn Taymiyyah said this hadith is sahih. So Jake, if you follow the Athari creed, fine. I want you to admit that you believe that Allah has the form of a...
Okay, Ibn Taymiyyah is essentially the father of the movement that Jake is closest to belong to. And I got to tell you, Ibn Taymiyyah giveth and Ibn Taymiyyah taketh away. Because Ibn Taymiyyah took a position on the satanic verses that is not very friendly to Muhammad's prophethood, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It is something that I want to talk to the good doctor about. Again, I don't know what hadith, because there was some Shia hadith that he quoted where he talked about like the alabate, like the knowledges with Al-Quran and my family essentially, which is favorite Shia hadith. I will say, I reached out to a Muslim who I believe is a very, very knowledgeable Muslim who is on Jake's side. I think I would be safe in saying that. And I reached out to the homie. I said, listen, I quoted this hadith, and I said, hey man, this is a fringe understanding, or do whatever. And he posted to me a couple scholars that said this is not authentic, of course. And I said, okay, am I safe to say that this is a fringe view, in the sense that, am I safe to say that of course we believe the earth is an oblong sphere, but you've got other crazy geologists that a flat earther would look like? Is it that kind of thing? And this person said to me, well, no, it's not. I wouldn't say that it's only fringe scholars that believe this hadith that Muhammad said, I saw my Lord in the most beautiful form, like a youth with abundant hair, or like a beardless man, and all the rest of it. So the point of the matter is, Ibn Taymiyyah is, I don't even think there's a Christian analogy, maybe Augustine to Ibn Taymiyyah, okay? For Ibn Taymiyyah to believe this is pretty damning for the Athari Creed, in my opinion. I had a discussion with one of the folks in Jake's crew, because we were talking about the satanic verses, and I said Ibn Taymiyyah took a certain position on the satanic verses, and this person tried to tell me that Ibn Taymiyyah was, this guy was known as a hafad of the of hadith, much less Quran. So this is. See, here's the thing. You do have the 10 points that he brought up point by point, and you can definitely say, like, that was too much to review. But this is just the man's introduction. The man's introduction itself is pretty freaking damning, excuse my French. Just this introduction itself, and the fact that Ibn Taymiyyah accepted this is a serious problem. And I was surprised. I was almost certain the first time I saw this debate that in the first cross X, Jake was going to say, that's a lie, that didn't happen, Ibn Taymiyyah did not believe this, etc., etc., etc. Unfortunately, with Islam, you have the preponderance of a hadith, and then you have this the science of a hadith and isnad chains and all the rest of it, what you consider reliable and whatnot. And then what happens is it becomes, in my view, so convoluted that you have to rely on these experts who dedicate their entire life to this. And Ibn Taymiyyah, I'm sorry, and you guys who are much more familiar, I'm a neophyte when it comes to Islam, but I mean, he's up there. They don't have a doctrine of like papal infallibility, so you cannot disagree with Ibn Taymiyyah. You can disagree with Ibn Taymiyyah, but if you're in the line that these guys come from, it's not a good look. It's just not a good look that Ibn Taymiyyah believes this. So now you can't just discard this hadith as fringe. And I will say, I really appreciate my Muslim friend, and he might be watching this. I really appreciate the honesty. He said, no, man, you can't say it's a fringe thing. There are people who disbelieve it. There are people who believe it. Now, he didn't come out and tell me, he didn't name drop Ibn Taymiyyah, but it is what it is. So shout out to him.
Young man who is beardless and who has curly hair. Just admit it if you are really an Athari. Otherwise, you should denounce the Athari Creed immediately. Now, just to be clear, this belief that Allah is a young man without a beard, this comes from Christianity. It does not come from the Quran and Sunnah, and this is what the research has shown. So the Athari view of Tawheed and some of these hadith that it's based on is not from the Quran and Sunnah.
Astaghfirullah, ya Ibn Adnani. That's not necessarily Christianity. You see a Jesus here, he's all white. Look, he's all white with look, he's got your cheeks there, Jimbo. Oh man. We are not, don't blame white Jesus on us, on Christianity, Dr. Adnani. Nah. This was really, like I said, guys, just this opening statement was really bad. It was really bad. Forget the 10 point. He hasn't even gotten to the 10 points yet. This is point 2. Sorry. This is point 2 of 10. I mean, like I said, if I was him, I would have done 3, maximum 5 points. But these 2 alone are really bad because it's there. And it's obviously a borrowing from early Christian traditions. But I would argue Isa blowing into the the clay bird and the bird. I would argue that was a story first found in Gnostic Gospels that predate Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and Muhammad, because Mecca was essentially Manhattan, people would come in with all their different religions, and you had a picture of Jesus in the Kaaba before Muhammad purified it. To me, it just seems so obvious that this is just a hodgepodge of the religions that were local to the area. Now, I want to be careful. That's my view as a Christian. Dr. Adnani is not saying that. I'm saying this as a Christian. So while I believe a certain person won the debate, I am a Christian, right? So I'm not, but my point is, to me, this correlation here is just what happened in your mind, James, when you saw this, especially the early depictions of Jesus being a beautiful Roman youth with long curly hair, and then seeing this hadith where we're in the same situation.
I had never heard of that hadith, to be honest with you. It was not one that was ever presented to me by Muslims in defending the faith. I do think that it is very problematic, though. I don't think they can deny that. I think, though, because Dr. Khalil is a Ismaili, he would fall under another branch of hadith, and this one he would outright reject as not being proper sunnah of the Prophet.
Yeah, because he said supposedly when he introduced it. David says, if you claim to be Salafi and then disregard the fundamental beliefs of Ibn Taymiyyah, Salafi scholars then do tabdi on you, say that you're an innovator. Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, I don't believe that Jake didn't explicitly deny Ibn Taymiyyah here. To be fair to Jake, I don't think he did that.
No, it's from other religions. Argument 3. Now, my opponent already has to affirm the apparent meaning of everything, all the bullet points that you see here, because this is what the Sunni hadith say. Okay, if he does not want to affirm the apparent meaning, he can be like the rest of Ahl al-Sunnah and do ta'wil. That is, affirm a metaphorical meaning, the non-Zahiri meaning. The problem with this is that the Athari books are very clear. Ibn Qudama says multiple times, we do not interpret anything with a ta'wil that opposes the apparent meaning. So metaphorical interpretation of God's eyes, God's face, God's beardless human form, God's foot, that is not an option for the Athari. So Jake must either affirm the apparent meaning of all these things, in which case his tawheed fails, or what Jake is going to do, I'm predicting.
In Jake's defense, Jake didn't go with the metaphorical view, right? That would be tafweed, saying it's just metaphorical.
I don't know if tafweed is the right word, but it might be. I'm not as familiar with my Arabic, but yes, Jake would not take the position that it's metaphorical.
Okay, so
he would say it is literal, but he would not affirm literal in the sense of how we're using the word literal. They have a special word literal that means literal, but not literal.
Yeah.
I know that sounded kind of confusing when I said that. So they have
it's pretty convoluted.
Watching, they have another word they use for literal. And in the same sense, what makes this even more interesting is that they critique Trinitarian Christians on being in person, when persons is the way we describe what God has revealed. We're not saying that God is like three human persons. And so, because, for example, the God being one being, he can have multiple persons. A human being is limited to one person.
Right.
And so it's very interesting to see these lines of argumentation come out from Jake.
Which at this point, to your point, whether you agree or disagree with that, that's not an appeal to mystery. To say that we have a distinction between being in person and that all other created beings have one person for one being, but God being infinite can have three persons within one being. That's not an appeal to mystery. That's as Jake and I discussed, Those are logical deductions and paradoxes, you could say, but in themselves do not violate the law of non-contradiction. But what Dr. Adnani is doing for his first debate is ridiculous in the sense that he is cutting off the projected arguments to defend this position. So he's done 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is massively devastating. So he knows what the rescue plan is for that, and he's already cutting that off. That's a master debater. You see this in Romans chapter 9 when Paul is doing his treatise on the qadar of Allah versus free will. And when Paul says, and one of you will say to me, why does God still blame us for who resist his will? So Paul anticipates the argument and then refutes it in his presentation. And that's exactly what Dr. Adnani's doing. Just a really just crisp. If I hope other people take this guy on and debate, because it's a thing of beauty to watch this guy operate, to be honest with you.
He's going to do something called tafweed. He's going to reject the apparent meaning, and he's going to reject the ta'wil. And this is known as tafweed al-mahna. The problem with tafweed al-mahna is that it leads to a clear contradiction. When you do tafweed al-mahna, you deny the apparent meaning, and then you deny the opposite of the apparent meaning. And this is a clear logical contradiction, and it means that the tafweed position of the Atharis is completely incoherent. Now, if Jake finds a way to get past the logical problem of the Athari, which is what this is called, then he has another problem. So if you say that you do tafweed and you don't know the meaning of God coming down at night, you don't know the meaning of his 2 hands, what you're basically saying is that there is no meaning to these statements in the Quran and the Sunnah that are accessible to humans. And that turns parts of the Quran and Sunnah into gibberish, something that has no truth value. Okay. Now the problem with this,
that's why I said, when we're talking about Allah and his shin, and I believe the shin is also mentioned in the Quran. But if Allah said, God will reveal his blah, 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 his gobbledygook, we would all say, what does that mean, Ya Rasulullah? And if Muhammad were to say, Allah will reveal this on the day of judgment, fine. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is he's using words like hand, shin, face. He even talks about shade, etc. And Ibn Taymiyyah and the rest of those boys are saying, yeah, I mean, he's got these attributes. He looks like a very handsome, beardless man, yada yada yada, and his hijab is light. Okay, these are all. But so if you say it's not like a hand, it's not anything like a hand at all, but he says it's a hand, then it's gibberish. Then why did Allah use the term hand, shin, face, etc. in the first freaking place? That would frustrate me. It's one or the other, right? But now it's kind of, there's this kind of logical pretzel that we're going to see, especially in the rebuttal period, in the cross-ex period, where this becomes really, really painful to try to defend.
Is according to Arabic grammarians, a statement only counts as kalam or speech if it is mufid, if it is meaningful. Something that is not meaningful to people that is not kalam. So when the Athari does tafweed al-mahna, what they are doing is they are saying that the Quran and the Hadith are not kalam, which is a form of disbelief in the Quran, as the not kalam, it cannot be kalam Allah. And this is why other Hanbali scholars like Hatim al-Hajj have come out against this tafweed al-mahna, which my opponent is probably going to do, because it would mean that the Prophet said all these things, and the Prophet himself doesn't even know what God's 2 hands are, and the Prophet doesn't know what God...
Well, I agree with the logic of this, but when we have our discussion, isn't the aharuf, when Muhammad says that the Quran is revealed in 7 aharuf, we can't define what aharuf means. So, but you know what? Would he accept that hadith though? I'm not sure. Okay, we continue.
Coming down at night means.
I think I just answered my own
Next
question.
argument. If the Athari comes and says either tafweed al-mahna, which is we don't know what it means, or if the Athari says we affirm it, but we don't know how, which is bila kayf, and only God knows how.
One Quran and it being uncreated, one Quran and it being created, they wouldn't necessarily argue that the Quran is eternal. I don't believe that would be Dr. Khalil's position.
Yeah, but when Muhammad says the Quran was revealed in 7 aharuf, and to my knowledge, there is no actual definition of what aharuf means. So wouldn't that be? But again, that's hadith. That's not explicitly stated in the Quran. Whereas Allah's shin is explicitly stated in the Quran. So that would probably be how we'd answer that question. But we continue, unless you had other points, James.
Truck it along.
Well, this is
good.
Appeal to mystery. Okay, the Athari creed is an appeal to mystery. Now, this is fine if you want to appeal to mystery, but then Jake, if you are a true blue Athari and you do Tafwid al-Mahna or Tafwid al-Kayf, fine, you should stop debating with Christians, because the Christian Trinitarians, they do this Tafwid al-Mahna and Tafwid al-Kayf. Professor Wilmer says regarding the Trinity, we don't know why there could be or how there could be three persons in one God. And Stephen David says the Trinity is a mystery to us, but it's not a mystery to God. This is just a Christian form of tafweed. So if
this I didn't understand. If we say that God in his primary essence is so unknowable that he had to emanate the pen and then by the pen the tablet, then that also means that in Dr. Adnani's view, that God in his prime would be the ultimate mystery, so much so that we wouldn't even be able to begin to understand anything about him. I'm just saying that as a logical deduction. Like, if God is so transcendent that even the term existence cannot be applied to him, then we have no point of reference from which to know him. Wouldn't that be definitionally a mystery itself? So I don't understand the hesitancy when we're dealing with the divine being to say that there are going to be things that are mysterious. To me, that's one of my favorite things about God. You know, when my kids ask me, are we going to be born in heaven? I'm going to say, are you crazy? We're going to learn something new about God every single day, and everything we learn is going to be better than the thing we learned before from our experience, okay? And because God is infinite, we're going to be learning for all eternity, and that's what makes heaven heaven. It's the gap between us and God, in my view, that makes heaven a place where heaven, Jannah, whatever you want to call it, a place where you'd literally be dying to get to. I get bored with, that's why I read so much, is because my ADD, I get bored too easily. So the mystery of God is something that I look forward to. If God wasn't mysterious, then in my mind, if there's no mystery about God at all, then in my mind, you made him up. And I don't understand how, if God is so transcendent that he needed to create the pen to even create, how could it be anything other than a mystery? Now, if you're trying to hide a logical contradiction behind mystery, that's one thing. Which I would obviously argue that Trinitarians are because we've got neat categories of being and person separated. I don't think we need to appeal to mystery to deal with that logical issue because it doesn't violate non-contradiction. So if the doctor is saying appealing to mystery to hide behind a logical contradiction is bad, I'm with him. But I disagree that we're doing that with the Trinity. I do agree that it appears that these Athari fellows are doing that with their doctrine, though, is what it looks like. Okay. James, did you have any thoughts on that? Okay. Holy smoke, a beardless youth with curly hair is Allah. That's so fascinating to me. All right, we continue.
The Athari is going to do tafweed, fine, but then you need to cancel your debating career against the Christians because they can do exactly the same thing. Now, my opponent has made mention about the Quran and what the Quran says. Well, let's see what the Quran actually says, okay? Let's begin with Surat Al-Ikhlas. Kul hu Allahu ahad, Allahu samad. What does this mean? Well, what does ahad mean? According to the widely held view in Sunni tafsir, as reported by Professor Lombard, the meaning of ahad and the meaning of ahadiyya is an absolute oneness that is unique and cannot be divided. That means Allah is absolutely simple, which is what the Islamic philosophers believe. The Atharis do not believe that Allah is absolutely simple. They believe that Allah has real distinct attributes that are different from one another and different from Allah's essence. And although Jake didn't say it in his slides, he said it on his YouTube videos multiple times. So the God...
That's true. He did. And he does end up saying it in the cross-ex as a spoiler.
That the Atharis believe in is not ahad, because ahad means absolute simplicity. It's the same thing with samad. What does Samad mean? Well, according to the Sunni tafsir tradition from Tabari and others, Samad refers to that reality which is one, solid, unchangeable, and monolithic. A monolithic reality is an absolutely simple reality, but the Atharis don't believe that. The Islamic philosophers believe that God is absolutely simple, but the Atharis have this weird thing. They say Allah's essence is uncreated, but it's not the same as Allah's uncreated foot, which is not the same as Allah's uncreated power. So the Athari God doesn't even meet the definition of Ahad or Samad.
Okay, so in traditional divine simplicity, was it Aquinas, God's essence is existence, which I don't know if that was Aquinas, but the doctor then goes to disagree with that. And I understand why, because we don't want to attribute existence to God because he's transcendent of that. And he is the means by which existence exists. So you can't say that he exists. But Jake, you do have, if Allah looks like a man, a beardless man, that means he's got parts in his, again, we're talking about God's primary essence. We're not talking about emanations or manifestations or incarnations. We're talking about God in his prime. And okay, so here's Khalil. Exactly. This is what Khalil was saying. Jake is affirming a logical contradiction and then peeling mystery to justify it. Okay, right. Okay, so we're not again. Okay, so then in that we're in complete agreement. So Dr. Khalil is not against mystery ever, because the essence of his God is absolutely mysterious. What he's saying is you can't do something logically contradictory. I can't say that God is one person and three persons and then say, hey man, it's a mystery. You can't do that. That's what he's saying, and in that sense I agree. Look, you've got, Allah has a hand, he's got, look, the term shin, here's the problem, okay, with this literal hadith interpretation. In the hadith, it doesn't just say Allah will show his shin. What happens is Allah goes up to people on the Day of Judgment, says, I'm your Lord. They say, La, you're not our Lord. And then Allah basically is arguing with his folks and says, what can I show you to prove you that I'm your Lord? And then they said, well, the shin. So he pulls up his shin and then they go, oh my God, subhanAllah, you're the Lord. And then they bow and they worship him. Okay, that's not just like your shin. It is a physical identifying marker that separates Allah from the creation, and somehow Allah's slaves get it. They go, oh, that's the shin. So there's a physical marker to Allah in this literal interpretation of these hadith. That's why I'm saying when they say, well, it's a shin, but it's not really a shin, it's unlike anything you've ever heard. How can you say that when the regular human beings who were on this earth tell Allah, we will recognize you by the shin? So obviously, there's some part of Allah that is comprehensible to the normal human mind, because it's normal human beings that are telling Allah they can recognize him by this physical quality of his shin. If you interpret that literally, or if you even accept that as an authentic hadith, how can you avoid this charge? I don't think you can successfully avoid that charge if you take that literally, which Tamiya does and all the rest of them have to if they're going to follow this school of thought. We continue.
Furthermore, the Quran actually clearly teaches that God is absolutely simple and that God has no multiplicity within himself. How do we know this? Well, the Quran says that God is the creator of everything, every shay. The Quran says that every shay has been created as a pair. So every created thing contains zawjiyah, or duality. The Quran says God is nothing like his creation. Laysa kamithlihi shay'un. So God is absolutely dissimilar to everything in creation. And if everything in creation has duality, it means God cannot have...
Zawjiyah? That's a beautiful word. So zawjati, I think, is how you say wife. And that's kind of like the duality of the opposites. That's really interesting. That's a beautiful way to say wife. Okay, that was just a, whatever. Okay, we
duality.
Continue.
But when the Athari comes and says that God has real entitative sifat that are distinct from his essence, the Athari has created duality within God, because a sifa and mausuf are not identical. They're codependent on one another. And this is the same teaching that Imam Ali, the first Imam and the fourth Caliph of Sunnis, teaches. He says you have to deny God attributes, that is, real distinct attributes. Now, The Quran actually nowhere teaches the Athari doctrine that God has real distinct attributes that are additional or distinct from his essence. What the Quran does talk about is the names of Allah, the descriptions, and the relations. But names, descriptions, and relations are not the same as ontological attributes. There is an Athari ta'wil going on here that they're not admitting to. So where does the doctrine of real distinct attributes comes from? Which again, Jake holds to this doctrine. It actually comes from the Christian doctrine of the Trinity. This is the finding of Harvard professor Henry Austin Wolfson. And in fact, we can go into detail on this. We can show you, according to many
this portion right here, along with the Ibn Taymiyyah stuff, is when I officially abandoned Salafism. not that I was ever a Salafist, but like I said, if I wasn't a Christian, I'd be a Muslim, and if I was a Muslim, I'd be a Salafist. Now, I don't know what I would be if I wasn't a Christian. Praise God, he's made me a Christian, and I will be one till I die, inshallah. But holy smokes, this is pretty devastating to the Athari view. And I want to say the Athari view and not Jake, because Jake is not the one who created this view. Jake came into the situation having to defend this view. And I just think it's really hard to defend on a rational basis. So I want to make sure this is not about Jake being, beaten or something like that. It's one of those things where if you're arguing that 2 + 2 = 5, and then you go into a debate with a mathematician, this is going to happen. So, in my mind, the debate was over on point 7 here. To me, the debate was over for me at this point.
Sources, we know that the Christian Arabs defined the Son of God and the Holy Spirit as 2 eternal divine attributes, such as life and knowledge, or knowledge and power. And the early proto-Atharis, like Ibn Kulab, learned this doctrine from the Christians, and they transformed the Christian Son of God and Holy Spirit into Allah's uncreated attribute of X and Y. So,
again, though, Dr. Adnani, if I was a Salafist, even though I would be completely devastated in this discussion, I'd still say your pen tablet thing is closer to a Trinitarian formula, because the pen and the logos, to me, are almost they're very, very closely related conceptually. So I get what he's saying here, and I was surprised that Jake really didn't hammer that. Dr. Adnani is going specifically for the jugular because Jake's expertise is on debunking supposedly Trinitarianism.
Athari position on attributes doesn't come from the Quran and Sunnah. It comes from the Christian Trinity. Now, even if we apply reason to the Athari doctrine of attributes, of real distinct attributes, this entire doctrine is going to collapse. Firstly, the Atharis say the attributes are not identical to God, and they're not other than God. This violates logic. It violates the law of the excluded middle. But even if you get past that logical problem, the question we ask is this. If God's essence and his attributes are all mutually distinct, which is what Jake believes and what the Atharis believe, we ask, is the essence and each attribute necessary in itself or dependent in itself? Now, here are the options. If you answer that the essence is dependent and the attributes are independent, you believe in multiple necessary beings, polytheism. If you say the attributes depend on the essence, so the attributes are dependent, the essence is independent, well, that is divine simplicity. There's only one necessary independent reality, which is God. So that's our position. If you say the essence and attributes are all independent necessary beings, that's more polytheism. And if you say they're all dependent contingent things, that's atheism. So the Athari position on Tawhid is going to collapse into one of these 4, and therefore this view of Tawhid, cannot stand this test of reason. Furthermore, when the Atharis say that God's attributes are distinct from one another and God's essence, what they are saying is that each divine attribute, in being different from others, is finite. Okay, something is finite if it is limited and it excludes things that are different from itself. So to say that God is infinite, but he's comprised of multiple finite attributes is a logical contradiction. You cannot have divine infinity composed of finite attributes. Furthermore,
Jake never really tries to undo this logical pretzel. If God has parts, then he can't be infinite. And, I got to tell you, Jake, some of the problem here, I think, is the fact that when you say so much stuff on YouTube and you make all these rounds, then what you end up having is a lot of things that people can appeal to, and a lot of things that they can say, well, wait a minute, you said X and Y, Z here. And so Jake never really deals with this particular slide in detail. I assumed that at the rebuttal period, Jake was going to go after the Tamia thing, and he was going to go after this thing directly, and he really didn't do that, which again, even though it was the quote shotgun approach, he didn't deal with a single one of these things in a satisfactory perspective. So he's got 2 yads, which is 2 hands, I think, 2 fingers. He's got 2 right hands. These are finite, and they're also numbered. Like 2 right hands is numbered, right? If Allah has an infinite amount of shins, then on what the term shin becomes ridiculous, because if you've got an infinite amount of them, how could you make a distinction between his shin and his arm, for example? It's inescapable. The obvious solution is to take these hadith as metaphors of something. But now it appears that he's stuck having to take these things as literal because of the big homie Ibn Taymiyyah, inshallah.
The Atharis affirm that God has 2 yads. Whatever yad means, he has 2 yads. Well, guess what?
That's a hand.
2 is a quantitative arbitrary limit. Why does he have 2 yads? Why can't he have 7 yads or 1,000 yads? So when the Atharis affirm,
I'm sorry, James. Did you start talking? Hold on. Let me pause it.
They're giving an arbitrary limit to God, and according to the Thought Adventure podcast that I
go ahead, bro.
That is a hand. You are correct.
Yud, right? Yeah. Okay, so right there, if God's got 2 hands, that's as I just said, that's a finite number. Okay, well, it's a finite number, then that's the end of divine simplicity, and you got an issue. You do, and if you don't admit that, then you're gonna have problems. The problem for Jake is that he has been on all kinds of shows talking about this stuff, and there are some serious problems when you can look up the stuff that people say. I'm going to show you guys an example because, as David said, that last point that Dr. Khalil made was a really, really good point. And I want to show you guys an example of this stuff where this stuff comes to get you after. And that's why, guys, honestly, I'm not saying that Jake specifically is being deceptive or dishonest, because, again, I hate when people do that. You haven't met this person in real life. Most of us don't even know why we do half the things that we do, and then you're going to go on and say somebody's being dishonest. So I get it, but at the same time, I'm going to show you guys a clip soon from what Jake said, and this was targeted toward unbelievers who had a very elementary, if any, knowledge of Islam. And you'll see that Jake talks about things much differently when he's talking to those folks than when he's dealing with the good doctor. Here we continue.
Watch, anything with arbitrary limits is contingent, not necessary. So the Athari concept of Tawheed posits a contingent God. Now, what is our position on attributes? Here's the thing. If attributes refer to distinct finite realities, which is what the Atharis believe, then yes, of course, God is beyond attributes, because God is one and infinite. So these finite, distinct attributes like knowledge, power, life, and justice.
Okay, here's Ad Hariri. Shin just means wrath or severity, and this is confirmed by the Salaf. Okay, did Ibn Taymiyyah, Mr. Hariri, and I really don't know. Does Ibn Taymiyyah believe that shin just means wrath or severity? Secondly, what do you do with the top Athari scholars that are saying that you're supposed to take the plain, obvious meaning of the text? Otherwise, you're violating a creedal formula. How do you interpret that?
These belong in creation. Okay, when the Quran refers to God as all-knowing or all-living or all-powerful, we can.
Ibn Taymiyyah is not from the Salaf. Ibn Taymiyyah is not from the Salaf. Okay, where is he from? And are you saying Ibn Taymiyyah is incorrect to interpret the shin as a literal shin, and that this is the majority report? Okay, you're not an Athari. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your contribution, but Jake is an Athari, and Jake does revere Ibn Taymiyyah, so we're gonna have to go with that for the purposes of this debate. But I'm serious. Thank you for the contribution. We continue.
Affirm that he is, but the meaning of that is that God is the creator of life, knowledge, and power, not that God is the bearer of life, knowledge, and power. And there's a consensus between
this
realities,
distinction is really important. This distinction is really important. I want to play this again because this point right here, I don't know if Jake didn't understand or if he just wanted to ignore, but it's really, really important. Listen again to the distinction that Adnani makes about the attributes of God, and how I would call hyper-transcendentalist would interpret that.
Is a quantitative arbitrary limit. Why does he have 2 yads? Why can't he have 7 yads or 1,000 yads? So when the Atharis affirm in their creed that God has 2 hands or 2 yads, they're giving an arbitrary limit to God. And according to the Thought Adventure podcast that I've watched, anything with arbitrary limits is contingent, not necessary.
Okay, so when he says that, I did some digging and I found the podcast he's talking about. Now, inshallah, if you're a praying person, pray that my program is able to do this. Let me see. We stopped at 40. Good. So remember, his argument was just you're making arbitrary distinctions, and if you make arbitrary distinctions in God, then you're limiting him, which obviously I agree with. But listen to this discussion that was targeted specifically, essentially, for unbelievers. Shout out to the big homie Abdul Rahman, who I believe was the moderator, and then you see Jake there, and then you see this brother over here. I don't know his name, but listen to this discussion, and then compare it to what's going to happen in the cross-sex. Very interesting stuff.
Muslims, but specifically atheists, their conception of God is like, and I don't want to use this word because obviously it's derogatory, but they think it's like this big man in the sky, isn't it? Yeah. And so this big man in the sky has a particular personality. Yeah. That Allah is a particular name for a particular type of deity or deity. Yeah. Particular type of God. Like Odin is, or Zeus is, or, whatever, names, Jupiter, whatever they want to use. What they don't understand is that our conception, Islamic conception of God is you believe in one creator.
See right there, he just said this is a misconception that people have that God is a big man in the sky. Ya Sharif. Ibn Taymiyyah believed that God was a beautiful man in the sky. Now, if you disagree with Ibn Taymiyyah at that point, fine, but don't act as if Muslims don't believe in any idea of a big man in the sky with hands, face, a personality, shins. This to me, like I said, I can't judge people's motive from thousands of miles away. I don't know this brother. I don't know Brother Jake. I know Brother Abdul, very, internet knowledge. But just listen to it again. It's unbelievable. We just heard that one of their top scholars believed that Allah was an actual man in the sky with a literal shin, literal hands, literal eyes, 2 yads, right-handed. Listen to what he says. This is unbelievable to me.
It's derogatory, but they think it's like
identified. God is identified through the concept of God, right? Through the properties that we attribute to God, and really that's the only way you can do it. So the conception of God we arrive at through natural theology, as Jake put it, is very, very close to the Islamic conception of God.
I think what it is that with a lot of atheists, generally non-Muslims, but specifically atheists, their conception of God is like, and I don't want to use this word because obviously it's derogatory, but they think it's like this big man in the sky, isn't it? Yeah. And so this big man in the sky has a particular personality. Yeah. that Allah is a particular name for a particular type of deity or deity, yeah, particular type of God, like Odin is, or Zeus is, or whatever names, Jupiter, whatever they want to use. What they don't understand is that our conception, Islamic conception of God, is you believe in.
Okay, so we had some sound issues. Hopefully the sound issues have corrected themselves by now, inshallah. At least I want you guys to be able to hear this video because it's mind-boggling.
One creator, necessary being, independent, eternal, yeah, and upon which everything else depends upon for their existence, yeah, and creator, and obviously has will and intentionality to create. So if you can prove those things, yeah, these key attributes, then effectively you've proven the Islamic conception of the creator, yeah. Now the addition to it is to say, okay, what revelation would we expect for this creator to send to us? Because there are other arguments, and I think we argued in the stream about from deism to theism, where we said, well, it's not just a disinterested God or a creator that's not going to send revelation. We expect revelation. So I think if guys, the audience want to check that stream out again, you can see the argument. So if you're now going to see a revelation that's going to be sent down from the creator, if it doesn't fit within something that we've rationally ascertained about the nature of the creator in terms of the attributes of the creator, and the things that we can understand from the reality about the creator, if it doesn't fit within that, then inevitably you're going to discount that as revelation. If it fits within that, and really only Islam, I would say, fits within that particular understanding, so that adds to, it's not the complete evidence for, but it adds to the evidence for the revelation. But this goes on to maybe the specific topic of the stream today.
Revelation that is an independent, transcendent, all-powerful, all-knowing being that isn't arbitrarily limited in any capacity.
Now, remember what the doc said. He said, if Allah has two hands, why does he have two hands? That's an arbitrary limitation. Well, I don't know what Brother Abdul Rahman believes, but dissenting a version of Islam where Allah is this non-physical sort of Christian or simplistic being, or as Dr. Adnani's kind of Allah. That's not the Allah that this school of thought believes in. If you only watch this, you would come away believing, oh, Allah is a simple being. He's not composited of these separate parts and etc. And he has no arbitrary limitations, which 2 hands, 2 feet, a shin, etc. This is unbelievable to me in light of this debate.
So I mean, this goes to what you were saying earlier, Sharif, about God being a man in the sky, and that seems awfully close to what it would entail if there were more than one God, because then there would be different characteristics.
Okay, so if Allah is a man in the sky, then that basically cuts to the root of Tawheed. Okay, so then was Ibn Taymiyyah then a mushrik? Abdul Rahman, was Ibn Taymiyyah a mushrik because he believed that Allah had arbitrary limitations like hands, a face, a shin, etc.? This is why it's important. If you're not formally trained in this stuff, be careful, guys. Because now, I mean, logically speaking, we would have to consign good old Ibn Taymiyyah, radiallahu anhu, to hellfire.
That are necessitated in order to distinguish between these gods, and all of a sudden you will have a restriction on the capacity of either God, and the God that we arrive at, or the conception of God that we arrive at through natural theology. If you look at our streams from Necessary Being to God, and other streams where we talked about cosmological arguments, it's the best explanation, or the best inference we come to on very solid rational grounding is that this God must be not limited arbitrarily. He must be unlimited, because arbitrary limits are a thing through which we identify contingent beings. If something is arbitrarily limited, if it behaves in a particular way, for example, water behaves in a particular way. It has a certain causal capacity at which it cannot, have any kind of influence. It cannot, for example, have the same causal capacity as acid. So these things, these contingent beings, have arbitrary limitations, and through that we look for explanations for why they are the way they are. That
okay, yeah, Abdul Rahman, why does Allah have two hands, and why are they two right hands? Why can't they be two left hands, or why can't they be interposing like we have? Why does Allah have a face? I'm assuming Allah has one face and not an infinite amount of faces. And we know that Allah cannot have an infinite amount of shins because his created creatures who are finite are able to identify him by his specific shin, which means logically that the shin is not infinite, because otherwise the finite beings would not be able to identify Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by his shin. So the shin itself has got to be limited, right? This is on the same channel that the debate was on. I don't understand this. I don't understand the explanation. If you're lazy, you're going to say that this is an exercise in dishonesty. There has got to be some other reason, because they knew that this debate was coming. How could you say this? I'm blown away, guys. I'm blown away. I don't understand this. Hold on. Let me Jake. Okay, so Jake is speaking, so he may correct this.
To what it would entail if there were more than one God, because then there would be different characteristics. Or the best inference, we cannot, have any kind of influence. It cannot, for example, have the same causal capacity as acid. So these things, these contingent beings, have arbitrary limitations, and through that we look for explanations for why they are the way they are. That's part of what a contingent thing is. So if there were more than one necessary being, the problem there would be that, well, the causal capacity of each necessary being, or the omnipotence of each necessary being, is all of a sudden limited, because if their wills conflict, which necessarily will happen if you want to maintain free will, because I know you can think of a scenario where they're aligned and they do everything together, and that's what our Trinitarian friends try to maintain about the Trinity. But then if that's the case, then you're just unnecessarily positing extra entities, because we're just talking about one will. But if you're going to make...
No, that's your libertarian predisposition, where you think that a will is only genuine if it's a libertarian free will. I'm a compatibilist. So because the persons of the Trinity share the exact same nature or essence, this is not a problem for us. We are compatibilists. We don't believe that it's even possible for God to tell us to worship idols. We believe that is impossible. So, again, this is a problem where they're not recognizing that there are other theories of the will. But again, that's a secondary topic. This little clip, I played this from minute 9. This clip completely destroys Jake's position before the debate even happened. It does. It literally does.
Maintain free will, then necessarily the wills will conflict, and when the wills conflict, that's an arbitrary limitation placed on the causal capacity of one of those beings, and all of a sudden we're back to square one.
Yikes.
We need an explanation for why it can do this, not that, and all of a sudden it's not the ultimate grounding of all.
All right, let me see what Jake says.
Who are not arbitrarily differentiated. So where would the principle of discernment... That's good, alhamdulillah, and I want to come back to that point, but I'm going to ask Jake maybe just this particular issue.
Okay, let's see if Jake corrects this, or even says, hey, Ibn Taymiyyah believes some funny stuff, yada, yada, yada.
Please, what do we mean when we talk about the principle discernibility? And how does the principle of discernibility relate to this discussion about one God and having one God having, maybe like say I think Abdul touched upon the point. You could have this pantheon of gods who do one will, who are not arbitrarily differentiated. So where would the principle of discernibility fit within that? What is it, and how would you how would that apply it in this situation?
Yeah. So when we talk about Leibniz's law, the law of identity, and talking about
Leibniz was a Trinitarian. I don't know if you guys know that, but Leibniz was a staunch Trinitarian. So to try to marshal Leibniz to try to disprove the Trinity is like appealing to Charles Darwin to disprove evolution. It's a strange practice that Jake does here.
Discerning, when you talk about discernibility, we're talking about discerning between two objects or two.
Right, but the members of the Trinity are not two objects, right? We have one object and three subjects. We continue.
Things. And if two things share exactly all the same properties, such that there's really no difference between them, then they really just collapse just into one thing. And so the question is, well, if they differ at all, in what sense do they differ? And if there is a substantive difference between them, then yes, we can say that there's two. But then we want to take a look at, well, what actually that difference between the two things are, and is it relevant to the conception of God and who God is? Because I think one argument that I like and that we haven't really talked about is this sort of ontological argument. I mean, I don't want to go into too much detail about what it is, but the basic concept and how I think it ties in with this is that it conceives of God as the greatest possible being, right? So if we say that Allah or God is the most...
We're going to go back to the debate. I just want to see if Jake is going to correct Abdul Rahman and say, actually, Ibn Taymiyyah believed in a man in the sky with hands and limited arbitrary stuff. Let's see.
Perfect being that exists. Well, then when you say that it's the most perfect being that exists, that is setting up a situation in which there could only be one possible thing or one possible being, one possible existence, because the very nature of the definition of God and the terminology that's being used is the most perfect being. It is the perfect being. And so if it's the most perfect, then that by necessity means that it's going to be a set of one. There cannot be other entities within that set of what it means to be most perfect.
I agree.
So if we define God this way, and it's not ad hoc because this is how God is classically understood, that he is the most perfect being, well, then we can easily see and understand that if such a being exists, then there only could be one. Otherwise, it would make no sense to say that this is the most perfect being. Now, how that relates to your question, Sharif, is that, well, if we want to say, no, there's more than one, well, then we're going to have to adopt different, language and terminology to describe it, because then it couldn't be the most perfect.
I'm just trying to give Jake an opportunity to correct Abdul Rahman.
The second thing, if we imagine, say, two gods, or however many you want to imagine, but let's, for simplicity's sake, keep it with two. If we imagine two gods and they all share in exactly the same properties, and there's nothing to discern or make a distinction between the two, then in reality, we're just talking about one. We're not talking about two gods. And so I think that principle is very important to know and understand, because when we talk about whether or not there's one God or more than one God, we can use this principle to identify what we're actually looking at. Are we looking at one thing, or are we looking at two things? And if we put that in conjunction with the conception of the greatest possible being, or the most perfect being, and what Abdu actually said is, we realize that anything other than perfection and the most maximal or most perfect type of attributes, whether it be omniscience, omnipotence, etc., anything that is even a slight degradation of that, it cannot by definition be called God. And so if we have this one perfect being that has these maximal attributes that avoids this sort of sense of contingency or arbitrary limits that Abdu talked about, then we can perfectly understand how we get to the idea of one God.
Okay. So he affirmed what Abdul Rahman said. He did not correct it. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go back to the debate. I just want that is insane to me. You have got to correct that. Now? Your mic is fine. Holy smokes, you got to correct that.
I had to switch my mic for the third time during this live. It's some technical difficulties, but as long as this one works out well, this one's hardwired, so
all right,
should be good.
Yeah, you sound great. You sound great there, Jimbo. We're going back to the debate. We're at the 45-minute mark. Listen, I'm gonna let the doctor finish his opening statement, and then we're gonna jump to the cross-ex guys because we've been here for 3 hours already. I'm sorry, I'm too long-winded.
It's all good. I'll make a quick, short point. But the issue with describing a yod as an attribute and saying that he has 2 yods, now you're making the number 2 arbitrary as well because he could have 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well,
7,
exactly.
Which is what Vin was showing, and then is also, as you see, past Jake disagrees with future Jake, and
right.
That was wrapping up what we were trying to show you on that one.
Yeah.
Also, for anybody joining late, watch what we're doing from here now, then go back and watch the first half later.
Yeah, that I got to tell you, that video in the context of this discussion is pretty freaking devastating. I got to tell you. That's a real problem, guys. That's Jake, and you guys got to clean that up. You got to clean that, because even if you say we disagree. Okay, we're gonna listen to the rebuttals. So you guys are gonna be here for 5 hours. Even if you disagree with Ibn Taymiyyah, based on his stature and the millions of Muslims that follow him, you have got to say there are significant scholars in our tradition specifically that do believe in these arbitrary limitations. And while we revere Ibn Taymiyyah, he was wrong on that point. You got to do that. You can't say this and say, God in the sky, blah, 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 blah. And then run into a debate like this. That's bad business, guys. That's got to get cleaned up, guys, honestly.
So when the Atharis affirm in their creed that God has 2 hands or 2 yods, they're giving an arbitrary limit to God. And according to the Thought Adventure podcast that I've watched, anything with arbitrary limits is contingent, not necessary. So the Athari concept of Tawheed posits a contingent God. Now, what is our position on attributes? Here's the thing. If attributes refer to distinct finite realities, which is what the Atharis believe, then yes, of course, God is beyond attributes because God is one and infinite.
This is important, guys. When he says, if you're talking about these as distinct finite attributes, that God is power, blah, 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 then he's rejecting that. But listen to what he says on the other side.
So these finite distinct attributes like knowledge, power, life, and justice, these belong in creation, okay? When the Quran refers to God as all-knowing or all-living or all-powerful, we can affirm that he is, but the meaning of that is that God is the creator of life, knowledge, and power, not that God is the bearer of life, knowledge, and power. And
that's so important. That distinction gets made, and Jake, it's as if he didn't hear it. Now, Jake is, he's not visible here. I don't know what he was doing, but that was a very important distinction that Dr. Khalil made, because we say the same thing as Christians. So we say God the Father, right? Somebody said, God is like a father. I said, how do you know God's like a father? And they said, well, because it says God the Father. And I said, no, what that means is that fathers are like God. In other words, we don't say God is a father. I became a father. That is something that God gave me. God is the creator of fatherhood. He's the creator of power. He's the creator of knowledge. He's the creator of his existence. So you can't say he is those things in some sort of finite way. If you say he is the originator and sustainer of those principles and attributes, etc., okay, that's a different statement. That's a very important distinction that Dr. Khalil made that I think Jake either missed or willfully ignored because it hurt his argument? I'm going to say he missed it.
There's a consensus between the philosophers, the Sufis, and the Ismailis on this point. There's actually consensus on this. Now, we talked a little bit about creation. So in our view, God is the creator of everything. He is not limited by anything. But everything God does is in accordance with his own essence or his own nature. So
again, that's compatibilism. What he does is in accordance with his nature. And so if there is no external compulsion, then that action itself is still a free action. That's how compatibilists understand the will. Okay, that's very important to understand.
Because God is absolutely simple, he creates one direct creation.
That's
all the other
fascinating.
creations are from him, but indirectly. And that one direct creation is called the first intellect. And the reason why is because if God has multiple aspects, then he would create multiple things. Because God is simple, he creates one thing directly. And this,
yeah, but he created that one thing directly from all eternity, which means that there was never a time when the pen was not, and then there was never a time when the tablet was not, which obviously that smells very much like the discussions that Athanasius was having with Arius. I cannot wait to have this discussion with Brother Khalil. We continue. And I can't believe, I was certain that in the rebuttal stage, James would say, how is this different from an Arian formulation or even a Christo-Trinitarian formulation? He didn't go there. Why didn't you go there, Jake? I thought that would have been a line drive. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you switched our names again, but yeah, you're absolutely right. He did not do that.
Yeah, I did. I switched your guys' name. Yeah, Jake, I would have went there. I'd have said, bro, how is this different from an Arian formulation of but I'm not sure. I would, considering the Trinity is Jake's wheelhouse, which I don't personally believe that anyway.
Yeah, we're not even to my favorite part yet, which is
the
cross-examination.
Yeah, we've got to at least do the rebuttals, but good Lord.
First creation must be eternal because God is eternal. God is not in time. I know Jake believes God is in time, but God is actually not in time. So God...
I don't know that Jake believes that, and so...
I believe that Jake does believe that God is in time. Jake does not hold the traditional Islamic position as far as his particular creed on that. I don't know if his position about time is compatible, but there's a philosopher named Ryan Mullins. Ryan Mullins argues this particular view to a degree, and I think Jake has adopted Mullins' arguments, and Ryan is a Christian philosopher, but I don't believe that he can technically hold that position with the Athari creed. But if Dr. Khalil could tell me if that's a thumbs up or thumbs down in the chat.
Okay.
Always eternally creating the first intellect, and the first intellect depends upon God. So it is a creation, and it's an eternal creation. And in the Islamic tradition, and in the Quran and the Sunnah, the first intellect is affirmed. The first intellect is called the will by which God creates all things in Shia Hadith. The first intellect is called the Amr, the Kun Fayakun mentioned in the Quran. In the Hadith literature, the first intellect is called the pen. It says the first thing God created was the pen, and then he told the pen to write everything in creation.
Okay, so that's in Sunan Abu Dawood, which is Sahih. The first of what God created was the pen, al-kalam. He said to it, write. It asked, what should I write, Ya Rab? He said, write what was decreed about everything until the hour is established. He who dies on something other than this does not belong to me. Okay, so the pen, to your point, James, when I asked, is the pen sentient? I think Dr. Khalid said it's consciousness, which is very fascinating considering I'm studying right now what secularists are saying about consciousness, and it's very fascinating, but I'm not going to go down there. But this looks to me like you've got a Sahih Hadith that's saying, hey, the pen is sentient. It asks Allah what to do, and it gets directed by Allah. Verily, the first of what Allah created was the pen. He said to it, write, so it wrote what will be forever. That's really fascinating. So Jibril shows up to Muhammad and says, it says read, and Allah creates the pen from all eternity and says to him, write. That is fascinating. Really fascinating. Wow.
That's literally an intermediary. Before anything is created in its physical reality, it is written by the pen. So God does create everything through the pen or the first intellect.
Okay, so that would be a metonymic creation, though, right? A metonymic would be if I say we just bombed a bunch of innocent people in Afghanistan. I didn't bomb anybody, but I am an American, and so I pay tax dollars. So there's a sense in which I bombed the people in Afghanistan. That's a metonymic application of bombing Afghanistan. So what I think the doctor is saying is that Allah creates the pen directly and then creates the rest of the world metonymically through the pen and the tablet, I think.
And these hadiths are in the Sunni and the Shia corpus. Okay, so this is very clear. Then I have launched today 10.
Hold on. Let me go back.
Pen. So God does create everything through the pen or the first intellect, and these hadiths are in the Sunni.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the intellect and its first creature among the spiritual beings from the right of the throne of his own light. That's Imam Jafar al-Sadiq. Okay, that's not hadith, though, I don't think.
And the Shia corpus. Okay, so this is very clear then. I have launched today 10 arguments.
Okay, so there are the 10 arguments. And
10-minute rebuttal.
It's Jake's turn. So we're going to listen to Dr. Adnani's rebuttal, but we first have to listen to Jake's rebuttal. Now, remember, the rebuttal is not for you to rebut your opponent, really. The rebuttal period should be an intel gathering moment where you're gathering the nuances of your opponent's position. That's very, very important. Watch what happens in this rebuttal period here.
It's going to start, and then Khalil is going to have 10 minutes of his own. So, start timer as soon as you're ready, Jake.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Okay, 1 second. Let me just get my timer. Okay. All right, so that was a very interesting presentation from Khalil. He claims that he provided 10 arguments. So let's see what I could do in this 10 minutes to answer as much as I possibly can, even though his apparent machine gun tactics show that is classically put at an amateur debater.
I mean, I guess, bro. Like I said, most seasoned debaters don't have that many points, so we can agree with that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that they were devastating points, bro. So what we need you to do is engage with those things directly and refute them.
Now, he says that I have to takfir all these other scholars because everyone believes the exact same thing that Khalil does. No, and he also, I believe, mentioned Abdul Qadir al-Jilani. Let me read for you what he actually said. He said, we believe that Allah constricts, expands, rejoices, loves, dislikes, becomes pleased, becomes angry, and abhors. He has 2 hands, and both of his hands are right. The hearts of his servants are between 2 of his fingers, and he is in the direction of ulu. And he is established on the throne.
I'm sorry. We just watched a video where Abdul Rahman specifically said that if Allah in his primary essence contains any arbitrary numbers or limitations, that essentially led to shirk or polytheism. And now you're reading somebody who says that Allah has an arbitrary limited amount of hands, etc. It's just bad. This is bad, guys. This part right here is bad.
And is encompassing. The Prophet, alayhi salatu wasalam, approved the belief of the girl when he asked her, where is Allah? And she pointed to the heavens. The attribute of istiwa must be acknowledged without reinterpretation or ta'wil. It is the settling of his ipseity that above the throne, not in the form of sitting and touching as the corporealists and Karamites have said, not in the form of high status and greatness as the Ash'aris have said, and not in the form of seizing as the Mu'tazila have said. So I don't know where you're getting this idea, but this sounds like Athari creed to me, not this garbage that we just heard for the past 20 minutes. and most of the time he didn't even spend it actually explaining his position in detail. But what we're going to see quite clearly is
the 5 of the points were directly related to his position as he laid out in the presentation. He had them divided into 2 5s, bro.
The fact of the matter is, everyone on this debate is going to be on my side, not yours. Why? Because you are actually takfiring everyone in your own text, saying that we are all guilty of kufr and shirk if we apply the title of all-knowing and all-powerful to God. You believe that it actually refers to the intellect, or in equivocal terms, that it must mean in the sense of God creating knowledge, and anyone else who believes otherwise, which you told me, and you just said in your opening statement, actually, which I find very amusing, that there's consensus on this point amongst the Sufis and the Ismailis and the philosophers. Wow, I wonder why, if that is the case, that Ash-Shahrastani, and you compared my composition or understanding of Tawheed, explanation of Tawheed to the Trinity, but in fact, that's what your very scholars did about Ibn Sina. Let's see from Ash-Shahrastani himself, who wrote a whole entire text.
See, this is where I thought he was going to say, but in fact, that's what you're doing. But then we went to Ibn Sina again. Jake.
I think he used the rebuttal period as just a chance to extend his opening statement.
I
honestly think that he felt like he could attack Ismaili, that version of Islam, and that was all he would have to do during the debate. I don't think he expected any actual argumentation against his position.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree with that. That's why I said, guys, that you got to take notes when your opponent is talking, and you have to adjust. It's clear that the opening he wrote too long in his opening statement, so he figured that he would, use the first rebuttal period as a way to extend his opening statement. It's very, very well put, and it's the only way I can explain the lack of engagement on the details of what he was saying.
Refuting Ibn Sina. What did he say? I say you stipulated 3 considerations in the essence of the necessary existence and glossed over each consideration with a proper meaning, each of which is not to be understood from the other. That is patent Trinitarianism, and exalted be God above the third of 3. This is not in slander, but the absurd implication of multiplicity in his essence in respect of one consideration and another.
Now, although he's not directly addressing the doctor, I do think that that's a point that can land, that this is a form of Trinitarianism. I do think it's a point that can land. I don't think overall you're going to win the debate. Because logically speaking, there are logical constructions that will make it internally consistent. I believe that the Dr. Adnani is internally consistent. The issue is, to me anyways, obviously as a Trinitarian, I do believe it does leave the door open for Trinitarianism. The problem is Jake's understanding of God leaves the door open not for Trinitarianism, but something much worse. That would be Mormonism. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but Mormons believe that the God who created this world and this universe is actually a beautiful man with a physical body that had a physical body prior to the incarnation. They're not saying that God the Father incarnated and that's why he has a physical body. What they're saying is that God the Father has a physical body in his ultimate essence now, because he graduated and became a God. That he has a physical body. He's got hands, feet, shin, loins. He's got all of that. So Jake's Salafism leaves the door open to Mormonism. I mean, Jake's God is obviously the major difference is that Jake's God has been God forever. The Mormon God became God at some point in history. But the point is, if you were to look up in the sky at Jake's God, or Ibn Taymiyyah, let's say it this way, Ibn Taymiyyah's God, or the Athari God, and the God of Mormons, you wouldn't phenomenologically see anything different. Without an incarnation, that's very important to understand. The Muslims, Ibn Taymiyyah and those boys are not saying that Allah has hands and feet and all the rest of it because he incarnated and took on a second nature and there's some hypostatic union. No, what they're saying is that's who he is in his prime. So this is a species of Mormonism, which is fascinating because I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but Joseph Smith essentially said, I'm the new Muhammad. So he saw some correlations between his theology and Muhammad's. We continue.
So Ibn Sina is being accused by Ash-Shahrastani.
But again, the problem is Jake continually goes after Ibn Sina when you have a scholar in his own right from Harvard University. So Dr. Adnani is the source, Jake, that you should be going after. If I debated you and I relied so heavily on Ibn Sina, of course, yes. But in the rebuttal period, you need to go after Adnani, not Ibn Sina. Adnani was making the points in his own right. And Ibn Sina was not the only person he quoted or depended on. Like when he talked about Ibn Taymiyyah believing in the ahadith about, Allah being a young beardless man or whatever.
You affirm as an Ismaili scholar as saying that he is guilty of affirming a Trinity. Now, it's interesting that you would say that they have the exact same position. Now, is this only Jake's understanding of the text? Well, we see that it's not just Jake's understanding of the text, because we have an article from Frank Griffel himself, from Madlung himself, where he says, Ibn Sina's doctrine that God is in essence under three aspects, intelligence, intellecting, and intelligible, is equally repudiated by Ash-Shahrastani as implying a Trinity in God similar to the Trinity affirmed by the Christians. So what Khalil wants to do is he wants to make it seem like my position is very restricted and only held by a limited few people, and that his view is very expansive.
No, he didn't say that your view was held by a limited few people. I mean, if a person says, hey, Ibn Taymiyyah believes this, that means they're default saying millions of people believe it, Jake, because you know more than I do about how influential Ibn Taymiyyah is, just to name one of the folks that believed in God having a corporeal attributes that are limited and arbitrary. So he didn't say that. He didn't say like 4 people believe in your view, bro. That's not what he said.
And held by virtually everyone except my group. It's exactly the opposite, my friend. When it comes to Sunnis, when it comes to the fact that we have the Atharis and the Maturidis and the Ash'aris, they all agree unanimously on the fact that your belief is kufr. Why? Not only because of your divine simplicity, but because of your divine agnosticism. You can't even attribute existence or being to God.
There it is. No. He made the distinction in his opening statement, Jake. He said, if you are applying finite attributes to God, in other words, if you say God exists like we exist, we have a finite and derivative existence, then no, God does not exist that way. But if you say he is the creator of existence, then he affirmed that. And he affirmed that with all the other, quote, attributes. You've got to listen and debate. You have to listen. Jake is smart enough to go around this stuff and answer it. I don't believe he was listening here. You weren't listening, Jake, and that's a problem. He never said he was agnostic about the existence of God. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I think that Jake's purpose on this debate was to show that Khalil Hindani was a heretic. And if he could do that, then I think he had mission accomplished. He's quoted on record several times as saying his goal is not to convert people to Islam. His goal is not to make new Muslims. His goal is to keep Muslims Muslim. Well,
I understand.
What is the best way to keep a Muslim? Reinforce what they've already been told and tell them that this is it. This is how it's always been. Don't actually let them open the door to find out that Islam is a rich history of debate.
Yeah, but if that was his goal, holy smokes, that's pretty freaking counterproductive, man. Because you're going to get put through the meat grinder when you do that. He's saying that this guy is agnostic about the existence of God when he clearly made the dichotomy. He said, if you're saying that the existence is derivative and finite like us, then no. But if you say he is the cause and source and sustainer of his existence, then yes, he made that clear. I think it was point 9, James. I'm saying this from memory. You've got to listen, Jake. You have to listen in these discussions.
Okay. And you try to provide and say you have rational argumentations for the existence of God. You know, this is very amusing to me, Khalil, that you think that you have rational argumentation for God. Well, let's look further besides the text that I gave. What about taqlid? Who's the one that does taqlid in this situation? Is it me or Khalil? Well, let's listen to Nasr al-Khusram himself. The masters of the truth and the true monotheists are themselves gathered among such believers by convention, by taqlid. He who rejects taqlid never arrives at the discernment of deeper truth. It is by the way of taqlid that one arrives at God's oneness and a grasp of the truth. Taqlid is true, not false. And this is in reference to a refutation of the Mu'tazila, who believed, unlike Khalil, and even though he wants to present himself and his Ismaili creed as such as believers in rational argumentation, they don't believe in rational argumentation. In fact, Khalil himself has an article published by Oxford in which he comments on this very same passage. And he says he, Khusraw, also proudly declares that no one has been able to critique the Mu'tazilites apart from his group. The people of spiritual inspiration, Nasr begins his critique by first attacking the Mu'tazilite claim that belief in Tawheed should not be based on taqlid. So he's critiquing the idea that they say it shouldn't be based on taqlid. He does so by accusing the Mu'tazilites of confusing genuine taqlid, which he believes is of his imam, with familiarity and habit. Okay, so you believe in making taqlid as your only way to come and actually know God. You cannot know God through rational argumentation. On the other hand, my friend, I can actually show you that not only does Ibn Taymiyyah allow for rational argumentation, but the very same person who you quoted, which is Dr. Hatem al-Hajj or Sheikh Hatem al-Hajj, in this very text actually mentions this exact same point. So in this text, he says, and I quote, Ibn Taymiyyah did not attempt to belittle the office of reason or deny its importance in grounding our faith in the revelation. He argued that reason is not one undifferentiated category of conclusive rational input. Okay, and he goes on further in this text, right? So let me show you where he goes on further. He says, Ibn Taymiyyah then came at a time when the intellectual idiom of the scholarly community and even of the public space has been saturated with kalam. So he decided to engage with it, thus the notion of him being a mutakallim. However, he did not do that in the way contemporaneous speculative theologians did, but rather to defend the Athari creed, which found their strongest patronage amongst the Hanbalis. He even explicitly permitted rational theological argumentation at some level and showed that it has first been...
Okay, so this is Jake responding to the sources that Dr. Aghnani posted about how Atharis were forbidden from entering into kalam, philosophy, debate, whatever. He's quoting Ibn Taymiyyah saying, no, we can do that in certain circumstances, which doesn't, he wasn't quoting Ibn Taymiyyah when he made that claim, though, Jake. So, and again, in this rebuttal, is Jake going to address what Ibn Taymiyyah does say about the physical attributes of Allah and the limitations, where he explicitly states that Allah has arbitrary limitations? Let's see.
By the Quran. So very clearly, most of your arguments and critiques were straw man. Now let's get to this issue of anthropomorphism. I want to remind everyone, okay, you guys can listen to what he says about accusations of anthropomorphism. Do you know that Khalil himself, as I have already stated, believes that anyone who believes that God is knowing or has knowledge is an anthropomorphist and guilty of shirk? This is what he believes. So forget about me that I believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a yed and he has this and he has that.
Yed is a hand. So that's Jake admitting that God has a hand. But it would have to be the plural because Allah has two hands and they're both right. So he just admitted it. We can't forget that, Jake, because that is one of the salient points in Dr. Adnani's argument against you. And, Jake, on top of that, you said in a previous broadcast with Abdul Rahman that essentially attributing arbitrary parts to Allah leads to shirk. So I can't forget that you said that because you're debating.
If you even believe that God is perfect or a cause or any of these categories whatsoever that can be applied to God, you are guilty of shirk. For example, this is from Nasr al-Khusraw himself in the same text that I mentioned, which Khalil has an article on. And I quote, if these theologians, speaking of the Mu'tazila who believed in divine simplicity, listen to what he says about other people who believe in divine simplicity. If these theologians, the Mu'tazila, have established that God is knowing, God too calls certain of his servants knowing, as in the verse, only those of God's servants who have some knowledge fear him. Thus it is clear to call God, praise be to him, knowing is polytheism, shirk. And if these theologians assert that God is powerful, God too calls his own servants powerful, as in this verse, they went early determined on their purpose. This too is polytheism. And if these theologians say that God is living, God too calls his own servants living, as in the sense. And he goes on and on with this, and he says, this is a heresy, which this group has invented in their ignorance. They have imposed these names on God. No, my friend, the Mu'tazila, even though we don't agree with them, they did not impose these names on God. So this is not a debate over divine simplicity.
Well, again, in point 9, Dr. Adnani already made the distinction between saying that Allah possesses the attribute or Allah is the creator of the attribute. So that distinction was already made. So none of those arguments land, bro.
Versus divine simplicity. This is against Khalil Ismailism, against the entire rest of the Muslim community, where he says to even say that God is perfect or all-knowing, you are guilty of shirk. So we must reject this false doctrine that he's bringing forward. Thank you.
No, he said if you say that God has knowledge the way that we have knowledge, then that would be a form of shirk because our knowledge is dependent and contingent, and he is the fountain and sustainer of knowledge. That distinction was made. That's why I told you guys, listen very closely to the distinction that Adnani makes. But Jake just went right along through as if Adnani didn't make that dichotomy. So that's the end of Jake's rebuttal period. Here's Dr. Adnani's rebuttal.
Jake, respectful.
Topic is debating Tawheed.
Now this part, there was some technical difficulties. James, is this the part where he had to none of his stuff was showing up and then we had to reset?
Yeah, so I'll give some background. Let me steelman both sides' positions on this. According to Abdul, Jake, and the Thought Adventure guys, a lot of guys were spamming and trolling the chat. They indicated they believed that Khalil Andani was behind it. Khalil Andani's position is that he sent a lot of his supporters to the chat because he knew that it would be heavy towards Jake because it is Jake's second channel.
Yeah.
And so what happened at this point was they were killing the live chat, and somehow it did something to the video, and there was like 30 seconds lost of it up. They were supposed to share the video again, but I don't know if there was any break or how the break looks here. I got to go back and watch it, but I don't think they lost much, and they did let Khalil, start like twice. So we could probably, if you wanted to, skip the technical and then go to the fresh start.
Okay, Jawad, as far as I know, only about 4% of the Muslim population subscribe to the Athari view of Ibn Taymiyyah. I understand that, but 4% of 2 billion is like 8 million, bro. So that is millions of people, right? Okay, so we're going to fast forward.
I personally hold to X or Y. Okay, if you see any modern debate,
because I don't really have access to that right now.
This part right here.
Go ahead.
Here's one thing I will say though about the people in the chat and all the rest of it. Brothers, specifically Abdul Rahman and Jake, I understand maybe that folks got a little animated in the chat, but you guys created this WWE environment. You guys are at the nexus. And by the way, there are Christians who do this. I will say, I'll step out here and say, I wish Brother Sam Shamoon would be a lot more gentle and a lot more respectful to Muslims. Brilliant guy, but this whole WWE, I'm going to call you Ibn Mutta and all this other stuff is, first of all, inappropriate for Christians, but I would also say it's inappropriate for Muslims. Again, I have a very, very high view of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And I understand the controversy with Aisha and all the rest of it. But, or if you look at the speech that Jafar had with the Ethiopian king, where he was explaining the deen and the beauty in which, Najashi, when he was speaking to Najashi, Jafar had when he was speaking, the beauty and the eloquence and the respectful nature in which he addressed Najashi, and then, some people speculate he converted, whatever. Where is that, Jake and the other guys? You guys have contributed to a very toxic environment in the debate space, and now it appears that you are getting a taste of your own Robitussin, and then you had to shut down the comment section. But that's the environment you guys created, and you have to take accountability for that. Look, Dr. Adnani, it's his first debate. I understand why he'd want to show up with his crew, considering your guys' behavior. So, anyway, this is an appeal to everybody. Let's get rid of the WWE nonsense, and let's just get into the meat and potatoes of what we all agree and disagree on, huh? Okay. Again, we continue.
I want to say that I agree with you on we need to take some of the WWE stuff out of it so that I'm just watching it when I watch Monday Night Raw.
Right.
And not when I'm in a debate sphere. But I will say that people need to realize that angry people don't get caused overnight. Like, if you go back, and I've butted heads with Sam a bit, but I respect him. He's just so knowledgeable on the Bible, so knowledgeable on the Quran. It's just like, I wish I had half the retention that he does. But Sam was mocked, he was bullied, he was ridiculed, he was doxxed. Things about his marriage were publicized.
I understand.
So I think when we're looking back at these things, think of like, what can we do to not elevate or cause people to go down that path to where they feel like I need to lay people out. I need to, run them over in argumentation. And so that's like Vince saying, that's for all sides. Let's try to handle the conversations a little bit better and a little bit more fruitful.
I agree. Although what I would say to that is I knew a person and they believed that God was calling them to speak for the unborn in front of an abortion clinic. And somebody went outside and spit on them, spit in their face, in front of police, by the way. You know what this person did? We showed up to church, and this person got in front of everybody and said, guys, we won a great victory today over at Planned Parenthood. And everybody's like, what's going on? And then they said, we got spit on today, right in our face. And the entire congregation was like, what is going on with this guy? And he quoted the scripture, blessed are you when people persecute you. Brother Sam, I understand people going after your personal life and all the rest of it. I get it. Trust me. But that does not give us any excuse to not comport ourselves in a Christ-like manner. And I would say the same thing to Jake. Look at how Muhammad, look at how your prophet treated the Meccans when he opened Mecca. And they were completely at his mercy. And he said, what do you think I'll do to you? And they said, khair, you're going to do good. And he responded by saying, I'm going to treat you like my brother Joseph treated his brothers. And he gave them mercy. people who killed his followers. The same thing with Taif. He went to Taif. They did all this crazy stuff to him. He didn't come back and slaughter all those people. So all I'm saying is both of us in our traditions have examples of comporting yourself with a certain degree of dignity. So I hope this is a lesson that Jake and his crew takes as well as our side. We continue.
I'll restart the timer. Okay, ready? Begin.
Yeah. Okay, so as I said, this debate is about Tawheed. It's about positions on Tawheed, the Athari position versus Islamic philosophy. Even if Jake wants to substitute Islamic philosophy for the Ismaili form of it, fine. But we are debating positions. We are not debating whether I personally hold to X or Y. Okay, if you see any modern debate.
Yeah, and when we get to the cross X time, you're going to see this. Like, Jake jumped on that phrase. He's absolutely right. That's the entire reason we have a phrase like ad hominem. Literally, ad hominem doesn't mean insult. It means against the man. You know, like when Pilate dragged out Ecce Homo? Ad hominem means against the man. When you're arguing, what we're doing is we're arguing concepts. When you're having a theological argument, you're having a philosophical argument, what we're doing is we're putting concepts together. If I say 2 + 2 is 5 and Jake says 2 + 2 is 4, it's ridiculous for me to say, well, Jake, when he, a couple of years ago, Jake specific. No, we're talking about the concept. Defeat the concept. That's what he was saying. You'll see later on, Jake hangs on to this phrase where he says, Dr. Khalil just surrendered the debate because he says he can't defend his position. No, the point is he's trying to get us refocused from the man to the topic. That's the issue. So that's something that needed to be highlighted. We continue.
Competitions, many people have to defend positions that they don't exactly hold to. So that's what the debate is about. My opponent's comments about what my personal beliefs are really irrelevant to this debate. Next thing, I gave 10 arguments. 5 are positive arguments for my position, and 10 in total are arguments against the Athari position. Jake has not given any arguments for the Athari position, so there's no reason to be an Athari so far. And furthermore, Jake has not dealt with my 10 arguments. He's tried to deal with argument 1 about logic, but I'm going to come back to him on that in my second rebuttal. The point is, you can't just now suddenly appeal to Ibn Taymiyyah, okay? When we exchanged texts before this debate, I asked Jake, which Atharis do you follow? He told me Ibn Qudama and Ibn Hamdan, who's summarized in Balbani. I'll show the Facebook messages. I asked Jake whether he takes from Ibn Taymiyyah for this debate. He said no. Okay, now Jake is appealing to Ibn Taymiyyah because I've caught him flat-footed.
I agree. And again, there's still a trap because when you appeal to Ibn Taymiyyah as an authority in the context of this discussion, then you have surrendered divine simplicity, which he already has, and he already believes that God is made up of a composite of parts and all the rest of it. But again, it just tells me, I understand their little text messages or whatever, but the bigger issue to me was the previous video we saw in which Jake pretended that people that believe in a big man in the sky don't exist, when he knows very well there are millions of people that believe that.
Now, I found 4 arguments from Jake, so I'm going to go through them, not in this order. So the first thing Jake said is that Ismailis are not allowed to offer an argument for God, and he relied on a 1977 article from Wilfred Madelon. That article is wrong. I have read the primary sources myself. Kirmani proves God's reality. Khusro proves God's reality. Tusi, in the same book that Jake quoted, Tusi gives Ibn Sina's contingency argument to prove the reality of God. So we Ismailis, we are allowed to do this. Okay, and we do use a contingency argument, and we logically follow that contingency argument with the absolute negation of all creaturely contingent attributes from God. Okay, that is what our
exactly. So when he says that he's agnostic on the existence of God, no, he's atheistic on the existence of God if you apply existence in the way that created beings exist. I don't know anything about this man's theology, and I picked that up from the debate.
Negation is based on. And according to John Martin, who's a scholar of the Neoplatonic tradition, this type of hyper negation that you do for God It is logically meaningful. It is not confused and it is not contradictory.
The negation principle is really interesting, considering, especially from Sunni Islam, how their shahada is a negation. La ilaha. No, it starts with a negation. No, la ilaha illallah. Right. It starts with a negation, and then the second half is a positive affirmation, wa Muhammadan Rasulullah. So you have to, at minimum, say that the principle of negation is valid and something that Muslims should be central to their theology and philosophy. If the literal first word, other than ashadu, I guess, when you say I testify, the first word of your kalam is a negation. So it follows that the principle of negation in describing God would be central to your philosophy. We continue.
This is the academic opinion about Ismaili and Neoplatonic thought generally. It is not logically contradictory. Now, another thing Jake said is that Ismailism...
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Abdurrahman, I'm being told that the stream is not working properly.
Okay.
And I've paused.
Okay, this is the
sorry,
whole...
Sorry, what do you mean by stream? Are you talking
This
about
is the whole jihad about the comment section.
It wasn't 90 seconds, it was 20 or 30 seconds.
So the first rebuttal is Ismaili primary sources do prove God. They do. If Madelung said that they don't, then Madelung is wrong, and this is why you should not be quoting 1977 articles. You should go to the primary sources in Persian and Arabic, read them yourself, and you will clearly find in Karmani's Rahat al-Aql, you will clearly find it in Zad al-Musafir.
This is obviously an unfair advantage that Dr. Adnani has. But if, Jake is part of some pretty... he's on a team of some pretty influential Muslims. There's nobody that could read the primary sources to him in Arabic. I did think that was that was going to hurt him. And obviously Dr. Adnani seized on it. And like I said, it's an advantage he has, but there's a lot of advantages to being a Harvard PhD. I think that in the future you can counterbalance that, Jake, with, relying a little bit more on your resources so that you can get primary source data to do this stuff, so you're not in this situation.
Find it in the same Tusi text that you already quoted somehow against me. Okay, Jake, you also said that falsafa and Ismaili thought are just incompatible. They cannot be brought together, and that I have to apostate from Ismailism if I hold any position in falsafa. And you gave some examples, which I appreciate. So, firstly, it is a historical fact that Nasir-Din Tusi, as a committed Nizari Ismaili Muslim, was also a failsuf. He also followed Ibn Sina. And Toby Meyer writes in an article that Tusi was responsible for the expert coordination of Nizari and Avicennan thought, which was done under the imamate of the Imam Ala ad-Din Muhammad and Alamut. And Tusi says there's an underlying harmony of the system. So I've given a counter example, so this argument doesn't stand anymore overall that falsafa Ismailism are incompatible, because they were compatible for Nasir-Din Tusi. Furthermore, I have a quote on my slide from Ibn Sina. What Ibn Sina says here is exactly what the Ismailis say. He first says that God can only be described by negating all similarities from him. We believe this. God has nothing in common with creation. Ismailis believe this. Then Ibn Sina says God's essence is not the same as existence, okay? And that God's essence should be regarded as above existence, okay?
So that's one of my favorite quotes. I think it was Thomas Aquinas that said that God's essence is existence. That quote I found like 7-8 years ago. It stayed with me ever since then. But what he's saying is his essence should be regarded as above existence, which obviously on a technical level, I agree with it. On an emotional level, I like the phrase God's essence is existence. So I'm going to continue with that because God knows what I mean. But Dr. Adnani, I surrender that point to you. He's right. We continue. Although even saying words like his essence would then be incorrect if we're holding to that hyper negation view, which that's a question I want to ask Dr. Adnani as well. Like if you say his essence should be regarded as above existence, shouldn't his essence be regarded as above essence? And you would do that for all infinity, so you'd never be able to even have a working definition of God. aside from the pen and the tablet? So that's a question I have for you, Dr. Adnani. I'm going to please send me your email address, because I don't want any gotcha moments or whatever. I'm just genuinely curious. I want to send you all these questions so that we can have a really fruitful and cool discussion. We continue.
Al-Wujud. So Ibn Sina's position that God is above existence is actually the same as the Ismaili position. Now, regarding the word necessary being, the term necessary being is an ambiguous term, okay? We can talk about logical necessity, ontological necessity. Aristotle has 5 definitions of necessity. So when Nasser Khosrow uses...
I mean, look at these direct... look at these direct confrontations of the points made in comparison to Jake's indirect. It's almost like you could literally take Dr. Adnani's opening statement and completely delete it, and when you listen to Jake's first rebuttal, it would be like Dr. Adnani never said anything. Like, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, because that's how little Jake interacted with Adnani's opening statement. But then you look at this rebuttal, I mean, look, he's quoting him, and then he's got, I don't even know how he did this quickly. That's another scary thing about this guy. Holy smokes.
Term necessary existent, which he does. You have to read the whole passage of what he means by necessary existent. Khosrow uses necessary existent to mean a being that is eternal and imperishable. Okay, when he says necessary existent, he doesn't say necessary existent through itself. The terms bidatihi are not present in...
Yeah, just, Jake quoted this guy, and he didn't read the entire quote, because you see here, the necessary existence is higher than the contingent existence, because without the necessary existent, the contingent cannot exist. The contingent existent is that which is intermediate between existent and the non-existent. That would be the pen, I'm assuming. So Jake quoted this guy incompletely, and this quote here completely annihilates that position.
Nasser Khosrow's text. So he's using the term necessary being the way Thomas Aquinas uses the term, because these terms have different meanings within different systems. Now, you said that I believe that creation is necessary, and the Ismailis believe it is a free will act of God. Firstly, this is not accurate. Number one, Nasser then Tusi, in his Ismaili text, which I know you've read, so you clearly omitted this fact. Nasser then Tusi says, as an Ismaili...
Okay, so he's saying that Jake purposely deleted it. We can't know that because we can't read Jake's heart. However, again, I'm referring back to that previous video where Jake obviously knew that there were millions of Muslims that believed that Allah was a God in the sky, was a man in the sky, and he's not going to attack fear those guys. So I hear you, Doc. I hear what you're saying.
To Ismailis, that creation became necessary, and that creation is the first intellect. So you can be an Ismaili, and you can believe that creation is logically necessary. Furthermore, despite what Madelung and whoever says, there is no Ismaili text that says God has libertarian free will in the sense that God could have done otherwise. In fact...
There it is! We talked about this in the early discussion, which I think, again, was... I called this out earlier, where I said that this is a problem for Jake, was that he defined free will with an assumption that libertarianism is axiomatic, and I'm sorry, Jake, it's not. As a matter of fact, even... secularists like Sam Harris and other folks have pointed out the errors of libertarianism. You cannot have a libertarian God. Can God choose to not exist? Right? If you believe in the ability to act or act otherwise, does that mean God can choose to not exist? Does that mean that God can choose to tell you to worship Al-At, Al-Uzza, and Manat? Obviously not. I hope you would say that God couldn't do that, because if you say that God has libertarian free will, that means that it is possible and conceivable that the entire religion of Islam is a lie, because it's possible that your God can lie. I don't think Jake believes that. Well, Jake, if you believe that it is impossible for God to lie, then you're not a libertarian. So that was a real problem in Jake's presentation, and he never really adjusted to it. But now you're seeing the doc call it out here as well.
Pakistani, in a text that you haven't read because you can't read Arabic text, says very clearly...
Come on, Doc.
that the will of God is absolutely undivided. And furthermore, Sijistani says that God's will does not choose among opposing alternatives. And if you relate God's will to choosing among alternatives, you've lied against God. Rather, God's will is pure goodness with the manifestation of wisdom. It says he does not decide among opposing alternatives. God's will is united with what he wills. So for Sijistani, God's will only has one position. That's what he says in the last line.
That's called compatibilism. And again, a compatibilist will say, and I'm a compatibilist, that a choice is genuine if the choice is if the engine of action is internally and not externally. Okay, so if I say, I love ice cream, and I can't stop eating ice cream, it's a free choice because it's an internal motivation. Nobody's putting a gun to my head. Jake might just be a liar. Is that possible? Flying unicorns are possible, but I think that Jake has spent a bunch of time researching, studying, learning, and so I don't believe that a person with a disposition towards deception is going to do that much work. I do think when he gets put in a certain corner, especially in public forums, that he gets possessed by a certain kind of animus. I'm studying a lot of Carl Jung right now. But I don't think that we can just willy-nilly call people a liar. That is a serious charge, and we need to be very, very careful with that.
A perfect will with a single
and just
position.
to stress,
so the Ismailis do
just
not...
because Jake does it himself or calls people liars doesn't mean that we have to do that in kind. We can let the argumentation stand for how it is, and he's got the burden of proof to demonstrate where the lie was, what the lie was their intentionality behind it. But like Vince said, we don't have to call somebody a liar. We can just challenge an argument.
Right.
Believe in libertarian free will, and they do believe that although God wills creation, God could not have willed otherwise.
Yep.
So there is an agreement on this point. Now, you said that according to the Ismailis, the statement, the essence and the attributes are identical, is shirk or something. Firstly, Khusro is talking about minor shirk, not major shirk. And it's shirk, it's not shirk. Secondly,
come on, Doc. This is important, though. Again, the distinction between minor and major shirk, very important. Again, guys, your opponent's rebuttal period is a fact-finding period for you to gather intelligence on what they actually believe in a nuanced way. But you're going to see in the cross-ex, all these concepts that Dr. Adnani defines more clearly in the rebuttal period, it's as if he never said it. And I think that that's a weakness. If you're going to do moderated debates, you got to pay very close attention to that stuff and engage with it.
The philosophers say that the meaning of the essence and the attributes being identical, it's not the same as what the Mu'tazila mean. The Mu'tazila meant something different, but the philosophers here, I'm quoting a Sunni philosopher, Athari and Maybudi, say that the meaning of this is that the necessary existent alone, produces effects that other things require an attribute to produce. And he says at the end here, this is based on the denial of the attributes along with the affirmation of their effects. So this is exactly what the Ismaili position is. Now, the only thing close to an argument that Jake gave for the Athari creed was by saying, the Quran has many names for God, and therefore God must have multiple attributes. Here's the problem. Your method that every description, ism, wasf, izafa of God is a real distinct attribute within God, this does not follow from the Quran. This is a hermeneutical assumption that you have not justified. Not even mainstream Sunnis follow this. This is like the Jakey method of reading the Quran. Even like Asharis, Maturidis don't believe in this. If you do apply the Jakey method, if every description in the Quran refers to a real attribute in God, I expect you to tell us that you believe that blowing is an attribute of God. You should tell us that spirit is an attribute of God. Anger, loin, human form, all of these should be real, distinct, eternal attributes of God. And if you deny that blowing is an attribute of God, then your entire line of argument, frankly, goes out the window. Now, regarding attributes, when you said, you can't say God is all-knowing and so on. Well, here's the problem, and I already talked about the first part of the slide. The Quran has these predications. Allah is called Alim, right? Allahu Alimun. That we can affirm. But Allahu alimun does not necessarily mean Allahu lahu ilmun, that God has entitative knowledge. So we don't affirm the second part. We interpret Allahu alimun or Allahu qadirun and like statements. We interpret as follows. A, we affirm that this is God's reality. B, God is not ignorant of anything. And C, God is the originator of all knowledge, and knowledge is his creation or effect. This is not a violation of logic. There's a type of literary speech in Arabic known as metonymic speech. Okay, in metonymic speech.
Okay, we talked about this. Watch.
You can describe the giver or the agent. You can describe an agent by means of something that the agent creates, and you can attribute what the agent creates to himself. Okay, it's like when you have a king who orders an army to conquer a city, we would say the king conquered the city, but the king didn't personally conquer the city. The army under his command did it. This is how we interpret the attributes
bombs in Afghanistan.
Statements about God, that the intellect and the soul execute God's command, but what the intellect and the soul affect can still be attributed to God verbally, because the intellect and the soul act by God's command. And the Quran is full of these examples. The Quran says God takes souls at death, but it's the angel of death who takes souls at death. Right. The Quran says God is the guide, but Muhammad is a guide. The Quran says God sent down the Quran, but it's actually Gabriel who brought down the Quran. So this is called metonymic speech, and this is how we can interpret everything in the Quran, which your belief does not follow.
Khalil, it's time now. Is that good? You got your...
Okay, so... again, major problems with the metonymic stuff. Clearly, easily able to sift through that problem. Jake didn't really touch any of that. The libertarian versus compatibilist understanding of the will. All of those things are extremely problematic. We're gonna go to the cross-X section. And for the purposes of time, we're 3.5 hours in. We're just gonna go with Jake cross-Xing. When Dr. Adnani has time to cross-X Jake. Because this was the major thing that everybody was talking about, and I'm sorry it took 4 hours. One of the things that we'll do is that we will timestamp the portions of this show so that you guys will be able to mix and match and all that. Does that? I'll take responsibility for that. Is that okay, James?
I was thinking about timestamping it too, but if you volunteer, I'll definitely let you volunteer.
Okay.
To time. Good.
Yeah.
Good
yeah.
Lord, 3.5 hours. This is like Star Wars level right here, guys.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go to where Jake is, where Adnani is cross-Xing Jake.
The existence of creation or God's existence depends on the existence of creation.
I just mean attributes is the next God's essence.
All these questions are Jake not understanding Jake not recognizing the substance and difference between a libertarian and a compatibilist in relation to the will. Because Dr. Adnani is saying, that the creation is necessary because of the perfection of God. And so the creation was necessary. Okay? We got to play that part. We have to play that part. Okay, so I'm going to play that part where that part of the discussion is happening because it is important, and then because it bleeds into the Dr. Adnani's turn.
With your argument, unless I agree with your definition, is that your problem?
I mean, like logically speaking, or what?
I think here it is right here.
That's what Nasser Khosrow's entire book is about, saying there is no conflict between Ismaili hikmah, which is prophetic hikmah, and falsafi hikmah. So I don't know how you can quote a book whose main thesis is the compatibility of Ismaili philosophy and falsafa and use that as evidence to say that they're not compatible.
Okay, Jake has a problem when he does this. He did this with we showed this with Leibniz. He quoted Leibniz to try to destroy the Trinity when Leibniz was a complete devotee of the Trinity, and literally one of the reasons for his philosophical ruminations by his own statement was to prove the Trinity. And Jake then takes Leibniz and tries to use Leibniz to disprove the Trinity. Here, he appeals to a book that is designed to harmonize the Ismaili view as a way of refuting it. It's the same pattern. It's very odd, very strange, very, very strange.
Ami al-Hikmatain, the reconciliation or the harmonization of the two hikmas, Hikmat al-Nabuwa and Hikmat al-Falasifa. That's what Nasser Khosrow's entire book is about, saying there is no conflict between Ismaili Hikmah, which is prophetic.
So the book is designed to say there isn't a conflict, and then Jake quotes as if it's a refutation of his position, in the same way he quotes Leibniz to try to destroy the Trinity when Leibniz was an ardent Trinitarian. It's like I said, it's like he's trying to quote Charles Darwin to refute evolution. It's I don't know why he does that, to be honest with you. I can understand doing it with people like me and James, but this guy's a Harvard trained professor. You're not going to get away with that.
Hikmah and Falsafi Hikmah. So I don't know how you can quote a book whose main thesis is the compatibility of Ismaili philosophy and falsafa and use that as evidence to say that they're not compatible.
Okay, if creation did not exist,
didn't Jake crash you like a mosquito? Look, I don't get into the WWE stuff. Like I said, I have a lot of respect for Jake. I think Jake is a very passionate young man, and I applaud his intellectual rigor. How people feel about our discussion, that's cool. Like, again, my value system has nothing to do with this with the internet debate world. So it is what it is. But what we're talking about here, RK, is the fact that with Trinitarians, he uses Leibniz, who is an ardent Trinitarian, and explicitly so. And here he's doing the exact same thing with Dr. Adnani, quoting a scholar who's directly opposed to his position. Not good.
Would God exist?
Okay, so here we go. Look at this. Look at this part right here.
Hikmat al-Falasifa. That's what Nasser Khosrow's entire book is about, saying there is no conflict between Ismaili Hikmah, which is prophetic Hikmah, and Falsafi Hikmah. So I don't know how you can quote a book whose main thesis is the compatibility of Ismaili philosophy and falsafa and use that as evidence to say that they're not compatible.
Okay, if creation did not exist, would God exist?
I mean, like logically speaking, or what?
Yeah.
Well, it would be proper to say that if creation did not exist, okay, God would not exist. But if creation does not exist, it would have to assume the non-existence of God at the outset.
So God is dependent upon creation?
No, not at all. God.
But you said he couldn't exist without creation.
I didn't say he couldn't exist without creation.
Well, let's rewind that part.
Like logically speaking, or what?
Yeah.
Well, it would be proper to say that if creation did not exist, okay, God would not exist. But
okay, he's saying if creation did not exist, God would not exist. Now, why is he saying that? Because God is directly dependent on creation? No. He's saying that because he believes that God is a perfect being, and as such, since God created, that means creation is necessary. Creation had to happen because Dr. Adnani is a compatibilist. So these guys are and this is going to come up soon. This is why I said that we had to look at this part. What Dr. Adnani, I'm assuming, is saying is that creation is a necessary ramification of God's activity because God did it. And since God is a perfect person, every action he does, it is inconceivable that he would not have done that action. But again, that's because he's a compatibilist. So this is a logical necessity. This is not a dependent necessity, meaning it is logical that there is only one situation that could happen, which is God created the world because he did. That's not saying that God is dependent on the world. You have to pay very close attention. Now, let's listen to it again. Listen to what the doctor's saying from a compatibilist viewpoint. Watch.
So I don't know how you can quote a book whose main thesis is the compatibility of Ismaili philosophy and falsafa and use that as evidence to say that they're not compatible.
Okay, if creation...
Now notice, Jake doesn't even address that. The guy's saying, hey, wait a second, you're using Charles Darwin to disprove evolution. How can you say that? And Jake just goes along to the next question, which I guess you could do, but to me, that's a concession of the point.
Did not exist, would God exist?
I mean, like logically speaking?
Notice he's saying, are you saying this logically? Because he gets his view from a logical deduction.
Or what?
Yeah.
Well, it would be proper to say that if creation did not exist, okay, God would not exist. But if creation does not exist, it would have to assume the non-existence of God at the outset.
So God is dependent upon creation?
No, not at all. God.
But you
God,
said he couldn't exist without creation.
I didn't say he.
He did not say he could not exist without creation. What he said, and what I'm assuming he means is, since God is a perfect being and since God chose to create, that means that the creation was necessary because you cannot conceive of a perfect being doing something for arbitrary reasons. So that would mean by logical deduction, if creation didn't exist, God wouldn't exist in this current universe because God created the world. That's what he means. And he's a compatibilist. Go ahead.
I like how in this point in the video, Jake knows what depends means, but here in a few minutes, he's not going to have any clue what depends
that
means anymore.
Is a good, astute observation, and unfortunately, my brother James is right. He's right about that, and we'll see. Watch.
Couldn't exist without creation.
You just said
I said creation could not exist without God.
Yeah, but is it the other way around? Could God exist without creation?
God exists through himself.
2-minute warning.
And creation exists through God.
Okay, so you also mentioned earlier that I was quoting an old article, but let me quote you an article from Frank Griffel, who was actually part of the same text that your article was published in, the Oxford text. He says, given that God is unknowable, and this is a commentary on Shahrastani, given that God is unknowable, this first intellect is the highest being to which humans can relate. It is the being that the Quran refers to as God, Allah. The God of revelation is not a real deity, but rather the true God's first creation. Additionally, this is the being the philosophers and theologians refer to as God. So he's claiming to represent Shahrastani as saying that the God of the philosophers and theologians is actually the first intellect. So what's your response?
Is there a question? You just want my comment on that?
Yeah, what's your response to it? Because you're claiming that you believe in the same thing. He's saying that you don't.
Again, I would like you to find me, firstly, a primary source. You've been relying only on secondary sources. Frank Griffel.
No, that's not true.
Well, it is. Anyway, the first part, what Frank Griffel said there, that according to Shahrastani, the God of the Quran is the first intellect. No, there is no Ismaili author who has said that the God of the Quran is the first intellect. This is completely false. Okay? The second part, the fact that what the theologians and some philosophers take as God is the first intellect, that does apply. That is true in certain cases, and it's not just the Ismailis who held this view. Ghazali held this view, okay? In his Mishkat al-Anwar, your Imam Ghazali said that the God worshipped by Aristotelians and some of the Mutakallimun is just the mover of the highest sphere. It's not even the true God. And then the God worshipped by some of the philosophers is the first creation of the true God. And it's only the God worshipped by the Sufis, the attainers, that's the true God. So this position, yes, Nasser Khosrow does charge philosophers and theologians with this thing, but Ghazali makes the same charge, and I don't see what's remarkable about that.
It's time. Okay. So I'm going to reset the clock to 15 minutes.
Okay.
And now we're going to switch now.
All right. This is where everything comes to a head, guys. So pay close attention. James, mark this down, 3:57:55. Because we want to timestamp this for the good people. Also, James, I'm gonna do a little pre-script to put in front of the video, but that's something we can handle offline. Okay, here's Dr. Adnani's cross-ex of our brother Jake. Let's check it out.
Dr. Khalil Andani is going to put Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, in the hot seat. All right, ready? 15 minutes. Here it goes.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Let's begin with attributes and cut to the chase. You hold that God's attributes are distinct, not identical to God's essence. So, do the attributes depend on God's essence, or are they ase necessary in themselves?
Okay, so this is what James was talking about. We just saw him say, you said that, the creation is dependent on Allah. So obviously he knows what dependent means, especially in this theological discussion. Watch this exchange.
What do you mean by depend?
Does the existence of an attribute of Allah depend on the essence?
In the same way that for you, the existence of creation or God's existence depends on the existence of creation.
That is not what Dr. Adnani said. He never said the existence of Allah was contingent on creation. He never used those words. He defined explicitly what he meant, and it has to do with a compatibilist understanding of the will of God, making creation necessary because of the logical ramifications of God being a perfect being.
I just mean either the attributes depend on God's essence or they don't. Which is it?
Yeah.
Do the attributes depend on God's essence or not? Which is it? Did the hands, the shin of Allah, all the stuff that we talked about, are they contingent on Allah's nature, or do they exist independent of Allah's nature?
In the same way that you would say that God's existence depends upon creation.
I don't say that, though. So I want a clear answer. So I'm saying
that.
Yeah,
you just said that before.
I didn't say that. Ago. Well,
now in a cross-ex, Dr. Adnani shouldn't even respond to that statement. What Jake is doing right now is, I'll say, very, very brilliant in the sense that let me refrain because I don't want to turn this into WWE. But this is just clear obfuscation on Jake's part. This is Jake understanding the logical ramifications of where these questions are leading to and wanting desperately to not answer the question directly. So watch again.
Of an attribute of Allah depend on the essence.
In the same way that for you, the existence of creation or God's existence depends on the existence of creation.
I just mean either the attributes depend on God's essence or they don't. Which is it?
Yes, in the same way that you would say that God's existence depends upon creation.
I don't say that, though. So I want a clear answer. So I'm saying
that. Yeah, you just said that before.
I didn't say that. Well, there's a tape here, so we'll watch.
Exactly. I had a discussion with a good friend of mine one time, and a good friend of mine says, yes, there is a distinction between nature and persons. Then 5 minutes later in the conversation, he said, no, I never said that. What are you talking about? Like, it's on video. Okay. All right. So that, Dr. Adnani, exactly what you need to do in cross-ex. Because remember, you have a limited time in cross-ex. So if you're arguing and bickering and bickering and bickering and never get the person that answers the point, then you're going to be in trouble. Watch what happens.
So exactly. I'm going to take it that you said the attributes depend.
Go ahead.
I just want to throw this in real quick. So I don't know that Jake wants to imply that the contradiction he was just trying to put Indani with, that is his view. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. You're wanting to say that there's an issue with Indani saying that that God is dependent on existence. And then in this same step, Jake wants to say that the attributes, or that Allah is dependent on the attributes.
Right.
So it's weird. Like, he challenged Indani, and then he thought that he got something on Indani. So he figured if he could stick Indani to just say, yeah, you're right, he'd move to the next question. But I think Jake kind of shot himself in the foot in that particular junction, because now you're saying that, hey, what I was just challenging Indani with, I hold that view.
Right.
That's what I hold.
Yeah, that's called tu quo que, where you go after the person for literally the exact same thing you hold in principle. That's a tu quo que fallacy. But again, it's not even that, because Dr. Adnani does not say that Allah is dependent on his creation. He didn't say that.
On the essence to exist. Okay?
I didn't say that.
You did.
Said that.
You said yes.
No, I didn't.
Okay, let's rewind it.
I just
I've seen him do this on other occasions. I don't know if it's a nervous tick or what, but bro, you absolutely did say that, dude. You said yes, and then you said in the same way, blah 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 blah.
I mean, either the attributes depend on God's essence or they don't. Which is it?
Yes,
okay. The attributes depend on God's essence. Yes, okay. Then you conceded the point. The extra in the same way that you yada 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 is Jake trying to protect himself, as James pointed out, from the logical ramification of said thing. It's a tu quoque argument that he's making there. But you absolutely conceded to it, Jake. Now you're backing up on it, but you conceded to it.
Same way that you would say that God's existence depends upon creation.
I don't say that though. So I want a clear answer. So I'm saying
yeah,
that
you just said that before.
I didn't say that. Well, there's a tape here, so we'll watch.
Exactly.
So I'm going to take it that you said the attributes depend on the essence to exist. Okay?
I didn't say that.
You just said that.
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again. Are the attributes of Allah, are they ase or not ase?
That's a different question. Are you conflating?
Okay,
I'm changing the question. Answer my question.
Why are you changing the question?
Because
okay, at that point right there, the moderators needed to get in and say and stop the clock and say, Jake, you got to answer the question yes or no, and you can explicate later. This whole question, why are you changing the question? Remember, when Dr. Adnani was going off, Jake rightly pointed out, this is not the time for you to ask me questions. So Jake understands way more than Dr. Adnani how the cross-sex is supposed to go. So Jake already pointed out, James pointed this out too, where he used the word depends. He knew what it meant when he was doing the cross-sex. He also knew the rules of the debate when he was doing cross-sex to Dr. Adnani. He said, you can't ask questions. You guys remember that? Now Dr. Adnani's got him in a corner, and now he's doing all these stall tactics. And honestly, this is where this to me was the major error of Dr. Adnani. If I was Dr. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think the primary point that would, like you were saying, which was bad, is that he tried to say it's a different question. But when you're talking about aseity, if something has aseity or not, you're asking if there's a causal relationship where it's created or something is requiring something else for its existence. Aseity is not requiring anything for its existence.
Right.
So it's
the same
question.
And Jake knows that.
Yeah. And Dr. Khalil is going to call him on that in a few minutes.
But honestly, the reason you have moderators in debates is for this reason. And the only thing that I would give guidance as a child to Dr. Adnani would be to say, Jake's crew is extremely loyal to him, and their goals are not necessarily just to put the truth out there as it is. They have a specific agenda. And that's clearly demonstrated by the fact that the moderators did not interrupt this exchange, stop the clock, and tell Jake that he needed to answer the questions directly. What they should have said is, hold on, James. Hold on. What they should have said is, we are stopping the clock right now, and we're going to stop it every time you don't answer the question directly. Go ahead, James.
I was just wanting to be fair. Abdul Rahman at this point had to leave to take care of something, and he'll be back. But the moderator that's left is actually Khalil Andani's hand-picked moderator.
Okay.
So they each had a moderator that they picked for the debate. So in this case, I just wanted to be charitable and say that that the moderator who was not interrupting, who should have, was Khalil's.
Fair. Shout out to Dr. Hashmi, but you should have interrupted him right there. And if you can't do that as a moderator, you shouldn't take the position. No disrespect. But again, this guy's a doctor. They probably know each other. They're probably used to academia where you're not playing games. You're just trying to get stuff directly. So it was probably hard for him to adjust to this kind of machinations. Let me say it that way. I'm trying to be nice. We continue.
That's my right. Answer my question.
Okay, so what's your new question?
I already stated it. Moderator, he's just evading here. He's not answering my questions.
What's your question?
Are each distinct divine attribute, is it dependent on God's essence or is it ase?
Depends what you mean by depend.
Unbelievable.
The divine essence is the necessary and sufficient condition for that attribute, and you're not allowed to ask me a question. I want an answer now, or I'm going to take it that you forfeit the question because you cannot defend your creed.
I answered you. I said it
You have
depends
not
what you mean
answered
by
it.
depend.
You have not
It depends
answered my
what
question. I'm going to
it
give you
depends
one
what it
last
means.
chance. I'm going to give you one more chance.
Listen, I'm able to respond, or am I not?
You're not responding. You keep
Yes,
saying
I
I've
am
answered
responding.
already.
Does anybody? Does Jake really believe that nobody sees what he's doing here? Especially anybody familiar with Jake's work? He didn't know what aseity meant. He didn't know what depends mean when 3 minutes and 20 seconds earlier he had used the exact same word in the exact same context on the other direction with Dr. Adnani. My brother, bro, do you really believe that people don't know what's happening here?
And as Khalil Andani is going to point out in a few minutes, he actually did a discussion with a Christian philosopher
Sadat.
on aseity for I think an hour and a half. So he knows very well what aseity is, what depends means. And I was shocked because it depends on what depends means. So now do you have to define both definitions of depends? Right. Is he using the colloquial definition for the first one and then appealing to some other philosophical definition? I think that Jake was not being very charitable. In my opinion, a little bit more harsher than Vin, I think he's trying to run out the clock.
Oh, no, I agree with that. I agree that that's exactly what's happening. He knows that, and again, Dr. Adnani, he did appeal to the moderator here. At this point, guys, you just tell the moderator we need to stop the clock because this guy is trying to obfuscate, and it's obvious to the world. That's what should have happened.
It depends what you mean by depend. Is it that you have a special definition of dependence that I don't share and that you can't proceed with your argument unless...
Here's another set of questions, and Jake knows that he is not supposed to ask questions, and we know that because he had told Dr. Adnani that he wasn't supposed to ask a question.
I agree with your definition. Is that your problem?
You have already used the term depend throughout the process. So you define dependence, and you tell me, do the attributes depend on the essence or not?
That's good.
I just told you in the sense that you just said that creation depends on God and that God depends on creation.
Creation depends on...
See, he's falling for it again. Shout out to Dr. Adnani. But it's so... Adnani's like, what are you talking about? I never said that. We know he never said that. And Jake knows he never said that. But notice, Dr. Adnani is burning up all of this time on one question. All this time is getting set on fire because Jake won't answer one question during the cross-ex. I had a discussion with my brother, and I asked him a bunch of questions, went unanswered. Ah, man, this...
Okay, hold on. So just let's make some breakthrough here. So creation depends on God. I said that, yes? Are you saying that the attributes depend on the essence the same way creation depends on God?
Good.
I'm saying there's a counterfactual dependence.
Yeah, that doesn't matter though. So this is irrelevant. Do the
no, it's
attributes,
not irrelevant. You asked me about dependence.
Are they ase or not? You're not answering the question.
You asked me about.
We're on the same question. And Jake is making this guy ask the same question 18 different ways to drain the clock.
Dependence, and I'm answering you. I'm saying there's a counterfactual dependence of one not existing without the other.
Let me define it for you. I say creation cannot exist by itself. It can only exist if God first exists. Okay? And
is that a counterfactual dependence?
There's another question Jake asks when he knows he's not supposed to ask questions. That's what, number 3, James? We should probably have a ticker for this. Look at his face. Look at his face right now. Like he knows what he's doing. Look at his face, James. Unbelievable. He knows what he's doing.
But he came into the debate to defend the Athari Creed, and he does not have an answer for whether or not the attributes of God have aseity or whether or not they're dependent.
Well, he does. He knows that they're dependent, but he knows what Dr. Adnani is going to do in light of that admission, and that's why he won't answer it cleanly.
It doesn't matter what counterfactual dependence doesn't cover this.
Questions should be one way.
I'm talking about.
Okay, so finally the moderator finally jumps in, and again, Dr. Hashmi, don't be angry at me, brother. I'm just telling you as a veteran, we should have stopped the clock right there. That was the third time this dude asked a question, and we're still on question 1. Okay, so Dr. Hashmi, the next time you're doing a debate, you got to be a little bit more aggressive when somebody's clearly demonstrating this kind of behavior.
Grounding relations. Okay, God is the ground for the existence of the first intellect. Would you agree that God's essence is the ground for the attributes? Grounding relations are one way.
So this is the 9th way that Dr. Adnani did it, and this one, I think it finally got him.
So now you're asking about grounding relations. Is that what you meant by dependent?
Yes, are the attributes ground?
That's the 5th question he's asked. So even after the moderator told him the questions are supposed to go one way, Jake immediately asked another 2 questions because he's desperately waiting for Abdul Rahman to return and for time to delete itself. Holy smokes, we continue. Look, I love the homie, but this is not honest acting. I didn't say you have a dishonest heart, but this right here is dishonest action, Jake, honestly.
By God's essence.
In the sense that they cannot exist without the other, but we don't say it's a causal dependency or causal
I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. So you
don't care what I say. Well, why are you asking the question?
Question number 6.
Okay, so you said yes, they depend. You say it's not.
No, I said it's not a causal dependency. There's no causal dependency.
He didn't say whether or not it's a causal dependency. All he asked you was, are they dependent? And the answer is obviously yes, because you believe that Allah has a shin and hands.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's a counterfactual.
You don't need to say that, Dr. Adnani. Just say, for the record, you're saying they're dependent, thank you, and then go to the next one. Let him say whatever he has to say, and then build your argument that way. We continue.
Dependency.
It doesn't matter. The point is, the attributes depend on the essence. They do not exist on their own.
Only in the sense that they can't exist without each other.
Okay, so the attributes are not ase.
What?
The attributes.
Question number 7. The attributes are not ase. Jake says what? Like Dr. Khalil just said.
So he's saying that they're dependent, but they're not cause dependent.
Correct.
Which means that it could be the same as like a leech is dependent on the fish or whatever animal that it's got, but the animal's not the direct cause. But if God is not the direct cause for something,
correct,
I see huge theological problems.
Correct.
It's always been there, right?
Where did it come from then if it didn't come from God in his primary essence? Right. Now, look at Jake. He says the attributes are ase or no? Jake looks at him like he's from the planet Jupiter. Jake knows what this question is.
Attributes are not ase.
Is that a question or a statement?
Yeah, or agree or disagree.
In what sense? What do you mean by
are the attributes?
9 questions Jake is asking, okay? 5 questions were asked after the moderator told him the questions are only going one way. And he's pretending that he doesn't know the question that Dr. Adnani is asking.
The attributes are dependent on the essence, so they do not have aseity.
In the sense that they can't exist without the other.
Okay, good. Now, if something is not ase, can it be God?
Sorry? What? Can you repeat that?
Something...
I'm going to count every single time. This is sorry, can you repeat that? If something is not ase, can it be God? This is a guy who just did an hour-and-a-half debate with a Christian philosopher about the aseity of God relative to the Trinity and the primary nature of God. Am I wrong, James?
And the answer for anybody watching is Jake's position is that God has aseity, and nothing that doesn't have aseity cannot be God. It's his biggest, one of his arguments against the Trinity and Christianity, arguing that Jesus doesn't have aseity, and Jake asserts that Jesus isn't God. So he's stuck between a rock and a hard place where he took away aseity from God's attributes, and now he has to assert that God's attributes are not God.
Correct.
Is not ase. Is it contingent?
Anything that's not God, is it contingent? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so therefore the attributes are contingent. So you believe
Why?
in contingent.
Why?
Why? That's question 11. Question 12. 12 questions. 7 questions since the moderator told him not to ask questions. And again, Dr. Hashmi, you have got to call him on this and stop the clock.
Because they're not Ase. So my question to you
When
is,
you didn't say Ase, you said not God.
When did you say that? He did say Ase. You asked him to repeat it, and then he said God, because you're just stalling for time. That's the 11th question Jake asked. We continue.
And then you switched it with Ase.
I said, again, you already said it. Now.
No, you switched it. You just did a bait and switch.
No, he didn't.
I said,
if something... He did not do a bait and switch. Dear listener, please watch this exchange again. He asks him about aseity. Jake asks a question, and then he repeats it again. Watch. Unbelievable, Jake.
Is not Ase. Is it contingent?
Anything that's not God, is it contingent? Is that the question?
Yes.
See? He said anything that's not Ase is a contingent. Jake rephrases the question when he's not supposed to and says and puts God in there. Khalil didn't put God in there. You put God in there. You switched the term Ase for God and then accused him of baiting and switching you. I just want people to see that. That is insanely bad acting.
I mean, it's a good debate tactic if you don't want to answer a question.
Unbelievable.
You repeat the question back, but you change something.
This is beneath Jake's skill set and his dignity. Honestly, Jake, you're much more intelligent and better than this. You know, this is what happens when your ego is tied up with these discussions. This is Jake protecting his ego. I love him. Brilliant guy, but this guy is just protecting his ego, and it's really painful to watch. Watch it again.
Are the attributes...
What do you mean by Ase?
Attributes are dependent on the essence, so they do not have aseity.
In the sense that they can't exist without the other.
Okay, good. Now, if something is not Ase, can it be God?
That's the question. If something is not Ase, can it be God? Look what Jake does.
Sorry? What?
Oh, I don't know what you're asking. Sorry?
If something is not Ase, is it contingent?
Anything that's not God, is it contingent? Is that the...
He switches it from Ase to God. Dr. Khalil is exasperated. Says, sure, man, yeah.
Question?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so therefore the attributes are contingent. So you believe in contingent because they're not Ase. So my question to you is...
You didn't say Ase, you said...
He did say Ase. You said God. You did the bait and switch because you're trying to dodge this question, my brother.
Not God. And then you switched it with Ase.
Yeah.
I said, again.
Listen, I'm going to cut out this part by itself because we're going on 4.5 hours. This part in the commentary, we're going to cut out and make its own video. So don't worry. But watch this.
You already said it. Now.
No, you switched it. You just did a bait and switch.
I did. I said, are the attributes...
You asked me if anything other than God is contingent, and I said yes.
You said
and you tried
Ase.
to impute that and say that means that's referring to the attributes.
No, I said if something is not Ase, is it contingent? You said yes. You already said the attributes are not Ase, so the attributes are contingent. So your God has contingent attributes.
No, not at all. The term God itself includes the essence and the attributes. So how are you separating them?
How are you separating, by the way, is question number 12 and the 8th question that Jake asked after the moderator told him that the questions are only one way.
Oh, you should have said that before, my friend. We would have saved so much time.
So much time with what? You keep...
Question number 13.
Yeah.
So it seems like you're having difficulty. Having difficulty.
I was under the impression that for you...
Let Khalil speak.
I was under the impression that for you...
Yeah, I'll let him speak if he asks me a question.
I'll let him speak if he asks me a question. Dear listener, you tell us, was the good doctor trying to ask our brother a question or no?
Okay, so God is the essence and the attributes.
The term God, we don't divorce them from each other.
Okay, so God is the essence and the attributes. Okay, and the attributes are not.
Stepped right in it. Unbelievable. Watch what's about to happen, guys.
Ase. So your God has.
When did I say that they're not Ase?
You said they're not Ase. Okay, do you want to say the attributes are Ase?
I didn't use this terminology. The problem is you keep.
When did I say they're Ase? By the way, is 14. Question number 14.
Changing this question, you're saying Ase, then you're using dependent, then you're using
the same
the word.
thing.
Not
He
the
is
same
independence.
Thing.
Yeah, you just had a debate with
thing.
Bo Branson of saying aseity is independence. You just did that, and now you're changing it.
It's
so
not the same thing.
It's self-dependent existence is aseity, and that's what he means by independence here.
Keep changing it.
Do you change your position whether you debate Bo Branson or
the
me?
Term God includes both. So you can't separate them in that way.
Thank you for clarifying. So
I said it 3 times.
Thank you. So God includes an essence and multiple real distinct attributes, correct?
God, the term God.
Yeah, I'm just repeating what you said.
Question number 14.
Essence and multiple real distinct attributes. Yes?
Distinct in what sense?
Question number 15.
The attributes are not identical to the essence and not identical to one another.
Correct.
So we just now, after what, James, 5 minutes? I'm sorry, James, I got to do this. I got to see how long it took to get Jake to finally answer this one question. I was in a debate with some black Muslims, black Hebrew Israelites, and wallahi, it took me 45 minutes to get them to deal with John chapter 1. It was a very painful experience. But I want to go, okay, so we're at 1 hour, 52 and 22 seconds, okay? Let's go back to when Dr. Adnani initially asked that first question. Holy smokes.
The attributes themselves.
2-minute warning.
And creation exists through God. And it's true in certain cases, and it's theologians with this thing. Essence, or are they ase necessary in themselves?
Okay, so he started. So that question was asked at 1:45, and we did not get an answer until 1:52. 7 minutes. Jake burned 7 minutes of the cross-sex on one question in which he 15 times violated the rules of the debate, 11 times after he was told by the moderator not to violate the rules of the debate. 7 minutes was burned. And how much was the cross-sex? Was it 10 minutes?
I believe it was 15 minutes, so he took half
50%
of the cross-examination section.
Subhanallah. 50% of Dr. Adnani's cross-sex period was burned up with this one question.
God has made could
now,
not have been any other way.
Is really good as well. I can't wait to get to after this when he catches Jake. I think that was a brilliant tactic.
Okay, it's the best possible choice, and any choice God has made, it is impossible to conceive that it could have been other way. This is my position. Is that position compatible with Islam according to you or not?
Is that position compatible with Islam in what sense? You're saying, does that make you a non-Muslim if you believe that?
Does it go against Tawheed? To believe
yes,
what
it does. It
so
goes against Tawheed in the sense that you're saying that God does not have free will, that creation is just necessitated by his essence. Yes, that goes against Islam because
well, again, Dr. Adnani is not denying that Allah has free will. He's denying that Allah has libertarian free will, which, again, if Allah has libertarian free will, then it is possible that that Islam, the entire religion of Islam, is a lie, because God can lie then if God has libertarian free will.
And the authentic Sunnah say otherwise.
Again, I didn't say necessitated by its essence. I simply said every decision choice that God has made could not have been any other way, and any choice that he's made, it's impossible to conceive that it could have been any other way. That's my position. Is that compatible with Tawheed or incompatible?
I take As-Sijistani's position in his refutation of it.
Okay, so again, can you answer, is what I just said compatible with Tawheed? God's decision could not have been any other way. Is it compatible with Tawheed?
Insofar as I understand you, your position is not in agreement with Tawheed.
Okay, so that means that Dr. Adnani is not a Muslim, because La ilaha illallah, there is no God other than Allah, is the Kalam. That is Tawheed. So if a person denies Tawheed, they are not a Muslim. In the same way that if a person denies that Jesus rose from the dead, that he was very God of very God, true light of true light, anybody that denies that is not a Christian. You deny the physical bodily resurrection of Christ, you're not on the team. In the same way, if you deny what Jake just said, is that Dr. Adnani is not on the team, it's not Tawheed. Now watch what happens.
Okay, so again, every decision or choice that God has made could not have been any other way. That's not compatible with Tawheed. Okay, so if a Muslim that you knew of held this view, okay, would you support their work? Would you promote this? So are you okay promoting this view of God's will cannot be otherwise? Are you okay with that being taught to other Muslims?
Depends who it is.
A person who believes this.
Why would that depend who it is? James, are you listening to me?
Yeah, that was bad, because it would be like Ben, if I was teaching a one self kind of view of the Trinity, or like something that was not biblical. Just because we're friends doesn't mean that you should not correct me, or that you should be okay. Or, you know what, James is doing his own thing. Let him completely spill the doctrine.
I was literally going to say that. I don't care who it is. If you're teaching that Jesus didn't rise from the dead, you're not on the team. And by the way, I am more likely to say something to you if you are my friend than if you're not. So I actually hold.
I also have,
go ahead.
I also have the clip pulled up, and it will play, I think, well through my speaker, of Muhammad Hijab saying this.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. You know I have that already.
Oh, you already got it. You're
come on, bro. The thing is, bro, like, you can't give people spoilers. All right, we continue.
Teaching this to other Muslims.
Yeah, I would have to speak to them because I can't trust your representation.
Well, look, if
fine.
I believe that God's choice could not have been any other way, you would agree this doesn't meet Tawheed, right?
Well, who are we talking about? Somebody alive or dead?
Again, that shouldn't matter.
I'm just giving you my position first because
By the way,
you think it's okay.
By the way, that's question 18 from Jake. Question 18. And you notice now we got a 5-minute warning. So we got one question answered in 7 minutes. Question 2 burned up another 3 minutes because now we're at the 5-minute warning of a 15-minute cross-sex. Unfreaking real. Sorry for my French.
It's fair to say that
not
now Jake has asked 80% of the questions during Dr. Khalil's question portion. Because we've got Dr. Khalil down for 2 questions that he keeps reforming.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. You're right, though. He Jake asked 80% more questions than Dr. Adnani's cross-sex.
To believe God's will could not have been any other way.
Yeah, I just want to know because you're talking if I know the person personally.
Yeah, you know me. I'm telling you my position because
I don't believe your position is Tawheed because it goes against the text.
Okay.
Okay.
So my question for you then is, why is it the case that you work for someone who has the exact same position of Tawheed on God's will not being any other way as me? I actually just read to you verbatim what I read to you, the words of Muhammad Hijab in his London Nia video published 6 months ago. You can go see it. He literally says what I just said. So Muhammad Hijab is teaching a view of Tawheed that you think is not Tawheed, yet you go and work for the Sapiens Institute. So are you just being inconsistent here? Yeah, I can read it. Quote,
go ahead, read it. Go ahead.
The will of God, since it's an attribute of the necessary existence, it must also be what? Necessary. Every decision, choice that God has made could not have been any other way. Since his wisdom and knowledge is perfect, you couldn't conceive that the results be any other way. It's the best possible choice that could be made. It's necessary. Any choice that God has made, it's impossible to conceive that it could have been any other way. You just said this position is against Tawheed. You work for someone, your Ustad Muhammad Hijab, who preaches this on YouTube.
He's not my
Ustad. Well, you work for him. So I think you're being utterly inconsistent about everything.
You're saying he's my employer and I work for him and he's my Ustad? Where did I say that?
Where did I say that? Question number 19. Question number 19 from Jake.
You teach for someone who preaches this necessary.
Where did I ever
Question 20.
say
that you condemn?
Where did I ever say that?
21.
You just said it's not in line with Tawheed.
Oh, you're claiming that he's.
He said, where did I say that? Bro, 42 seconds ago, you said it's not in line with Tawheed. So you just takfirid your Muhammad Hijab. You just takfirid the home.
Yeah, and the thing is that the Sapien Institution is what Dr. Khalil's talking about. Jake is in their mentoring program, which means he mentors young Muslims or people with doubt. And Jake is a teacher in their courses. He does 2 courses on Christology, one about the Trinity, and then I forget what the other one's titled. But so he most definitely, if he's doing it for charity, I could say charity. Maybe he's not getting like direct money from the school. But I'm sure that he's been compensated well for his time, and he is under that school. Now, if you go to that school's charter, I don't know how active Muhammad Hijab is completely in its day-to-day operations now, but he is one of the founding members, and he is still associated. Like, I mean,
yeah,
this whole thing, like where Jake's trying to distance himself, but not distance himself, is really awkward.
He just got caught in a I mean, you know, obviously this was a brilliant setup by Dr. Adnani. You generally want to try to avoid gotcha moments at this level, but because Jake is so, he takes the scenic route to answer questions. This is in play. I'm sorry, but again, he asked another set of questions. When did I say that? When did I say I worked for him? When did I do that? These are all stall tactics to deal with the very uncomfortable fact that he did not know, apparently, that Mr. Hijab, is a compatibilist relative to the necessity of creation. I don't know if you guys realize this, but Jake's entire point when he was dodging Dr. Khalil's question at the beginning, he said, yes, just like you say that God depends on creation. No, Muhammad Hijab has the exact same view of necessary creation that Dr. Khalil does. In that sense, that's compatibilism. That is not saying that Allah is dependent on creation for his existence. What it's saying is that creation is necessary due to the perfection of Allah. It's an ontological necessity contingent on the ontology of Allah being a perfect being. Okay, so not only is it he just takfirid Adnani as well as Muhammad Hijab, but it also completely undoes all of the dodging that he did for the first 7 minutes of this cross-ex.
My Ustad. How is he my Ustad?
It doesn't matter.
How is he my Ustad? Question number 22.
You work with his institute.
It is because you're making false statements.
I cannot take your objection to necessity.
And then there's Dr. Hashmi after question 22, which is 17 more questions after he told him that the questions are only supposed to go one way.
Back on course, please.
Sorry, can I say something?
Okay, now here's Brother Abdul Rahman. Now, granted, Abdul Rahman wasn't around for the first, 5 or 7, 10 minutes, right, James? So Abdul Rahman doesn't have the context for what we've all just been experiencing. So listen to what Abdul says.
Can I say something real quick, Dr. Khalil? Because this is a bit messy. So if you can keep it to questions, and then Jake, let him take
okay, well,
a minute.
Okay, we have to be gracious to Abdul Rahman because Abdul Rahman didn't see the last 7 minutes of what Jake did. So we got to give Abdul Rahman a pass here.
An uninterrupted minute, unless he doesn't need it. Yeah. Okay.
And they should have stopped the clock here, guys.
Let's just keep going then. Okay. All right. Let us talk about. Do you, Jake, in accordance with your creed, where is Allah?
He's above the throne.
Where's the throne?
What do you mean, where's the throne?
What do you mean, where's the throne? Question number 23rd question.
Highest point of creation.
Can you point me in the direction of Allah according to your creed?
It's the highest point of creation.
Can you point with your finger according to the hadith of your creed? Where is Allah? Can you point?
Yes,
Show me where
in the same way that Abdul Qadir al-Jilani also said the same thing when he
can
quoted
you
the hadith.
point? It doesn't matter.
Am I allowed to? Am I allowed to? Hey, mods, am I allowed to?
To be honest with you, the theatrics of having him point, I thought was unnecessary. And honestly, if I was Jake, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have pointed. I would have said, even if I held to Jake's position, which I don't, but even if I did, I wouldn't have went along with those theatrics. You can answer that question without the theatrics. Go ahead.
Why he did it though, because in Jake's theology, God does not have a spatial location.
That's what he claimed. That's what he claimed at the beginning. Correct.
But for you to be able to point up, well, what are you pointing at? Is it a metaphor? But
I understand that.
He's referencing that hadith. So I think for him, it was a good sticking point. I think that with frustration setting in, that he thought, if I can get Jake to point up, it'll seal the deal after the Muhammad Hijab.
Yeah, I mean, he did it. He did it to great effect. But I just think that the Muhammad Hijab thing was just so devastating that you didn't need the theatrics. But I hear what you're saying. I do.
He's not answering my question. He's not answering my question. He can just say, no, I can't point.
So one second. Let me just mod for a second. So I think, and Dr. Javad, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think before we came on, we agreed that in the cross-examination, the person who answers is going to get an uninterrupted minute. Now, the issue is, I mean, clearly you're probably not going to agree with his answer. But I mean, it's not like one interrupted minute if you accept his answer. No, it's just
I have
one
limited time, and he's evading my question.
Yeah, the timer is stopped now.
I answered all of his questions. He's not answering my questions. He's evading my questions.
Okay, Abdul Rahman again is speaking again. We have to give him grace because he did not see. I'm assuming he did not see or hear the first 7 minutes of this discussion. So he's coming in to a very frustrated Dr. Adnani, who is correctly saying that Jake was evading his questions. But Abdul is not. He. And again, if you're going to be a moderator, I'm sorry, I'm going to be a stickler here, Abdul Rahman. If you're going to moderate, then you needed to be there for the entirety of the debate. Period. End of story. You leaving at the most crucial point, because everybody knows cross-ex is the most crucial point of the debate. You stepping out during Dr. Adnani's time to cross-ex is curious to say the least, but inexcusable in this context. So while I will say, he's saying this because he doesn't understand what just happened. At the same time, he's responsible for not knowing what happened. Don't say you're going to be the moderator if you're going to step out. And if you're going to step out, then pause the debate, tell everybody to wait, and then come back. Because I'm sorry, but you stepped out during the most crucial time of the debate, and obviously people are going to question, especially considering your relationship to Jake, why you did that.
This 1 minute rule.
You seem very frustrated.
It was proposed.
Yeah, he's frustrated. All of us are frustrated, my brother, and so are you, by the way.
By me. It was proposed by you. So I mean, it's not. So it's not that.
Actually,
clearly, you can disagree with
it. It was proposed by Jake. Okay, so what shall we do?
That's fine. What I mean is, just try to keep it to questions. Clearly, you can say something that's not a question, but then ask a question and then let him answer.
How much time?
You can come in.
So you have 2 minutes. So you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
So Dr. Adnani got 3 questions off in 15 minutes.
I would say, just in Khalil's defense, that I think there should be an attempt made to actually answer the questions.
Right.
And
there should have been an attempt on your part, the good doctor, to force the issue because you're the moderator. When you're a debater and you say so and so is the moderator, what you're doing is submitting to the judgment and guidance of the moderator. So it's your responsibility as a moderator to moderate, my brother. But again, this guy's a doctor. He's in academia. When people have these theolocutions and discussions, it's all in good faith and people are just trying to learn. He doesn't understand the WWE nonsense that's happening right now.
I am actually attempting to answer the question.
No, but Dr. Javad, okay, so yes, of course.
You should stay in your place.
But then it's also...
you should stay in your place.
Yeah, that was the most awkward thing. Like, I've never seen a professional debater, which Jake's done a lot of debates, look at the moderator after the moderator has just given them the correction, which even if you disagree, you're not supposed to technically argue with the moderator. But then to tell him to stay in his lane, well, what does he mean by his lane? Because the moderator's job is to moderate the discussion.
He said place. Stay in your place. Again, this is Jake being completely captured by his ego. Okay, this is not, I don't believe this is Jake in his prime. This is Jake. He's got a lot of anxiety right now, obviously, and he's not he's not the best version of himself right now. But again, no disrespect to Dr. Hashmi, but this is insane. You can't. And the other thing, again, it's Dr. Hashmi. So you got Dr. Adnani, Dr. Hashmi. What do you mean his place? Like, we got to respect people that we don't have to blindly follow everything they say, but we got to respect people that took the time to get to this level. Good night. Stay in your place. Bad form.
Possible. It's also possible to ask for clarifications on the question. So, like, that's not an issue. Now, clearly, okay, we're not supposed to take sides here. We want to be neutral, but I'm just pointing out that Dr. Khalil, if you could keep it to questions,
yeah, but you're saying that in ignorance because you abdicated your role for about 7 minutes, bro. Abdul Rahman, you can never do that again. It completely harms the credibility of your crew. It makes it look like you guys have no interest. I'm saying it looks like you have no interest in the truth. You have no interest in a real honest discussion. It just makes it look like you are participating as a moderator in damage control for your Ustad, Jake. It looks that way. I'm telling you as a third-party observer what it looks like for future debates is what I'm saying.
I mean, that's what the cross-examination is for, and it would move more smoothly. And he can respond in... as long as he stays within the minute, he can say whatever he wants. And if he asks for a clarification, it could simply mean that he doesn't understand the question or that the question requires a further clarification. There's no issue with that, right? So let's just keep it that way so it can just run smoothly.
To do just a dab of devil's advocate.
You stop the timer, Dr. Javad.
Yes, that sounds all good to me. And Khalil, I think you made...
Go ahead, James.
No, you're good. Just to do a bit of devil's advocate for Abdul. When he did leave with allowing Khalil's moderator to be the only moderator. So in theory, it would have potentially been more favorable to Khalil. But like you were pointing out, the moderator should have jumped in, but he didn't jump in. And then to your point, which is good about Abdul, is that because he was gone for 7 minutes, he doesn't realize that Jake has asked 80% of the questions or 90% of the questions in Dr. Khalil's question time.
Yep. Very well said. Very well said. And I agree with everything you said.
Point about Muhammad Hijab, but we don't need to keep litigating that. So let's start again at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm going to restart it right now, okay?
Should have given more time.
Okay. Are you able to point me in the direction of Allah's throne? He's on mute, so.
Sorry about that. Yes, we can point to it. Alhamdulillah, just as Abdul Qadir al-Jalani stated earlier when he quoted the hadith, which you also mentioned, where the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam approved the belief of the girl when he asked her, where is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And she pointed to the heavens.
Okay, can you point?
If you guys are familiar with Islamic teaching, that cadence, she pointed to the heavens. It's it's a thing in Islamic teachings. They're very rhythmic. They're very poetic in the way they speak. I recommend Anwar al-Awlaki. May Allah forgive him. But he teaches like this. One of my favorite teachers of all time, Anwar al-Awlaki. Rest in peace, big homie. But anyway, that has nothing to do with anything. But yeah, she pointed to the heavens. Okay.
Where is Allah right now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, can you do it with your finger?
Yeah, we point up.
Okay. I wouldn't have done it. I would have said, no, I'm not going to do that. But, because we know what's going to happen with this. Somebody's going to, some intrepid, somebody's going to copy this and they're going to run with that all over the place, Jake. But okay.
Okay. So Allah is up. Okay. Allah.
You asked about the throne. Yes, it is.
Okay. Is the throne below Allah?
No. When did I say that?
Question number 24. He said, now watch this. Is the throne below Allah? Jake says, la. No. When did I say that? Now watch this discussion.
I'm asking you.
No, the throne is not. I mean, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is above the throne. This is what I said.
Is the throne below Allah?
Yes.
Literally 4 seconds ago, he said, when did I say that? No. Watch. Listen again.
Okay. Can you point where is Allah right now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Can you do it with your finger?
Yeah, we point up.
Okay. So Allah is up. Okay. Allah.
You asked about the throne. Yes, it is.
Okay. Is the throne below Allah?
No. When
Is the throne above Allah? No.
did I say that? The throne is not.
I'm asking you.
No, the throne is not.
No.
I mean, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is above the throne. This is what I said.
Is the throne below Allah?
Yes.
The throne is below Allah.
Look at Adnani.
I just said that. Yeah.
Adnani looks like a when Jake switches his answer and says yes. Did you see Adnani's face when that happened, James?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, he looked like I do on Madden when somebody is in a blitz package, and I've got a post play, and I see that they don't have the backfield covered. That's the look on my face when that happens.
Yeah, we point up.
Okay, so Allah is up. Okay.
Watch.
Allah.
You asked about the throne. Yes, it is.
Okay, is the throne below Allah?
No. When did I say that? The throne is
I'm
not.
asking you.
No, the throne is not. I mean, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is above the throne. This is what I said.
Is the throne below Allah?
Yes.
The throne is below Allah.
I just said that. Yeah.
RK2 says, why is Adnani asking weird, unnecessary question? Because, RK, the entire discussion is about Tawheed and its relation to the doctrine of divine simplicity. And your brother, and our brother, Jake, does not believe in divine simplicity. He believes that Allah is a composite of parts. And in his opening statement, Jake explicitly stated that Allah is not spatio-temporal. So when you point up, you're making a spatial limitation. And when you say he is above the throne, again, that's another spatial limitation, and the throne is beneath him. You're physicalizing God. So that's why those questions are pertinent. Good question.
Okay. Is the lowest heaven below the throne?
Is the lowest heaven below the throne? Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Would you affirm that Allah, per the hadith, descends every night to the lowest heaven?
Yes, I affirm nuzul because it's mentioned in the hadith of the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam.
Okay, so then do you affirm that Allah descends from above the throne to below the throne?
He never leaves the throne. But I
Okay,
believe that he descends. Yes, it's a real descent of nuzul, which is mentioned in the text.
Okay, what's the meaning of a descent here? Because descent means to go from above to below. So what does nuzul mean?
Yes, we understand it in the plain meaning, which is mentioned in the hadith. If I had it in front of me, I can read it. But it's very clear. I think everybody knows what descent means.
So you affirm that Allah descends from above the throne to the lowest heaven below the throne?
Without entering his creation, yes.
Okay, but he does move then from above the throne to below the throne.
Did I mention anything about movement?
You just said the plain meaning of descend is to go from a higher place to a lower place. That's movement. And you said the plain meaning. So we're not even getting that by implication. You explicitly said the plain meaning because that's one of the tenets of your school. So by definition, my brother, that is an actual descent. You know what's interesting is that there's a textual variant in John chapter 3 where Jesus says, no one has ascended to heaven except the Son of Man. And the textual variant says, who is in present tense heaven. It's very, very, very interesting. It's John chapter 3. Go check it out yourself in your Bible. It's really, really fascinating. So in that text, that means at minimum, there was an early Christian tradition that even though Jesus was on the earth, quote unquote, he was still in heaven because God is omnipresent. And in his prime, he cannot be located anywhere.
Well, you said everybody knows
about movement.
Okay, what is the meaning of descend that everybody knows?
I just explained it to you.
So
no, you can't explain it again. I'm dumb.
Unfortunately, that's time, even though this got really interesting.
Let him answer the question.
You can have 20 seconds, Jake, if you'd like.
Explain it again. What's the meaning of nuzul that everybody knows?
Yeah, so I explained it, and Ibn Taymiyyah, which you said that I couldn't appeal to.
There's Ibn Taymiyyah again.
Which I don't know why. All I told you was I don't agree with him on every single position, and that's certainly fine. But when it comes to the usul, I agree with him. And the fact of the matter is, he explains this. He talks even about the spirit coming down and the angels and this type of so-called movement, which we cannot really understand. And he compares that to the nuzul or descent of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he says the difference in that is exponentially greater. Therefore, we cannot understand the kayfiyah. We don't have enough knowledge on it. We stick to the text and what it says, and we don't dwell on the kayfiyah.
Okay. Kayfiyah is movement. We don't dwell on it. That's fine. That's the same thing I hear about the eternal nature of the Quran. But that's essentially an appeal to mystery. But it's a different appeal to mystery than the Trinitarians because we have a logical formula, and although there's nothing we can compare it to, there are no logical issues. Jake, there is a logical issue with you saying that he moves, that he descends. And then you told us you take it in the plain meaning. So even if you say, yeah, he descends, but in a way that we can't comprehend and we don't dwell on it, that's okay, but that doesn't change the fact that the word means to go from a higher state to a lower state. And you told us to take the plain meaning.
Okay, Thank you. Just like we can't understand the kayfiyah of Trinity. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're moving on to the 10-minute closing.
I got to wrap up here, but there was a particular part that Jake said in this discussion, and we have to play the Muhammad Hijab video. Was it in his second rebuttal, James?
Yeah, saying we don't have to do the closing.
Yeah, we don't need to do the closing.
Which part you're talking about? It's
I think it was his second rebuttal. Hold on.
Written articles and statements on YouTube that he is doing a bit of taqiyya here. But I mean, what can I say?
Okay, so he's accusing Adnani of taqiyya. Taqiyya is purposeful deception. Here's what I will say. What you want to do in response to that specific claim by our brother Jake is Google Carl Jung, Jung, and type the word projection, and that'll help you explain my opinion on what Jake just did there.
I mean, it's par for the course with the person that I'm debating now. Now, he says that like I said, he's already given up the debate by saying his position or his beliefs are irrelevant. Now, let me try to respond to, because he did this machine gun tactic, I'll try to respond to another one of his arguments. He asked about the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
I think this is it right here, James.
Or are they this or that? We believe that they're necessary in the sense that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists always with them. Eternally. He always exists with his attributes, and there's not a possibility in which he doesn't exist without his attributes. And you can ask me more questions about that in the future, and you can go on and say, oh, well, that means that there are multiple necessary beings.
Now watch what Jake says here to answer Dr. Adnani. When I heard this, my mouth dropped open again. James, I sent this to you last night, right?
Yes, you sent this to me last night. It's the first time I was seeing it, and it was just, I thought it was devastating to Jake.
This is also, by the way, 45740. I'm going to take this out. We need to take this out as a standalone clip. Okay, so mark that down, please, James. Listen to what he says here.
Well, no, it doesn't mean that there are multiple necessary beings. We don't say that there are multiple humans that Jake is multiple humans just because I have multiplicity within me. I'm still one being. We don't say that there are multiple beings within Jake. This is not the language that we use.
That sounds like a very bad defense of the Trinity, right, James?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, because so Chris State and him had a debate, and in that debate, Chris State was using attributes and was trying to define the persons as in the sense of attributes.
Yeah.
And Khalil and Donnie was trying to show him that if these beings existed alongside Allah with not having a causal dependency, and they didn't have Allah's aseity, that there was a separation.
Yeah.
I think in this, he kind of, he basically said that there's no problem with anybody saying that you can have multiplicity in one being.
Right.
And that's his biggest argument against the Trinity, is that you can't have multiplicity.
Right. We've got
Allah is one.
We've got our brother on TV saying that he agrees there is a distinction between the ontology of Allah and the personhood of Allah. So that is on record. And then what he says is that because there is a multiplicity of persons, that's somehow some crazy logical contradiction. Meanwhile, he just said of himself, who is not a divine being, that because he is composed of multiple, quote, parts, that doesn't mean that he is not a singular being. Well, I mean, good night. That I agree, Jake. I agree. But that also means, by logical extension, that the Trinity cannot be assailed from your point of view, because you are an imperfect creation and you have multiplicity within your singular being. Now, he didn't define what he meant by multiplicity: multiple personalities, multiple wills, multiple constituent parts. He didn't tell us exactly what he means by multiplicity, and for our purposes, not really pertinent. Once you concede that there can be a multiplicity within the being of a person and still maintain the singularity of that being, you just left the door open for the Trinity. Did you have another comment there, James?
No, I mean, that's one of those moments where until you pointed it out to me, I never caught it during the debate.
Mind-boggling.
So Jake's biggest argument in debating Christians is to force them to over-examine being in person using logic.
Yeah.
And I'm not against using logic and reasoning, but at the same time, Jake is saying that the Quran and the Sunnah is tied to his logic and reasoning, and he doesn't divorce the two. If you watch, I saw a video earlier, I think it was Sam Shamoun actually was in the video, and he was explaining to Khalil Allah his view. He was not using philosophy. He was explaining that he derived to the Trinity
the text
based on the text. And he was saying that anything that would explain God is not an appeal to mystery, but that God is infinite and we're finite. And so the finite can't fully encompass the infinite. And so in this sense, I think Jake tapped out on any future Trinity argument if he wants to maintain the Athari Creed.
Yeah.
That's just my thoughts.
I think, and people have the right to do this, okay? I think he's going to move away from this Athari Creed because it's indefensible and it's really bad for his brand. So let me just show you guys the Muhammad hijab clip, and then we're going to let you guys go. We went way too long. I'm sorry, but we wanted I wanted to make sure that Jake can come away saying, well, I was represented fairly. So inshallah, we've accomplished that. But here's the Muhammad hijab part, just for the public record.
Here, can I just state my view?
James,
what I mean by creation is necessary. And
James,
you can comment on it. That's
listen.
Okay.
50251. Write this down, because this is another screen cap we're gonna have to do. Okay. Thanks.
Go ahead.
So
do whatever you
my
want.
view is this. Okay, the will of God is necessary. Every decision, choice that God has made could not have been any other way. Okay. It's the best possible choice. And any choice God has made, it is impossible to conceive that it could have been other way. This is my position. Is that position compatible with Islam according to you or not?
Is that position compatible with Islam? In what sense? You're saying, does that make you a non-Muslim if you believe that?
Does it go against Tawheed to believe
yes,
what I
it does. It
So
goes
to
against
believe-
Tawheed in the sense that you're saying that God does not have free will, that creation is just necessitated by his essence. Yes, that goes against Islam because the Quran and the authentic Sunnah say otherwise.
Again, I didn't say necessitated by its essence. I simply said every decision, choice that God has made could not have been any other way. And any choice that he's made, it's impossible to conceive that it could have been any other way. That's my position. Is that compatible with Tawheed or incompatible?
I take As-Sijistani's position in his refutation of it.
Okay, so again, can you answer, is what I just said compatible with Tawheed? God's decision could not have been any other way. Is it compatible with Tawheed?
Insofar as I understand you, your position is not in agreement with Tawheed.
Okay, so again, every decision or choice that God has made could not have been any other way. That's not compatible with Tawheed. Okay, so if a Muslim that you knew of, God's choice could
All
not
right,
have
so
been any
you
other
guys
way,
remember that whole
then
discussion.
Why is it the case that you work for someone who has the exact same position of Tawheed on God's will not being any other way as me? I actually just read to you verbatim what I read to you, the words of Muhammad Hijab in his London Nia video published 6 months ago. You can go see it. He literally says what I just said. So Muhammad Hijab is teaching a view of Tawheed that you think is not Tawheed, yet you go and work for the Sapiens Institute. So are you just being inconsistent here? Yeah, I can read it. Quote.
Go ahead, read it. Go ahead.
The will of God, since it's an attribute of the necessary existence, it must also be what? Necessary. Every decision, choice that God has made could not have been any other way. Since his wisdom and knowledge is perfect, you couldn't conceive that the results be any other way. It's the best possible choice that could be made. It's necessary. Any choice that God has made, it's impossible to conceive that it could have been any other way. You just said this position is against Tawheed. You work for someone, your Ustad Muhammad Hijab, who preaches this on YouTube.
He's not my
yeah,
Ustad.
well, you work for...
If you look at it just from the...
Okay, so here's the clip of Muhammad Hijab. First of all, I got to say, this crew is very well funded because
not in line with Tawheed.
Our brother Muhammad Hijab is
everything about.
Look at this. This is 4K. This is beautiful. Look at this, and look at that. Look at that beard. Yeah, Muhammad. I'm trying to. I'm growing my beard out. A little bit of sunnah action here. But it's nothing like Muhammad Hijab's glorious beard. Subhanallah. I mean that. Shout out to Muhammad Hijab. I don't know that brother very well, but. Holy smokes. Okay, now, here's the conversation. It's unbelievable.
The necessary existence has to be necessary. Yeah. Otherwise, it's contingent. Do you see?
But doesn't that get rid of the idea of will?
Doesn't that get what's going on? What Brother Muhammad Hijab just said, that the creation itself is necessary. And the questioner says, well, doesn't that interfere with the concept of free will? Because you're saying Allah couldn't have done anything else. Again, the questioner commits the same error or mistake that Jake does, which is to assume libertarianism is the only form of a genuine will. Now, watch how Brother Hijab responds.
All right. In a way, if you look at it just from a deterministic perspective, we actually have studies on this. Sessions on this. We have a session on qadar, free will and determinism.
The qadar of Allah. That's what we say. If I lose a football game in Madden, I said, it's the qadar of Allah. You can't be mad about it. It's God's determination. All right, let's go.
There's a whole session on it. And in fact, I wrote something on that as well.
MashaAllah.
Oh, right. Yeah. So this is, good. The will of God is because it's the attribute, not the will of human beings, right? The will of God is because since it's an attribute of the necessary existence, it must also be what? Necessary. Every decision, choice that God has made could not have been any other way. It's based on what? It's based on his infinite knowledge. We're going to come to this, infinite knowledge and infinite wisdom. And since his wisdom and knowledge is perfect, you couldn't conceive that the results would be any other way. It's the best possible choice that can be made. It's necessary.
So is it even possible to conceive that God couldn't have chosen it?
Say that again.
So is it even impossible to conceive that God couldn't?
Yeah. It's impossible to any choice that God has made. It's impossible to conceive that it could have been any other way.
So then you basically deny that God has will.
No, we're saying that he has will based on knowledge.
See that? See, the guy is saying, okay, so you're denying God has a will. Why? Because this guy is assuming libertarianism, the ability to act or act otherwise. He in his mind, the only time a choice is genuine is if it's a libertarian choice, whether, the ability to choose or choose otherwise. And Muhammad Hijab is saying no, because as a compatibilist, if the choice is based on an internal compulsion, then the choice is genuine. If it's based on an external compulsion, it's not genuine. And since Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has no external force that can move his will, this is an internal compulsion from Allah, but it couldn't have been any other way because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is a perfect being. So it's a genuine choice that is only singular. And I would say that all of his choices have to be singular because that is the true essence of La ilaha illallah. It's the true essence of Tawheed. Everything he does has to be singular because he's perfect. That's what Brother Hijab just said, and that's what Brother Jake declared takfiri on. So, there we go.
And since the knowledge is perfect, the will is also connected to that. In fact, classically, they divide it into these kinds of things. 3 different types of attributes. Ahl Sunnah, let's say, yeah? We have the intrinsic attributes of God, the sifat al-dhatiyah. Then you have the will, which stands alone, by the way, as a category. And then you have the af'al of Allah, which are the verbal attributes of Allah, or the action-based things of Allah. So the will is based on the perfect knowledge of God. Since the knowledge is perfect, and the will is based on the knowledge, what God decides to do is always going to be based on that perfect knowledge. So it's inconceivable that God does something which opposes his intrinsic attributes.
Right. Now, obviously, we say, Muhammad Hijab, the knowledge to me does not get an energy moving. So I agree, like God has perfect knowledge, but I would also say that God's perfect will is always to desire the highest good, and the highest good is always going to be God's glorification. And so the creation of the world couldn't have been any other way because God always acts in such a way as to bring glory to himself. But either way, it doesn't matter. The principle is still the same. Look, the point of this, it's a big gotcha moment, yada, yada, yada. Jake, it doesn't matter, bro. If you say La ilaha illallah, that means there is only one omniscient being, Jake. So that means you don't know everything. It's not bad to admit you don't know everything. We had a discussion. Jake used the term. What was the term, James, that Jake used? The something personal Trinity. What was it? He said blah blah blah. I said, oh, I don't know what that term means, and he did this big giant explosion.
He was trying to get you to defend a relative identity.
Yeah, relative identity. I said I don't know what that is because I had gone out of my way to define the Athanasian Creed, blah 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 blah. He uses this term. I said, oh, I don't know what that means. It's okay to not know something, bro. And they're I was confused. There's this big giant explosion. You're a charlatan. You're crazy. And I said after he went on his soliloquy, I said, Jake, is there any fundamental difference between the way I define the Trinity and what you just said? He said no. Okay? So, guys, it's okay to not know everything. Okay? So, Jake, came into cross purposes with a guy who... James, I don't know Jake very well. I don't know him like you know him. I just don't understand how he could possibly have gone into this discussion and believed that he could just waltz his way through this with a guy who's Harvard educated.
I think here's what happened. Because I haven't been on really good or speaking terms with Jake in a long time.
Okay.
I think what happened is that Jake's been doing really well with producing Trinity videos, not having to defend his position in Islam, only defend a deistic style of God to atheists.
Yeah.
Don't go any further, which you pointed out when you went through the Thought Adventure library, that anybody who believes a God could use their arguments for the most part. Now, I think what happened is he came into this debate. He figured if I press him on his Ismaili, I think it's Ismaili Neoplatonism. If I press him on this, then he won't defend, Islamic philosophy. He won't have enough time, or he won't even think about attacking my position. I think that he thought that he would go in and he would do what he did with James White, which is lay out Tawheed for 3 minutes and then spend the rest of the conversation discussing the Trinity. And I think that was a detriment to James White, and I think that Jake thought something similar would happen, and it didn't happen in this case, and he got caught.
Yeah. I'm not going to spend a lot of time psychoanalyzing the homie. Shout out to Jake. Like I said, I'm seeing a lot of people comment on this stuff, but, it's like the whole quote about the man in the arena, right? You can talk about it until you've actually been in the arena. So, Jake, call it foolhardy, call it youthful arrogance, but he went into the arena with a true Goliath. And so I respect Jake for that. I respect Jake's passion. I just think you have got to separate your identity as a person and as a worshiper of God from your public persona. From my view, you're placing way too much value in how other people perceive you, Jake. There is something to be said for that inner life between you and your Lord. So that's some unrequested advice. But to everybody else, look, learn from this and just understand that the doctrine of God is an amazing thing. We're dealing with the creator of the universe. It's an amazing thing that we should celebrate. That's one of the reasons I want us to move away from this WWE stuff. And even if we end up disagreeing with each other, we're looking at something that is terrifyingly beautiful when we're even considering the Most High. And so let's not lose that wonder, guys. Let's, Muslim, Christian, whatever you are, don't lose that wonder. And Jake, here's the last thing I'll say. Paul, when he goes through Romans 9 through 11, he ends up by saying, God has consigned all men to disobedience, so he had mercy on all. And then Paul goes and says, oh, the depths and the wisdom and the knowledge of God. Who can be his counselor? And then Paul goes off into this, we call it a praise break, praising God for the fact that he is incomprehensible. So Paul kind of reaches the limit of human comprehension, not logical contradiction, but he reaches a limit of human comprehension, and instead of saying, oh crap, I don't understand that, he actually takes that as a reason to worship God. So Jake, the things that you can't get your hands around with God, that doesn't mean that you're wrong. It doesn't mean that your faith is wrong. It means that God is truly what we say he is. If God is big, if small enough to fit into your head, he's not God. Okay? So yes, we need logic is kind of guardrails and things of that nature. And yes, we need wahi, we need revelation, but we are never, this is one of the main things I appreciated about Dr. Adnani's creed. It presents a God who is higher than our verbal categories. And that is something that I'm taking away that I love, and I'm going to ruminate on the implications of it, because to me, when I got done listening to Adnani, I said, holy smokes, God is greater than I actually thought he was. before I saw this debate, because I'm like, that's right. We can't say he exists. We can't say any of that because he's so much greater than all of that. So, Dr. Adnani, thank you for that. And you also locked yourself into a discussion with us. So thank you for that. And glory to God, man. Go ahead, James. I'll let you land the plane.
Yep, we've talked about the debate enough. I think we're going on 5 hours now. What Vin mentioned we would do earlier is we're going to put some timestamps in on this, so you can go to certain spots, hear the commentary. Also, potentially cutting out the really contentious section where Khalil Indani is asking Jake questions, and then we'll go from there. Some housekeeping stuff on the channel. If you like this content, like and subscribe. Vin and I are going to do a couple more videos pertaining why we are not Muslim, and then kind of go from there. I don't look to see another 5-hour debate review coming up anytime soon. This was actually a lot longer than what we planned on going. I think when we started going into it, didn't realize just how much was here.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say before you end the stream?
No, I love you all. I love you particularly, James. I got to tell you, bro, I love your journey. And you, of all people, have been the most honest online in your public persona. And people had their opinions or whatever, but I wanted to honor you publicly, bro, and say, man, your brutal honesty with yourself and God and the struggles that you did in public for everyone to see. I don't recommend it to most people, but you're a special cat and God's using you, obviously. So I love you, man. Much love to you. And I bless God for you, for real.
Yep, we ended the video at the perfect time because my wife just walked by, and I had to blow her a kiss.
Yeah, both of our wives are going to murder us. Listen, I'm a Christian. I'm going to pray real quick, and then I got to get out of here. Jesus, thank you so much for Nani as well as brother Jake. God, I pray that you would bless Jake and keep him, protect his mind, God, and silence any voices that are telling him that his worth and his value are wrapped up in this nonsense. God, I pray that you'd bless him and that you would keep him and you give him joy and happiness and security and peace. And I pray, God, that you would lead us all to the truth, which is the center of you, God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, I love you guys. I got to get out of here. My wife's going to murder me. You guys will never see me again. Vin out.